Ark of Blood, an arcane thriller, Book 3, written by J.F. Penn, narrated by Veronica Giguere. Have them make an ark of acacia wood. Overlay it with pure gold. Then put in the ark the tablets of the covenant law, which I will give you. Exodus, chapter 25, verses 10 to 16. God struck down some of the men of Beth Shemesh, putting 70 of them to death because they had looked into the ark of the Lord. The people mourned because of the heavy blow the Lord had dealt them. First Book of Samuel, chapter 6, verse 19. Septuagint version and Hebrew manuscripts report 50,070 killed. Prologue. Museum of Egyptian Antiquities, Cairo, Egypt. Jinns seeped from the cracks of the primeval city as Anubis prowled the Egyptian night in search of the dying. The gods of the ancients had been buried deep, but in the darkness they clawed their way back to the surface, ready to drink the blood of sacrifice once more. Yusef Diab concentrated on the last clue of his crossword puzzle, the only noise the hum and whir of fans that failed to cool the stifling summer heat. He was the only guard on duty tonight. The security company had sent all the others to the businesses surrounding Tahrir Square after the recent political riots. The museum was silent and still, its only occupants the dead, just how Yusef liked it. A sudden scream rang out, the noise tinny through the security screen. Yusef jolted away from his crossword, his skin prickling at the haunting sound. It was sharp at first, then trailed off into a trembling moan. He scanned the screens, switching views until he saw movement within the Amarna period galleries. He squinted at the screen. It looked like intruders were doing something to the giant statues, but he couldn't see who or what had screamed so terribly. He pressed the silent alarm, hoping that backup would come quickly. But he had to make an effort to stop them in the meantime, or he would pay with his job. Yusef pulled his gun from its holster and headed downstairs. On the ground floor, he rounded a corner into the Amarna galleries and inched forward with caution. He kept close to the cramped display cases, where the eyes of mummified corpses stared out from the detritus of a long-dead civilization. An animal moan came from up ahead, a terrible sound of suffering. Yusef hurried on, weapon ready. His shoes squeaked on the tiles, and he froze mid-stride, heart pounding. The security company didn't pay him well enough to risk his life so easily. He listened for a moment, but no one appeared, so Yusef crept on. He tiptoed to the doorway and peered between two display cases at the scene before him. A man was tied, spread-eagled, between two massive sculptures, his arms outstretched to the ancient gods as they stared impassively down at his suffering. His shirt was ripped open, and blood dripped down to pool at his feet from the Ankh sign carved on his chest, the symbol of eternal life formed in the shape of a cross with a looped handle at its top. The victim's face was swollen and bloody, but Yusef realized with a start that he was one of the specialist curators, Dr. Abbasi Gamal. A woman stood by the curator's side, holding a ceremonial knife with a sharp blade. A tight black outfit emphasized her feminine curves, and a mask of the falcon god Horus covered her face. Two others stood with her in the guise of gods made flesh: Anubis, the jackal, and the baboon-headed Thoth. The woman drew her blade over Abbasi's chest, leaving bloody trails in his flesh. "Where is the Ark? I know you've studied it for many years, and you found something new recently. Where is it?" Abbasi looked up at her, his expression contorted with suffering, yet a curious fanaticism glinting in his eyes.
"You'll never find it. The Ark has protected itself for generations, and it will remain safe from you now. I curse you."
The woman slammed the blunt end of her knife into his solar plexus. "Enough!" Abbasi grunted and slumped in his bonds. "I have your journals, and I will find your research assistant. I don't need you, but the gods need a sacrifice to bless my quest." Abbasi looked up at his torturer, his eyes terrified, voice trembling.
"No, you cannot. Please, I would be without rest for eternity."
The woman beckoned Anubis and Thoth forward. The men under the masks unhooked Abbasi and dragged him over to a sarcophagus, an oversized funerary box designed to hold mummified remains. "The sarcophagus is appropriate," the woman purred. "The word means flesh-eater, and that is what it shall be for you. You should be flattered that your body will be treated as the pharaohs were. Of course, they were dead before the process began." The curator struggled and called out in an ancient language, a plea to the gods to spare him as the men tied him down onto the lid of the sarcophagus. They stuffed a gag into his mouth as he writhed to get away, but the ropes held fast. The woman turned and smashed a glass display case containing the tools of the mummification process, salvaged from a tomb in the Valley of the Kings. She selected a chisel and a hammer, caressing the objects as if anticipating the pleasure ahead. Yusuf realized what she intended to do, but he was frozen with fear, unable to move. He could only watch as the woman took the implements and approached her victim. She intoned ancient prayers in a voice as vast and empty as the desert. Her men responded in a repetitive chorus, calling upon gods long thought dead. Abbasi tried to squirm away, screaming into his gag, but Anubis held his head still in meaty hands as strong as a vice. Delicately, as if trying not to mark him, the woman inserted the chisel up into one of the curator's nostrils. With a light tap of the hammer, she banged its end. Blood spurted out around the instrument. Abbasi grunted, and the woman tapped again, harder this time. The curator's eyes rolled back in agony. "You can stop this, Abbasi." The woman's voice was eerily calm despite the bloody scene. "Tell me where the Ark is, or I will perform the ritual and disembowel you before dragging your brain from your skull." Abbasi moaned against his gag and thrashed his head in emphatic denial. "So be it." The woman leaned over the curator, as close as a lover, then pressed her ceremonial knife into his left side, watching as it pierced the skin. She sawed the blade back and forth, driving it deeper as she breathed heavily with excitement at the intimate violation. Abbasi moaned in tortured agony, convulsing under the hands of the gods who pinned him down. Yusuf knew he should charge forward and save the man, or at least run and find help, but he was transfixed by the horror and terrified that he would be next. The masked figures began chanting once more, ancient words that animated the primitive horror of this place as the woman sliced through the curator's flesh. Blood gushed over her hands as she cut deeper, opening up his side to reveal his inner organs. She reached into Abbasi's body and pulled out a loop of his intestines, the stink making one of the men gag. Blood and bodily fluids pumped in gouts onto the floor, but the curator still lived. Men have watched their intestines burned before they died, but for you, we will finish in the traditional way. She reached for a longer chisel. She inserted it up Abasi's nose and lifted the hammer. This time, she leaned into the blow. Once. Twice. On the second strike, the chisel emerged from the top of Abasi's skull, dripping with brain matter and bloody skull fragments. The curator shuddered and finally lay still. The woman calmed her breathing as she stared down at the corpse. Her clothes were stained with blood, and his guts steamed on the floor. She turned to the men. Search his office for anything he worked on. Take it all. The two men left, and the woman stood alone with the mutilated corpse. She reached out a hand and trailed her fingertips through the blood on the man's chest, tracing the symbol of eternal life. She suddenly turned toward Yusuf's hiding place, as if she could hear the thudding of his heart. He shrank back against the wall and held his breath. The woman took a step toward him. Yusuf panicked and ran, fleeing the horrific scene as her laughter followed him like a curse. Chapter 1. John Radcliffe Hospital, Oxford, England. Morgan Sierra eased herself out of the hospital bed and managed to stand without support. Pain throbbed through her body, but she tried to veil it with a steely resolve as the ward nurse assessed her. "You're clearly not well enough to leave. You need to rest." The nurse held the discharge papers just out of reach. Morgan smiled in what she hoped was more than just a grimace. "The doctor signed off on it, and I'm feeling much better. Really." She was determined to get out of the hospital today. ARKANE director Marietti had secured her early release after they received news of the events at the museum in Cairo, and Morgan was keen to start on the investigation. The nurse sighed and handed over the papers. "You might be stubborn, but you're not superhuman. I'll put some extra dressings in your bag with the painkillers. You need to take care of that wound." Morgan put one hand to the half-healed knife slash on her left side. Just another injury to add to the scars from her previous career in the Israeli military. The memory of that earlier pain, and her recovery, enabled her to endure now. Yet this throbbing seemed deeper than a flesh wound. A man transformed through a demonic curse in a crypt of human bones had inflicted it, and Morgan still felt tainted by his evil. "Can I see Jake before I leave?" The nurse smiled. "He's still in an induced coma, but you can at least say goodbye." After spending way too much time getting dressed and flinching with every movement, Morgan walked slowly down the corridor to the intensive care unit. The hushed white noise of machines and the low hum of voices permeated the hallway, the sound of news delivered to the sick and the dying. Some good, some bad. All evidence of human frailty. Her own frame was bruised and battered from the battle in the bone church of Sedlitz, but she knew her limits. There was a margin of grace between physical collapse and a body sustained by the need for revenge. She had not quite reached the edge yet. Morgan had learned in the military that the warrior fights not only when she feels like it, when the stars are aligned and when her belly is full. The warrior fights because belief and passion stir the body to action. Physicality is a mere shell around what the will could achieve, and Morgan had every reason to head out on this mission right now. She walked into the private room. ARKANE agent Jake Timber lay on his back, his eyes closed. Tubes twisted into his veins and down his throat, and monitors bleeped steadily by his side. His expression was at rest, and the bruises on his face were only mustard shadows now, but under the sheets, Jake's body was racked by crushing injuries from the bone church. This medically induced coma would give him time to heal. Morgan sat down and took Jake's hand. This broken body was not her partner, the man she had fought and killed beside. Her Jake lay in limbo, waiting for the eventual recombination of his mind and body. Jake was her friend, perhaps more than that, and he was also responsible for bringing her into the arcane religious knowledge and numinous experience. ARKANE, institute from the dry world of academia, where she had studied the intersection of psychology and religion. ARKANE had given her a glimpse into a world beyond the headlines, a shadow place, dealing with mysteries arising from religion, psychology, the supernatural, and the unexplained. Despite how battered her body was and how the previous missions had torn apart her beliefs, Morgan now lived to solve those mysteries. "There's been an incident in Egypt," Morgan said, hoping Jake could hear her. "Natasha El-Behery didn't disappear after the bone crypt. She retreated to Egypt and committed a high-profile murder at Cairo's Museum of Antiquities. I'm going after her, and by the time you wake up, she will no longer be unfinished business." Morgan squeezed his hand, then laid it back on the bed. She stood and walked to the door, glancing back at the last moment. "I'll get her, Jake. Be well." She left the hospital and caught a taxi back to Jericho, in the center of Oxford, where terraced houses on the edge of the canal backed against the stately homes of the old town. The imposing gates of the Oxford University Press loomed over the main road, its entrance flanked with towering Corinthian columns, the color of liquid honey in the morning sun. The taxi pulled up in front of Morgan's little two-up, two-down house. The tiny garden out front had overrun the path, and weeds encroached all the way to the faded blue door. It didn't look like much, but this was her home now, far away from the memories of her past in Israel. Morgan walked inside and closed the door behind her. Sagging back against it now, she didn't have to pretend she felt okay. Part of her wanted to crawl up the stairs into bed, pull the covers over herself, and hide from the world. Director Marietti could find someone else for this mission while she healed and recovered. But then Morgan thought of Jake, lying in the hospital bed, and how Natasha had locked them both in with the demon in the bone church. The woman was a ruthless assassin, and Morgan was determined to bring her down. She walked into the living room and put her bag down. Old books cluttered every corner, gathered from Oxford's many antique shops, written by long-dead authors who had attempted immortality through their words. Gunfire had destroyed many of her books during the invasion by Thanatos in the hunt for the Pentecost stones, and Morgan was keen to build her library back up again. On the mantelpiece stood a framed photo taken on a summer day on Brighton Beach. Morgan knelt with her twin sister Faye and her little niece Gemma, building a sandcastle. The sun gave their hair a shining nimbus, and Faye's blue eyes sparkled, the violet slash in her left vivid in the image. Morgan had the same slash in her right eye, the only thing that gave away the fact they were twins. Faye and Gemma were her blood, but some of the team at ARKANE were beginning to feel like family too. A plaintive meow broke the silence as Morgan's sometime cat, Lakshmi, came in to greet her. Morgan picked the cat up and pressed her face into Shmi's soft fur. "I missed you too. Was Mrs. Dawes good to you?" Shmi's rounded tummy was evidence that the kindly next-door neighbor was doing more than was necessary. Shmi squirmed and meowed to be let down. She would only ever allow a brief cuddle. The pair of them were well suited, sharing a prickly independence. Morgan looked at her watch. She had to be at the ARKANE office in the next hour, which gave her little time to clean herself up. She hurried upstairs to her sparse utilitarian bedroom and unbuttoned her shirt in front of the mirror. Morgan gingerly pulled the cloth away from her wound and examined herself in the reflection. The demon's talon had cut deep, narrowly missing her vital organs, and the wound was an angry red around the stitches. Bruising spread across her back and around to her flat stomach, and, even on her Mediterranean-toned skin, the mottled browns and purple stood out. She touched the stitches gently, feeling the edges until she could sense something other than pain. It would take a while to heal completely, but that was comforting in a way. When her body was back to its full strength, and by the time she had stopped Natasha, perhaps Jake would be ready to join her again. Morgan taped some plastic over her wound and stepped carefully into the shower, washing away the hospital smell that lingered in her dark curls. While she would have preferred a long soak in the bath, this would have to do for now. Martin Klein waited to brief her on the next mission. She hurried to dress and get ready to leave. But there was something she needed to do first. Outside her bedroom on the narrow landing, Morgan used a hooked stick to tug open a tiny loft trapdoor. She pulled down the ladder and clambered up into the tight attic space, wincing at the pain in her side as she crawled along the main beam. A loose roll of old carpet lay at the back, and Morgan reached inside the far end to pull out a small, battered suitcase. She kneeled before it and opened the case with care. It was a kind of external subconscious containing memories she wanted to keep hidden, but close. Morgan ran her fingertips over 2 sets of dog tags from the Israel Defense Forces. One was her own set, removed at the end of her active duty service as a military psychologist. She had taken the other from her husband Elion's bullet-ridden body after the fatal ambush that ended his life several years ago. Her father's soft felt yarmulke and a tiny pair of shoes belonging to Gemma lay next to other precious objects collected over time. Morgan pulled a long shard of bone from her pocket, a fragment of human femur. It had been removed from Jake's body and felt like a talisman now, linking Morgan to him even while he floated in unconsciousness. Jake had confronted evil that night in the Crypt of Bone, but he'd paid a great physical price for his courage. Natasha El-Behery was still out there, leaving destruction in her wake. As Morgan knelt in the attic, she whispered a silent promise. This time, it would be an eye for an eye. Chapter 2. George Washington Masonic National Memorial, Washington, D.C., USA. Lucia Estes loved the early mornings when the streets were empty enough to walk freely, before clumsy tourists with oversized maps thronged the city. Many came to visit this memorial, and she was grateful to God for America, for the new life she had here, and for her job. Lucia was part of the cleaning team at the memorial. It might be menial work, but it made her feel connected to the history of this land, where immigrants just like her came to build new lives. It wasn't the most high-profile monument in Washington, but tourists still visited every day, and Lucia liked to think her efforts improved their experience. Those who traveled out to the suburb of Alexandria were certainly devoted to learning more about one of their founding fathers. Lucia had known little about the Freemasons before she started the job, but she slowly read a little more of the information panels each day as she worked. She discovered the Masons were a God-fearing, community-minded brotherhood who acquired a poor reputation through scandalous rumor. George Washington himself had been a lifelong Freemason, as were many eminent men of his time. At his inauguration, Washington took the oath of office on a Masonic Bible. He sat for his official portrait in Masonic regalia and was eventually buried with full Masonic honors. In 1793, as acting Grand Master, he laid the cornerstone for the capital city of the United States, which was designed according to Masonic principles. 4 U.S. presidents had since sworn their incoming oath on George Washington's inaugural Bible, and Freemasons still held positions of power in the U.S. government. As the sun peeked over the horizon, Lucia walked up the undulating path that traversed the grassy terraces leading up to the memorial. She passed a plaque with square and compasses and the letter G standing for geometry, representing the architect, the great creator. She sent up a quick prayer as she scurried past. "My work for you, Lord." As the sun rose, a ray of light touched the 3-story tower with its classical facade supported by 6 Doric pillars, a fitting design for the austere monument. The first of the 3 sections represented strength, then Ionic columns in the middle section represented wisdom, with Corinthian columns at the top for beauty. A pyramid with a flame capped the tower, inspired by the lighthouse at Pharos in ancient Egypt. It had guided ships through the Mediterranean Sea into the port at Alexandria, and now the memorial illuminated the truth of the Masonic tenets. Lucia entered through the back entrance, opening the heavy door with her key. She was first as usual, but the other cleaners and guards would arrive soon. She liked to start early, preferring hard work to small talk, and she followed the same routine every morning. Sometimes she finished without even realizing the time had passed, as her ritual was so automatic. In the years she had worked at the memorial, the place had wound deeply into Lucia's core. She knew the temperature changes of the seasons intimately, and how the wooden artifacts needed extra care in damp weather. She knew the characteristic smell of the halls, and today she sensed something was wrong. There was a hint of a dark atmosphere, resonant of fear and death. It hung in the air, a malevolent presence. Lucia shivered. She couldn't start her cleaning routine while she felt this way. She left the workers' area and went to investigate. She checked the North Lodge and South Lodge rooms, as well as the exhibit display areas, but they were empty and smelled fresh. The replica lodge with Washington's own Masonic apron and trowel were clear too. Lucia walked into the main memorial hall, the polished floor squeaking under her shoes. Green granite columns supported the high ceiling, and, at the end of the hall, the gigantic bronze statue of Washington stood in Masonic regalia gazing down at her. There was nothing wrong there either, so she mounted the stairs to the 2nd floor. The smell grew stronger as Lucia approached the Royal Arch chapter room. It contained a golden replica of the Ark of the Covenant and a precious menorah, as well as murals depicting the ruins of the Jerusalem Temple. Lucia often saved it until last and cleaned it with special reverence. She loved its almost holy atmosphere, but now she was afraid of what might lie within. Gathering her strength, Lucia walked through the marble archway into the room. She froze in horror, her hand flying to cover her mouth as the overpowering stench of death filled the air. The head of a young man was wedged between the 2 golden cherubim on top of the replica ark. Dark curls matted to his head, his eyes bulging open in an expression of agony. Blood dripped down the gold chest onto the floor, where his decapitated body lay spread-eagled in a pool of gore and feces. Words written in blood were scrawled over the mural of the destroyed Jerusalem temple. Shoah for the Arabs. No to peace. Lucia reached out to clutch the nearest pillar as her stomach heaved. As she pushed down the nausea, she prayed aloud, begging God for his strength to face such evil. Jerusalem, Israel. Inspector General Leor Avedon paced up and down the plush boardroom in the opulent King David Hotel, his mind racing with the problems that lay ahead. The terrorist bombing in 1946 had made this location a symbolic setting for peace summits and the signing of accords. It was a physical embodiment of survival, and it also had one of the world's most sophisticated security systems. Despite the elaborate protection, it was only 6 days until the President of the United States would, if the summit went well, sit down at this table to sign a new peace accord. and Lior felt an unease that went beyond his usual concerns at such a historic event. His team had been through the security setup multiple times, but Lior was uneasy. He had been in the job long enough to know how it felt when everything had been considered, when everything had been planned, when he and his team had done their jobs correctly. Today didn't feel like that. First, the phone call from Washington. A murder at the George Washington Masonic National Memorial with the head of an Arab man laid upon a replica Ark of the Covenant. The murder was being kept out of the press for now, but it wouldn't be long before the story leaked out. The Freemasons were a lightning rod for conspiracy theorists, and they would have a field day with the peace summit so close. The words painted at the murder scene echoed in Lior's mind. The Shoah was the term Jews used for the Holocaust, the genocide of 6 million by the Nazis. It was the reason his nation would defend Israel to the death in modern times. They would not be annihilated in a homeland won by the blood and ashes of their ancestors. Sometimes Lior wasn't proud of the way his nation acted, but to use the word Shoah against another race was unthinkable. Could extremist Jews have carried out the murder in Washington? Was it a warning or some kind of threat? Such a brutal murder was out of character for the usual groups who protested against peace, right-wing hawks on either side of the green line that separated Israelis and Palestinians. The murder alone would have been bad enough, but now a threat had been posted on a website and linked all over social media. It gathered more views and shares with every minute that ticked by. Lior sat down at the boardroom table and opened his laptop to examine the page once more. It depicted the Ark of the Covenant, as it was in ancient times, hoisted high on golden poles perched on the shoulders of priests and marched around the walls of Jericho. The black and white drawing was so detailed that you could almost hear the blast of the shofar, the ram's horn. According to the book of Joshua, the walls were destroyed by the power of the Ark. The image was certainly Jewish, but Arabic text lay beneath with a quote from the Quran, Surah al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 248. A sign of his authority is that there shall come to you the Ark of the Covenant, and the relics left by the family of Moses and the family of Aaron, carried by angels. In this is a symbol for you if you indeed have faith. Underneath in Hebrew were words from the Jewish scriptures, the first book of Samuel, chapter 4, verse 5. When the Ark of the Lord's covenant came into the camp, all Israel raised such a great shout that the ground shook. A countdown ticked away in the corner of the screen. A countdown to the last day of the peace summit, the exact time the President of the United States was due to sign the peace accords between Israel and the Palestinians. The date of the trip was widely known, but the exact timetable for the signing was privileged information. The potential for conflict lay on a knife edge in this ancient city. Jerusalem had been soaked in blood for millennia, and that would never change. But Lior was determined that a catastrophe would not happen on his watch. The Ark was the one thing that might galvanize support for extremists on both sides in this city of contradictions. If the Ark fell into the hands of Muslims, it would become a bargaining chip of astronomical proportions, or ignite a war to possess it. If right-wing Jews got hold of it, they would storm the Temple Mount and pull down the Muslim holy places to build the Jewish temple once more. And if Muslim nations united against Israel, it could spark a world war. Whichever way Lior looked at it, the Ark of the Covenant could bring only violence. But then, no one knew where it was, and a quest to find it was more Hollywood than 21st century Jerusalem. But this was a land where ancient relics could still change history. It would be best for everyone if the Ark remained a legend. Lior had worked closely with intelligence services in other countries, but there was no clear indication of who was behind the website or the murder at the memorial. Plenty of far-right religious extremists claimed to usher in the last days with various acts, but no group had claimed responsibility this time. Even the best hackers couldn't trace who had posted the image and the countdown. It was pinged around international servers, through companies and government sites and private addresses, but remained untraceable and unremovable, despite many attempts to bring it down. Lior sighed with exhaustion and ran his hands through his thick black hair, now shot through with more silver than ever. It had taken years to reach this point, and the peace negotiations were fragile as ever. The last time they had been this close was in 1993, when Yasser Arafat shook hands with Yitzhak Rabin on the White House lawn. The two men had shared the Nobel Peace Prize, and the world expected the event to usher in a new era of peace. Both sides of the struggle had breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. In 1995, an extremist Jew assassinated Rabin, and Arafat ended his days almost a decade later under siege in Ramallah. His body was later exhumed over fears of polonium poisoning, further heightening tensions between the two sides. The Second Intifada brought years of violence, and it seemed like peace was further away than ever. Too many young people on both sides, Lior's own children included, had grown up with conflict. Disruption and violence at this stage would set the delicate process back for another generation. Lior would not let that happen. He was committed to peace, as were many other moderate Israelis and Palestinians. Hope must prevail. He pushed his chair back and walked over to the bay window with a view toward the walls of the old city. Verses from the Talmud echoed in his mind. God gave 10 measures of beauty to the world, 9 measures he gave to Jerusalem, and 1 only for all the rest of creation. But as storm clouds gathered over the city, Lior sighed. It was also true that God gave 10 measures of suffering to the world, and 9 of them fall on Jerusalem. He sat back down and thumbed through a thick file, the material too sensitive to be kept digitally in a world of increasing cybercrime. There had been no mention of the Ark of the Covenant from extremist Muslim groups before. It had always been American Christians who searched for the Ark in Jerusalem. One extremist insisted it was under Golgotha, where the blood of Christ dripped down onto the mercy seat at the crucifixion. But as ever, such investigations turned up nothing of importance. Lior scanned the data on right-wing Jewish groups determined to take back Temple Mount, but they focused on protests. A considered countdown wasn't their style. The website implied that an ancient artifact lost for thousands of years would suddenly appear in Jerusalem in 6 days. But the whereabouts of the Ark had been hidden for thousands of years. How likely was it that this group could produce it in such a short time? Yet, Lior felt a deep unease. The Ark was a weapon as well as a symbol of triumph. He had to do something, but could not risk embroiling himself in rumor and religious speculation. ARKANE owed him a favor since he had helped clear up the mess at the Ezra Institute. Perhaps they could help solve the mystery. Chapter 3. Oxford, England. Morgan walked through the muted light of the Oxford University Museum of Natural History, limping slightly as she favored her uninjured side. The neo-Gothic arched ceiling let in the sun through panes of glass, but even though it was summer, the light was dim. Children gathered around the skeletons of dinosaurs, caressing the bones of the long dead with inquisitive fingers as chattering voices filled the hall. Statues carved from Normandy limestone encircled this cathedral to science, each supporting a pillar that stretched high into the vault above. Hippocrates, Galileo, Newton, and Darwin, along with luminaries from down the centuries, stood as fitting guardians for this cavernous hall of knowledge. Morgan walked on into the darkened atmosphere of the Pit Rivers, a separate area of the museum. Electric lights degraded the exhibits, so torches were provided to allow patrons to see into dense cabinets. Flickering beams from occasional explorers shone between the high glass cases, giving the room a sense of intimate secrets hidden in shaded corners. This part of the museum contained treasures of evolutionary anthropology and archaeology, brought back from distant lands in the 19th century when questions about provenance were rarely considered. Morgan entered the maze of cases as, behind her, a group of children squealed as they discovered animal skull masks in the magic and witchcraft display. She smiled, grateful that a fascination with the macabre wasn't hers alone. At the back of the museum, she pushed open a nondescript door leading into what looked like an unused store cupboard to the casual observer. Lights flashed and scanned her body before the false back of the cupboard slid open. Morgan stood at the top of a staircase and looked down at the ARKANE offices beneath the Pitt Rivers Museum. 5 levels surrounded a central light well with tantalizing glimpses of labs below, where investigative teams worked on ancient and occult objects. Martin Klein poked his head out into the light well and waved up at her. He was ARKANE's designated librarian, a brilliant archivist, although his work defied a simple job title. He took the secret knowledge of the world and mapped it into databases, creating algorithms to find patterns in the chaos and understanding in the void. Morgan limped down the stairs to meet him on the 2nd floor. As she walked into the lab, Martin beamed in welcome, his blonde hair spiked in a curious fashion where he'd clearly been pulling at it. He pushed his wire-rimmed glasses back into position. "Come and look, Morgan. This amulet has a totally different inscription from what we normally see in the polytheism of ancient Egypt. Pharaoh Akhenaten is the key to this. I'm sure of it." Morgan held her palms out in a gesture of surrender. "Slow down, Martin. I have some catching up to do." Of course. Martin bobbed up and down on the balls of his feet. "How's Jake?" "He's still in intensive care, but he's strong. He'll be okay. I'm sure of it." Morgan knew how hard it was for Martin to share his true feelings, but he cared deeply for Jake. With Jake's absence, Martin was playing a more active role in the investigation, stepping outside his usual comfort zone of research. They would both work tirelessly to find Natasha. She smiled. "Right. Show me this amulet, then." Martin walked over to a lab bench, and Morgan joined him on the opposite side. A scarab beetle of turquoise stone, the size of a man's palm, lay on glass over a mirror so the hieroglyphics were visible underneath. "Scarab amulets are common in funerary wrappings," Martin explained. "But this one is different. It's from the time of the Pharaoh Akhenaten, when he gave up other gods and converted Egypt to monotheism. He worshipped the Aten, portrayed as a great sun disk, but it was a deeply unpopular change with the common people. He even had to move his court to the city of Amarna, where this was discovered." Morgan frowned. "How is this connected to the murder in the museum?" The wound in her side throbbed with dull pain, but she also felt the buzz of curiosity, her mind sharpening as she considered the problem. This was why she loved working for ARKANE, investigating mysteries that wound between the past and the present, and discovering long-hidden ancient secrets. Martin turned to his laptop and pulled up security footage from the Museum of Egyptian Antiquities. "The perpetrators wore headdresses of ancient Egyptian gods. They are extremely well-made cult masks, and I suspect they are used for other religious rituals, not just for this murder." An agonized scream rang out from the computer speaker. Martin looked away, but Morgan forced herself to watch the violence unfold. The falcon-headed god Horus was clearly Natasha El-Behery. Morgan had seen the assassin kill before, and there was no hesitation as Natasha thrust the knife into the man's side. Morgan watched the final moments of the ritual killing, bile rising in her throat as the chisel burst out from the top of the curator's skull. The mask obscured Natasha's face, but Morgan knew the assassin's eyes would be hard, without a trace of empathy. She watched the scene to its end. Morgan would not look away from the murder, nor would she turn away from the task ahead. Who was the victim? Martin checked his notes. Dr. Abbasi Gamal. He was the curator of the Amarna period section of the museum. He's written several books and a multitude of scholarly articles about how monotheism spread in ancient Egypt, hence the link with Akhenaten. Martin tapped on his laptop. The Egyptian police have blamed the murder on fundamentalist unrest currently sweeping the country. They don't much care about the murder of an obscure academic. So it's up to us to follow Natasha. He brought up an image of Natasha El-Behery's striking face. She could pass as a supermodel, but her eyes betrayed the cruelty and dominance of an apex predator. The El-Beherys are Egyptian aristocracy. Her grandfather provided men for Howard Carter, the archaeologist who discovered Tutankhamun's tomb, and he lined his pockets with the sale of antiquities to the West. He later became a great benefactor, arranging theft for hire on specific artifacts he later donated to Egyptian museums. There's evidence to suggest he was part of the consortium that broke up assets from the Baghdad Museum after the invasion, and he arranged theft for hire on specific antiquities. After his death 5 years ago, Natasha moved to Europe. She emerged as a key part of Milan Noble's Thanatos organization, and you know how that ended. The screen changed to a picture of Natasha arm in arm with global health tycoon Milan Noble against a backdrop of the Vienna State Opera House. They made a gorgeous couple, but Morgan couldn't shake the image of the twisted demonic figure that Milan had become in the last hours of his cursed life. Natasha is a gun for hire, Martin continued. A freelance assassin with ties to the terrorist underworld and expertise in antiquity smuggling. She is much in demand. Morgan nodded. She's certainly good at her job, and she's already ahead of us. I need to know where she's going next. What did they take from the museum? Martin checked his notes. Everything from the curator's study, including journals and some copies of his books on Akhenaten, the origin of the Moses story, and the exodus of the Jews from Egypt. He tapped on his laptop again. But the murder in Cairo was just one piece of the puzzle. Your friend Lior in Israel forwarded these to us just an hour ago. The screen showed the severed head and bloody words from Washington, the website countdown, and the image of the Ark. Morgan felt a brief pang of loss at Lior's name. They had been good friends when Elian was alive, but after she left her life in Israel behind, she lost touch with many of her old friends. A brief meeting after the explosion at the Ezra Institute in Jerusalem rekindled their friendship, but they had a long way to go to rebuild trust. Perhaps this mission might help. Morgan leaned in to examine the images more closely. Scripture told of the Ark marched around the walls of Jericho. After they fell in the face of the Ark's power, the inhabitants of the city were massacred. Every living thing inside slaughtered in the name of God. A powerful religious symbol that might also be a terrible weapon. This was no longer a simple mission to avenge Jake's injury. Israel was her country, and its desert sand ran in Morgan's blood. Natasha asked the curator where the Ark was before she killed him. She must be involved in this. She looked at Martin. I need to go to Cairo. Chapter 4. Kiryat Malachi, Israel. The early morning sun shone weakly down on the homes of the Beta Israel Jews in the settlement of Kiryat Malachi. It would be described as a shanty town in any other part of the world, but people were wary of calling places in Israel by such names. Avi Kabede sat in a tiny room tapping on a slim laptop, his phone by his side as a portable Wi-Fi hotspot. The rhythmic swish of his mother's broom on the concrete floor outside kept time with his rapid keystrokes. She swept the meager property every day before preparing a simple meal for his father and brother, who had left before dawn to find work. They competed daily for the rare laboring jobs that might make a few shekels for the family, but most days they came home empty-handed. It was pathetic. Avi refused to join them in their search for menial labor. He had his own far more ambitious plan. Soon the Beta Israel would rise again, and his family would have the prosperity they deserved. Their homeland of Ethiopia had once been a rich country, a great and powerful nation, and their kings descended from the union of the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon. Theirs was a noble nation brought low, and Avi was determined to return pride to his people. While his mother swept, he hacked into a news site and leaked the images of the Washington murder. It had been easy enough to organize the killing through contacts in the USA, but the resulting news story had been covered up. It was time to stoke the flames of extremism. Avi had been just a boy when the Ethiopian Jews were airlifted out of their homeland for a new future in Israel. It was the promised land of milk and honey, a biblical paradise. After centuries of worshipping so far from Jerusalem, they would finally see the places written about in Scripture. He didn't remember life before Israel, but in the decades since his arrival, Ethiopian Jews had experienced a steady decline within their adopted country. There were many racial groups within Israel. Ashkenazi Jews were recognizable for their white European heritage, Sephardi Jews for their Mediterranean background, but the black skin of Ethiopia didn't fit. Avi witnessed his community broken by murder-suicides as hopeless men took their families with them to the next life, exhausted by desperation in this one. Uprooted from the past, with no discernible future, some couldn't cope. Skin color would always separate the Ethiopian Jews from others in Israel, and the tribal nature of religion would always keep the Beta Israel apart from other Africans. They had no choice but to remain here. But for what future? The revving of a vehicle outside interrupted Avi's thoughts. He stood to look out the window as a truck screeched to a halt at the boundary of the settlement. A young man with a scarf over the lower half of his face jumped out of the passenger side and ran around to the back of the vehicle. He opened the door and hauled out a body, dumping it on the dusty ground. Avi reached for his phone and activated the camera, recording as the young man jumped back in the truck, barely closing the door before the vehicle sped away from the settlement. A scream came from a nearby house. A Beta Israel woman ran to the body, her weeping echoing through the streets as people gathered around. There had been other violent episodes like this recently, but the police largely ignored the poor black community. They were mostly out of work and subsisted on state benefits. They had no political power. But things were about to change. Avi checked the video on his phone. The truck license plate was partially obscured, but definitely traceable. He returned to his laptop and tapped away on the keyboard, hacking into a surveillance database. Whoever those men were, they would be dead before the end of the day, and the weeping of their women would echo the cries he heard outside. The internet was Avi's world. He could be whoever he wanted online with a power that most could only dream of. Not that anyone would suspect it of him. As an Ethiopian, Avi could physically pass for one of the Sudanese Muslim extremists, and this was the persona he adopted online and in his business meetings. In Israel, he used his Jewish identity. His ability to shift was the origin of his code name, Al-Herba, the chameleon. He was part of a loose network of extremists forged in the terrorist camps of Sudan with links to other organizations. Each pursued their own agendas for religious and political gain, but there was also much money to be made in the world of terrorism, and a great deal of funding for projects deemed worthy. Avi had presented a business case to his financial backers in Iran. They had laughed when he had talked about the Ark of the Covenant.
"How can you possibly find it?" they asked.
It was true. The Ark had been lost for millennia. But Avi convinced them with new studies and fresh leads, and the promise of disruption during the upcoming peace summit. If violence erupted in Jerusalem while the U.S. president was in the city, if extremist Jews stormed the Temple Mount, if Muslims protected their sacred site, then it might just be the catalyst for the next world war. That was a lot of ifs, but Avi's confidence had won his backers over. Now he had to deliver. Avi's phone rang. He activated anti-tracking and voice alteration software before he clicked to answer. Natasha El-Behery was calm and controlled. "We're missing some information." Avi stayed silent. Seconds ticked by as he waited for more, an effective tactic he used to intimidate. Eventually it worked, and Natasha spoke again into the void. "We can retrieve what we need, but it means another trip to the museum. It will be risky, as security has improved since our last visit."
"Do it,"
Avi said in Egyptian Arabic.
"You're already late, and the schedule cannot be compromised. You accepted an accelerated timeline for the bonus payment, so I expect fast results."
Avi ended the call, confident that she would deliver. Natasha El-Behery had all the right practical skills and connections for the job, but she was also arrogant enough to try what others thought impossible. They had met at an extremist camp in the desert of Nubia in northern Sudan. One evening, a man told Natasha she had no right to be there. She was a woman, unclean and useless. Without a word, she turned away. The man thought he had won. He laughed and gloated at her, making obscene gestures toward his crotch. Natasha grabbed a machete from a nearby pile of weapons and spun back. With her first blow, she cut off the man's gesticulating hand. He howled in shock and pain as blood spurted from his wrist. He fell to his knees, clutching at the wound, but she didn't stop. She shoved him to the ground with her boot, then impassively set to work with the machete, hacking his limbs from his body while he still lived. She didn't speak. She didn't flinch. Blood soon spattered her face and fatigues, turning her into a berserker of ancient times, a warrior consumed by a haze of violence. The man's screams faded to silence until the only sound was the dull hacking of the machete into flesh and Natasha's heavy breathing. No one tried to stop her. There were no rules in the desert camp. Once there were only gory lumps of flesh left, she picked up the man's head and spun around to the onlookers, holding it up in triumph. One of the senior men clapped slowly, and she bowed slightly toward him. After that, Natasha was respected and feared, that single act establishing her reputation for ruthless violence. She had disappeared off the terrorist grid for a while, apparently caught up with some European project. But when Avi's plans had been approved and funded, he thought of Natasha immediately. With her contacts and experience in Egyptian antiquities, as well as her ability to achieve her goals through violent means, she would be the perfect person to help him carry out his plan. Avi turned his attention back to the news site and uploaded a video of the beheading of the Arab youth in Washington in front of the Ark of the Covenant. It would go viral on the extremist sites. By feeding a media storm, he would stir up Jerusalem like a hornet's nest. There were always people on the edge of violence, those whose daily lives crushed them into mediocrity. Given the right cause, they would rise up against their oppressors and, when Israel was dust, the Beta Israel, his people, would return in triumph to Ethiopia. Chapter 5. Cairo, Egypt. It was shortly after dawn, and Cairo was already gridlocked. As the taxi inched toward the museum, Morgan opened the window for some air. The smog of exhaust fumes mingled with the stench of the polluted city was too much, so she shut it again quickly. With over 20 million people crammed into high-rise flats, slums, and high-density housing, Cairo teetered on the edge of chaos. But it was also a city of dreams, where its people fought for modern democracy against a backdrop of ancient culture. Cairo had stood for over 1,000 years, nicknamed the City of Minarets for its Islamic architecture. This area had once bordered Memphis, Egypt's ancient capital, far removed from the modern city that sprawled into the hazy distance. Eventually, the taxi pulled up in front of the Museum of Egyptian Antiquities, and Morgan finally stood before the place that had inspired so many archaeologists. The dreams of an ancient civilization crowded the vaulted halls, and the nightmares of dead gods lay in the shadows beneath. The building was the color of faded flamingos, but the morning sun, filtered through the smog of the city, turned it to a dull nicotine yellow. A new museum was under construction near the pyramids, representative of modern Egypt, but this one would always hold the romance of history in its hallowed walls. Morgan walked up to the imposing neoclassical entrance between two chipped sphinx statues, their mouths open to ask the traveler an ancient riddle of passage. Security guards sat drinking kawe, the thick, dark coffee that fueled the city. One guard raised a hand to wave her inside. They seemed uncaring of protocol and unconcerned about intruders, despite the recent murder in the museum.
Dr. Sierra,
A warm voice called from the museum entrance. A slim man in a cream linen suit and a dapper striped shirt jogged down the steps. From his black skin and lively eyes, Morgan knew this must be Julius Kagame, one of ARKANE's local agents. He reached out his hand, and she offered hers in return. Julius's handshake was firm, and Morgan could feel wiry strength in his grip. Julius gave a broad smile.
welcome to Egypt, Morgan. Jake has told me all about you. I'm sorry to say that I might be a poor substitute as a partner, though. Jake has all the brawn, but perhaps I have the brains?
I'm looking forward to working with you. Julius led the way up the steps into the museum.
I'm usually based in Central Africa, but my rusty Arabic needed an airing. I also wanted to be part of this mission for personal reasons.
He frowned.
How is Jake?
Morgan thought of her ARKANE partner lying in the hospital bed far away in Oxford. He's still in a coma, but I'm determined to tell him this mission was a success when he wakes up. Julius shook his head, his eyes dark with concern.
Jake is like a brother to me, and we have a history from before ARKANE. I owe him my life, so I asked to help you on this project. Together, we'll find this assassin.
A nerve in his jaw twitched as he spoke, and Morgan sensed that Julius's need for revenge matched her own. She was glad to have an ally by her side as they walked inside the cavernous museum. Given the thousands of years of cultural history within, Morgan had expected a pristine, well-organized place. But this was Cairo, and the wealth of priceless ancient objects didn't translate into cash for preservation. The museum was chaotic, with millions of objects displayed in a seemingly haphazard manner. It smelled musty, as if the dust of millennia had not been disturbed in a long time. Their footsteps echoed through the empty building.
It's closed to the public right now,
Julius said.
But there have been leaks about what happened. Photos of the atrocity posted online, and rumors of ancient evil rising from the darkness. So, no one wants to visit anyway.
Morgan stopped and gently wiped a layer of dust from the top of a display case. There were labels and spindly writing on some objects, but others just lay as if discarded in an old drawer. There was so much history here. Perhaps the abundance made each object less valuable, even though they might be pride of place in a different museum. They passed through the grand entrance hall and entered a side room, which Morgan recognized from the video footage. The smell of bleach hung in the air, but it couldn't completely mask the coppery tang of blood and the stench of emptied bowels that caught in the back of her throat. The stone sarcophagus stood in the middle of the room, still stained with blood and body fluids, where the gore had only been superficially removed. Julius pointed out the brush marks from special tools. They have to be careful removing the stains, as the sarcophagus is over 3,000 years old. Morgan shivered. How many more of the dead in the museum had been victims of such brutality? She turned to Julius. Natasha carved an ankh symbol into the victim's chest. Is that important?
It represents eternal life.
The voice came from behind her, and Morgan turned to see a figure in the doorway, silhouetted against the light of the morning sun.
It also reflects the shape of the river Nile with the delta in the north, and it is echoed in the form of the Egyptian Coptic cross.
The man walked into the room, and Morgan saw him clearly for the first time. With a rash of dark stubble and a creased jacket over a faded blue t-shirt, he was a modern incarnation of the Egyptian kings chiseled in marble close by. Julius grasped the man's hand in greeting and introduced him.
This is Dr. Khaled El-Suid. He worked closely with the late curator on the ARKANE period. Carl, this is Morgan Sierra, a specialist in the psychology of religion and my partner from ARKANE on the case.
Cal stepped forward and extended his hand, which Morgan shook in greeting.
I'll do anything to help you find the murderer. Abbasi was much more than just a colleague. He was my mentor and my friend.
You were talking about the significance of the ankh symbol? Morgan reminded him, trying not to be distracted by his movie star looks.
Of course. Interestingly, it's also used today by the followers of Kemetism, a neo-paganist movement that aims to revive the ancient Egyptian religion. Egypt was a great empire once, and we shall be again, or something along those lines.
Morgan raised an eyebrow. The assassin, Natasha El-Behery, who murdered your friend, referred to the need for sacrifice. Could that be related to these chemitists? Cal shook his head.
I don't think so. They're harmless enough, but there are rumors of a darker occult sect that enact the rituals of the ancients in all their horrific detail.
He walked slowly up to the sarcophagus and held his palm above the bloodstains, as if to honor the sacrifice of his friend, his expression brimming with sorrow. What's the link between Pharaoh Akhenaten and the Ark of the Covenant? Morgan asked, trying to refocus Cal on the present mission. He pointed up at one of the giant stone statues depicting the pharaoh with a sharp jaw, soft full lips, and a slim nose.
That's Akhenaten, known as the Heretic King. He tried to change Egypt to a monotheistic religion worshipping only the Aten, a manifestation of the sun god. He moved his capital to Amarna and took control away from the high priests.
Cal turned to a section of a wall painting where young women played amongst bulrushes.
Akhenaten's worship of the Aten was more personal than the religion had ever been before. The great hymn to the Aten found in the rock tombs of Amarna speaks of a creator god in a way that is similar to the biblical scriptures. When Akhenaten died, the people of Egypt returned to polytheism, defaced his statues, and left his city in ruins.
So, how does that relate to the Ark? Morgan asked.
Moses was an Egyptian, but Our research suggests that he was also a priest in Amarna during Akhenaten's reign, and there discovered his own unique fate. Once Egypt returned to polytheism, Moses found a group of people who would follow him, the oppressed slave caste of the Hebrews. He led them out of Egypt into the Sinai in the biblical Exodus. So while Akhenaten started monotheism, Moses transformed it into the beginnings of the Judaism we know today. The Ark of the Covenant was of Egyptian origin. Come upstairs and I'll show you why. Morgan and Julius followed him through the vast halls to the Tutankhamun galleries. The pharaoh's chariot was ethereal, light and airy on golden wheels with thin spokes and rims, as if the god-king had weighed nothing at all. Gold leaf picked out the intricate decoration as poles stretched forward for the powerful horses that would never run in front of this chariot again. Cal stopped in front of the death mask of the young king, his face resplendent in shining gold, inlaid with precious stones and coal-black obsidian eyes. The statue wore a blue and gold-striped Nemes headdress with the cobra and vulture emerging from the forehead, while a stylized beard extended from its chin. The mask originally covered the head of the mummy, which remained in the Valley of the Kings, but 2 of the coffins are here, along with other treasures from the tomb. Julius bent close to the glass, his eyes shining with the passion of an explorer. Imagine what it must have been like to discover all this. Cal strode down the aisle between the display cases. Incredible indeed, but the discoverers paid the ultimate price, the curse of the pharaohs. Press overreaction, surely, Morgan said. Wasn't the cause of death an airborne contaminant they all breathed in when the tomb was opened? That depends on your perspective. Cal smiled. The curse proclaimed that death shall come on swift wings to him who disturbs the peace of the king. Who can say for sure whether ancient curses have power in modern times? Morgan considered what she had seen in the Crypt of Bone, how a man had transformed into a demon through the words of an ancient curse. Cal was right. She would not dismiss such possibilities again. Cal stopped in front of a huge glass cabinet containing golden objects for the pharaoh in his afterlife, and the jars used to store the internal organs of the deceased. The canopic chest was made of a translucent, almost luminous calcite, ivory in color, each jar delicately fashioned into the form of Pharaoh's head. Writing in a contrasting blue pigment identified the liver, lungs, stomach, and intestines. Howard Carter discovered Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922, Cal explained, and the death of his team made the curse a reality. The financial backer of the expedition, Lord Carnarvon, died of blood poisoning within weeks of the tomb opening, and several other members died around that time, too. Regardless, it was the greatest discovery in the Valley of the Kings because it hadn't been looted by thieves. It remains the finest example of royal burial practices, and it also has links to the Ark of the Covenant. Cal pointed to an engraved chest the size of a small altar sitting on 4 carrying poles. The jackal Anubis, god of the dead, sat upon it, his slanted black eyes gazing into the distant horizon. Morgan bent closer to examine the intricate carvings on the side of the chest and recited words from the biblical book of Exodus. Make a chest of acacia wood, overlay it with gold. Cast 4 rings for it and fasten them to the sides. Make poles of acacia wood, overlay them with gold, and insert the poles into the rings to carry it. She turned to Cal. It is similar to the Ark, but what about the cherubim? And Exodus also speaks of hammered gold on the lid. Before Cal could reply, the sound of running feet came from the corridor beyond, followed by muffled shouts and gunfire.
Julius reached for his weapon. Two men ran into the gallery and opened fire on Tutankhamun's treasure. The enormous case shattered, and a hail of glass rained down. Morgan pulled Cal behind the marble of Tutankhamun's canopic chest, which shielded them both as Julius ducked low and returned fire. He pulled out his spare gun and slid it toward Morgan. She snatched up the weapon and fired toward the doorway, her heart pounding with the adrenaline of action. But they wouldn't be able to hold this group off for long. She looked around for a way out, cursing their lack of preparation. They certainly had not expected Natasha to return. The gunfire fell silent. A woman called out, "I just want the final notebook, Dr. El-Suid. I know you have it. I will let you live if you hand it over quickly." Morgan recognized Natasha's voice, even though the assassin was concealed by the entranceway and out of the range of fire. Cal pulled a battered spiral-bound notebook from his jacket pocket and shrugged, mouthing, "Sorry." Julius looked furious, and Morgan knew he would have put more protection in place if they had known there was another notebook. "I'm counting to 5, and then my men will come in," Natasha shouted. "I will have that notebook, and you will suffer a worse fate than the curator if I have to ask for it on more intimate terms." Morgan clenched her fists as she restrained herself from charging her enemy. Natasha was so close, but Morgan knew she had to stay out of sight. Clearly, Natasha didn't know she was here, and Morgan wanted to keep it that way. She looked over at Julius. He was favoring one side of his body, and as he turned, Morgan saw blood on his shoulder. He'd been shot. "1," Natasha shouted. Morgan looked at her watch. The response time of the local police and security services was notoriously slow, and the guards downstairs were presumably neutralized. They couldn't win this. There was no choice. 2, Morgan whispered to Cal. "Have you studied what's in the notebook? Can we give it to her without jeopardizing our mission?" Cal frowned. "There are 2 theories about where the Ark could be. The African route follows the Ark into Ethiopia, and the Sinai route follows the Egyptians. There is strong evidence for both. At the beginning of the notebook, Abbasi is sure the African route is the more likely, but in the last pages, he reveals additional evidence for Sinai." 3. Morgan took the notebook from Cal and carefully ripped the last 4 pages out, pulling the little pieces of torn paper from between the rings that bound it to hide the deception. She folded the pages and handed them back to Cal, who put them inside his jacket pocket. The notebook looked as if it hadn't been touched. 4. "Hurry," Julius hissed. "We can't survive if they come for us." The pain and shock of his wounded shoulder were clearly affecting him, and in that moment, Morgan missed Jake by her side. She would feel much more confident if they were together, but she was determined to get back to him. 5. Morgan slid the notebook toward the door, careful not to show her face. It stopped a few feet away. "That's it," Julius shouted. "That's the final notebook. Now leave us." A burst of gunfire erupted, providing cover as a man slipped out and retrieved the notebook. There was a minute of quiet as Natasha examined the precious notes. Morgan held her breath, counting the seconds. There was a risk that the missing pages might be noticed and it would all be over. But as the seconds ticked on, it seemed that perhaps the ruse had worked. A minute later, the sound of running boots echoed down the hall and faded away to silence. Natasha and her team were gone, along with the notebook. Morgan rushed over to help Julius, who sat slumped on the floor, holding his arm. Blood oozed out from beneath his fingertips.
"I'll be all right,"
he said through gritted teeth.
"But I can't come with you. You need to find the Ark before Natasha."
Morgan looked over at Cal as he sat reading the last notebook pages, frowning in concentration. Cal might not be the ideal partner on such a mission, but she was going to need some help. Chapter 6. Aksum, Ethiopia. As the small plane banked over the town at the base of the mountains, Natasha glimpsed low-slung buildings, dusty gray-green against the landscape. A land of fable, she remembered her father saying of this area. He had told her stories of when Ethiopia had been a powerful civilization, although most had forgotten that now. He had taken Antiquities from the area with hardly any difficulty. It was a place forever underestimated and misunderstood, yet Ethiopia was most likely the cradle of civilization. The earliest known stone tools had been discovered in this area, as had the fossilized remains of Lucy, the earliest walking hominid, who had roamed the area over 3.5 million years ago. For some, the word Ethiopia conjured images of skeletal children broken by years of famine, but the country, once known as Abyssinia, had been a great kingdom. A naval and trading power that ruled the region from 400 BC well into the 10th century, it was the most influential state between the Eastern Roman Empire and Persia. Aksum was a small city in the Tigray region in the north of Ethiopia, toward the border with Eritrea. There had long been claims that the Ark of the Covenant was kept here, and the curator's notes pointed in this direction. Natasha looked down on the land below, pitted and scarred like the hide of a dinosaur that had died fighting. The plane lurched suddenly, and nausea swept over her. She grabbed the arms of the seat.
"Are you okay?"
Isaac asked. Natasha nodded. In truth, she was struggling, but she wasn't about to show it, even to a man who had known her for so long. Isaac Abdelrahim had grown up in her father's house, the son of his most trusted bodyguard, so it was almost inevitable that he would become her own protection as the years went by. As children, they had fought each other in the yard, under the stern direction of their fathers, and each had deep scars inflicted by the other. Yet Isaac was the only man Natasha truly trusted, and he had proved his loyalty over and over again. How long could she keep this secret from him? Pregnancy wasn't something that could be hidden for long, and Isaac needed to know so he could protect the baby as well as herself. Natasha was still deciding what to do about it. She was 8 weeks pregnant, so she had time to think about her options. No one need know until she started showing, and although her breasts were larger already, she could use that to her advantage by distracting the weak men around her. She would finish this mission and then disappear with enough money to keep her in luxury for years. She would hide in Asia, maybe Singapore, perhaps India, countries with first-class hospitals and the best treatment with no questions asked. But did she even want to keep it? Natasha struggled with that question. The father was Milan Noble, a Czech businessman who had been transformed into a demon in the bone church of Setlitz, the curse of the devil's Bible made flesh. But his genetic stock was aristocratic, and he had been a perfect male specimen before speaking the unholy words. Natasha had gone to Europe to learn from Milan. In the Middle East, it was easy to take power through violence, oppression, and fear, but Milan had a way of drawing it to himself. People wanted to follow him, and that was something Natasha craved. The baby was the last piece she had of Milan, his final legacy. She shook her head at the glimmer of emotion. It must be the hormones coursing through her body. It made her fragile, and she would not tolerate such weakness. She would get rid of it as soon as she finished the mission. Her father would have cursed and beaten her for becoming pregnant by a Westerner, rather than someone of royal Egyptian blood. He would have called her a whore and banished her until the child was born. She would have been a liability, someone who needed protection instead of an asset who could fight. That could not be tolerated. Her father had been obsessed with the Ark of the Covenant. It was the one thing he hadn't achieved before his death, when the shades of the people he had killed came for him in the night. Finding the Ark would be a kind of justice, a revenge for what he had turned her into, a way to show that she had surpassed him. Natasha turned her attention back to the notebook they had taken from the museum. She flicked through the pages and examined the curator's detailed research notes. The Ethiopians had been amongst the earliest converts to Christianity, and the Ethiopian Coptic Church remained separate from the rest of the Christian Orthodox world. The kingdom of Aksum even had its own language, Ge'ez, in which the sacred texts were written. But despite the claims of possessing the Ark and the rich cultural heritage of this area, the political troubles, poverty, and violence meant that few visited, and it was hardly a bustling tourist destination. All the better for what Natasha had in mind. Natasha put away the notebook as the plane landed at Aksum Airport and bumped along a meager runway strip in the middle of a plain stretching up toward the mountains beyond. A Range Rover sat on the tiny runway, waiting for them. Natasha pulled on mirrored sunglasses and headed outside as Isaac motioned two of their men to follow. They only needed a small team for this incursion.
"Welcome to Aksum,"
the driver greeted them with a warm smile. Isaac stepped forward and spoke to the man in a hushed tone, giving him a wad of American dollars. Natasha and the other men stood silent as the man's posture shifted, and a glimmer of fear crept into his eyes. He took the roll of dollars, briefly thumbed through it, and nodded.
"Of course, sir. I'll take you there now."
The tires of the old vehicle threw up a cloud of dust as they drove into Aksum. Eucalyptus trees lined the road, providing scant shade from the Ethiopian sun. A man in a white jalaba led a camel up the street, and a young girl in a mustard shama herded 3 goats along with a thin stick. Neither gave the visitors a second glance. This was a town on the edge of survival, and eking out an existence took all the energy the residents had. Natasha couldn't see how the Ark could possibly be here. How could it have come from the Golden Temple of Solomon to this poverty-stricken backwater? But she had to be sure. Glancing to her left, Natasha noticed a field dotted with unusual granite obelisks that stretched high into the cornflower blue sky. The driver saw her look and risked speaking.
"There are many mysteries here in Aksum. This field of obelisks contains the tallest single pieces of stone quarried in the ancient world, eclipsing those in Egypt. Perhaps they mark graves, but nothing is known for sure about them."
He sighed.
"Few scholars come here anymore."
The Range Rover pulled up in front of the sanctuary, contained within a walled compound at the center of the town.
"St. Mary of Zion was built in the 4th century, the earliest Christian church in sub-Saharan Africa."
The driver's tourist explanation trailed off at the hostile silence of his passengers. Natasha stepped out into the dust and looked around. Steps led up to the church, and a stone wall surrounded the whole complex. A turreted guardhouse stood to one side, but the guards once stationed there were long gone. Olive trees provided patches of shade in the courtyard at the side of the church, and a few monks sat there in silence, their robes blending into the shadows as they watched the newcomers with a faint curiosity. Natasha pulled a shawl over her head out of respect for the local religious tradition. Sometimes a goal could be achieved without violence, and she didn't want an international incident around the Ark. At least, not yet. She walked slowly over to the monks. They wore faded purple robes, the color of eggplant that had sat in the sun too long, and all had gray or white beards on their wrinkled faces. Natasha addressed the senior monk with her gaze demurely cast down. "Father, I have come a long way to learn about the Ark of Zion, and to pray in the sanctuary." She paused, then looked at him directly. "I have brought gifts for your community to show my respect." Isaac brought over a thick envelope stuffed with a wad of $100 bills. The old monk looked at the envelope and around at his brothers. A few of them gave imperceptible nods of acceptance. The monk spoke in halting English. "We are pleased to welcome you here, my child. We appreciate your generosity. What is it you would like to know?" He took the proffered envelope and slipped it into his robes. Natasha was faintly disappointed at how easily he had given in, but she kept her need for violence in check. She sat down on a low wall while Isaac and the other two men stood further back. "How did the Ark come to be here?" The old monk took a deep breath. "The Ethiopian holy book, the Kebra Nagast, the Glory of Kings, states that when the Queen of Sheba went to Jerusalem to meet with King Solomon, she lay with him and became pregnant." Around him, the other monks nodded their assent to the tale. "Many years later, her son Menelik returned to Jerusalem to meet with his father and claim his inheritance. The archangel Michael protected the ark on the journey back, and it has remained in Aksum ever since. The wings of the angels still rest upon its lid, for God is with us and has not deserted us, even throughout wars and famine." The monk pointed to a separate building behind and to the side of the main church. "The Ark of Zion is in the chapel of the tablet, also known as the treasury. It is kept hidden in its own chest and guarded by a specially appointed monk. The brother who takes on that sacred duty lives inside the chapel and must never leave until he dies." The small square treasury was ringed by a rust-red metal fence taller than a man, which kept it separate from the rest of the sacred compound. It had windows ringed with turquoise and geometric carvings in the brick walls. On the roof, a small dome with an ornate cross reached toward the sky, and a faded scarlet curtain hung over the entranceway to the shrine. Overall, it was a disappointing resting place for such an important relic, certainly compared to some of the incredible tombs Natasha had seen in the Valley of the Kings. The curator's notebook said that the Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie had moved the Ark into the treasury so it would be more secure. Because of the military conflict with nearby Eritrea, no one but the high priest of the church could view the Ark anymore, not even the president of Ethiopia himself. "I would like to pray before the Ark," Natasha said, glancing pointedly at the pocket where the monk had tucked the donation. He nodded. "Of course, you can pray inside, but you cannot see the Ark. It is only brought forth twice a year, on Epiphany and the Feast of Saint Mary of Zion, but you will be close enough to it inside." The monk gestured to one of the surrounding men, perhaps the youngest, even though he still struggled to rise. It was clear that these holy men would not be around for another generation, and whatever secrets they kept would die with them. The man shuffled toward the shrine and pulled a key from his belt. He unlocked the fence and waved Natasha inside, holding a hand up to indicate that Isaac and her guards should stay outside. Natasha stepped inside the gate, pushed through the velvet curtain, and entered the shrine. It was stuffy and smelled of body odor, overlaid with the heavy scent of incense. It was a cloying, sickly atmosphere with no sense of anything holy, totally unlike the awe and wonder Natasha felt when she encountered the grandeur of ancient Egyptian temples. But she had to be sure. The curator Abbasi Gamal had never visited the sanctuary and never examined what lay within. The questions in his notebook remained unanswered. Thaddeus. The Amharic formal greeting came from the shadows. Thaddeus, Natasha replied. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she could see the silhouette of a monk sitting on a chair at the back of the shrine. He guarded a doorway over which hung another dull red curtain. In front of him was a thin railing and cushions for kneeling penitents. Natasha affected a modest pose, as would become a woman in supplication to her god. She knelt before the altar, but as she did so, she pulled her knife from an ankle sheath and hid it beneath the long folds of her shawl. She whispered a prayer, not to the Christian god, but to her ancestors and the warrior gods of Egypt. The monk leaned forward, as if trying to catch her words, and Natasha wondered what it must be like to be shut in here for so long, with no hope of respite. Was it worth the reward in the afterlife? She forced a cough, then another, wheezing with the in-breath. The monk rose, perhaps to bring her water. Natasha slumped against the rail, feigning weakness. As soon as the monk was within reach, she grabbed his hand, gripped a pressure point, and twisted his arm, rising into the hold so he couldn't escape. With the other hand, Natasha pulled the knife and held it to his throat. "Be silent," she whispered. "Show me the Ark. Now." Chapter 7. Natasha pushed the knife lightly into the monk's neck, drawing a bead of blood that trickled down onto his robes. He murmured prayers in Amharic as she stepped over the railing and walked with him slowly toward the inner shrine. He pushed suddenly against her and flung his head back to try to catch her face with his heavy skull. Natasha sensed his move before he made it. He was an idiot priest with no fighting skills, no match for an experienced assassin. His attempt to escape was all the excuse she needed to indulge her bloodlust. As he turned, Natasha bent her knees and used her body weight to drive the knife into his side. His heavy robes cushioned the blow, and he swung at her with his fists. He shouted for help, his cry a warning over the quiet day. Dogs erupted into barking outside. Natasha heard shouts, but she knew Isaac would keep them at bay. She didn't even turn her head to the door. The monk charged. At the last second, she slashed her knife in a wide arc. The monk clutched at his throat, his cries cut off by the gurgling of blood from the gaping wound. As he fell to his knees, Natasha stepped behind him and pulled his head back, slitting his throat through the already open wound. Blood pumped out, darkening his faded robe to deep purple. His eyes glazed over. He would be with his god soon enough. Natasha wiped her knife on the monk's robes and slid it back into its sheath. She walked to the back of the shrine and pushed aside the curtain, stepping inside the Holy of Holies, the inner sanctuary. There was a modest altar upon which lay a casket covered by an embroidered cloth depicting people dancing in front of the ark. Angels swooped overhead, praising God. Paintings on the walls showed a group of black priests carrying the ark from Jerusalem to Ethiopia as kings bowed down before it. Natasha lifted the cloth to reveal a dark wooden chest beneath. It was humble, just plain wood. There were metal rings for carrying poles, but they were the only thing that linked this object to the fabled ark. Natasha ran her fingertips along the smooth lid of the chest. The curator's notebook described this as the tabut. There were all kinds of tablets throughout Ethiopia, each of them a replica of the box that held the tablets on which the law was written. But this one was supposedly the original, and there should be sacred objects within. The rod of Aaron and the pot of manna. Natasha lifted the lid, and it creaked slightly. Inside was a gold cloth wrapped into a bundle, covered with embroidered swirls and geometric shapes. She reached in and picked it up. A jolt of energy ran up her arm. A noise like a rushing waterfall filled her ears, and she felt a sudden sense of vertigo. Natasha gasped and dropped the bundle. The noise immediately stopped. What the hell? She shook her head to clear it and took her knife out once more. She used it to prise the folds of material away from what lay beneath. A shriveled shard of wood, as big as a man's hand, with a patterning of gold leaf speckled on its surface. Could this be a piece of the original Ark? And what was the noise and the strange energy it released? This relic wasn't a symbol that would unite a nation, but if there were some latent power remaining in the pieces, Natasha needed to find the rest of them and get them to Jerusalem. She always fulfilled her missions, and this one would be no different. She used the tip of the knife to push the cloth around the shard of shrunken wood and pulled off the altar cloth to use as another barrier before lifting the entire package out from the altar casket. She walked back through the shrine, stepped over the body of the monk, and left the treasury. The courtyard was now quite a different scene. Isaac and his men surrounded the group of monks, who were down on their knees, guns to their heads. The monks cried out when they saw what Natasha carried out of the sanctuary. "God will strike you down for touching the holy relic," the senior monk called. "You cannot take it from this place, for he has given it to us for safekeeping." Natasha stalked over, all pretense of piety gone. She shook the bundle in his face and spat her words at him. "This is your precious Ark, this scrap of wood, this pathetic sliver of timber." He fell backward as she stood over him. The other monks reached out to grab the bundle from her, but Isaac and his men pushed them back. Natasha bent close. "Where's the rest of it? Tell me, or I will burn it, right here in the courtyard. You will never see your sacred relic again." The monk's gaze remained fixed on the bundle, even as he shrank back from Natasha's violence. "Isaac, bring one of them." Isaac grabbed a monk from the group and pushed him down next to her. Natasha pulled her gun and held it against the monk's temple. "Where's the rest of the Ark?" The monk at gunpoint prayed aloud, his voice rising to a crescendo. The senior monk remained silent. Natasha pulled the trigger. Her victim slumped to the ground, blood running from the wound in his head, soaking the earth of the sanctuary. "You are from the devil," the old monk whispered, his hands shaking. "God would not ask this of us." Isaac pushed another monk down next to the body of the last. "How many of your brothers will you give up for the sake of this fragment?" Natasha asked. This monk wasn't as strong as his friend. "Please, Father, let me live. Spare me." Natasha fired into the side of his head, and his body slumped down next to the last. This time, the blood and brains of his brother spattered the senior monk's face. As he scrambled to wipe it off, he babbled words in Amharic, pointing south away from the sanctuary. As Isaac reached for another sacrifice, the senior monk raised his hands in surrender. "No more. Please. You must go to the Lemba." Natasha looked at Isaac and raised an eyebrow. He nodded back at her. The curator's notebook contained research about the Lemba tribe of Zimbabwe, who also claimed an ancient link to the Jews and the Ark of the Covenant. But he hadn't foreseen the Ark being broken into pieces, incorrectly assuming it would remain intact over millennia. Natasha stepped away from the old man, and the other monks crowded around, supporting him and dragging him away from the bodies of the slaughtered brothers. Natasha walked out of the enclosure, flanked by Isaac and the other men as they double-timed it back to the waiting Range Rover. A great wail of grief went up as she stepped outside the boundary wall of Mary of Zion with the fragment of the Ark in her arms. After thousands of years, it was lost to the monks once more. Chapter 8. Sinai, Egypt. Despite the long drive from Cairo, Morgan felt alert as they drove further into the wilderness of the Sinai Desert. They had left Cairo at 4 a.m., the quietest and coolest part of the day, and she was glad to escape the sprawling metropolis. After the shootout at the museum, Julius had taken responsibility for sorting out the mess and encouraged Cal to join Morgan. Natasha would be heading south into Ethiopia, so the risks were reduced, and Cal's expert knowledge would accelerate the mission. He accepted with enthusiasm as a chance to complete his friend's research and perhaps find a way to avenge his death. Cal was driving and focused on the badly pitted road that stretched ahead of them, but with his careful handling, the car zipped over the kilometers. "Not long now," he said as a bump in the road caused him to swerve slightly. "I've only been to Serabit el-Khadim once, a long time ago, as part of my first degree. It's stunning." "Why is it significant?" Morgan asked. "It was an important mine. The ancient Egyptians used turquoise and copper for jewelry, and pigments for painting and decoration. There's also a vast temple complex that dates back to 2600 BC. Although, of course, the Brits stole everything valuable." There was a smile in his tone, but Morgan knew he was right. Early archaeologists removed artifacts as the rewards of adventure and empire. Some had probably saved the treasures from a worse fate, but now the political climate had changed, and there were calls for objects to be returned to their original cultures. Cal continued his explanation. In 1904, the Petrie expedition, sponsored by the Egypt Exploration Fund, surveyed the region. When they found this temple, Petrie postulated that Moses had received the 10 Commandments and built the Ark of the Covenant here. But the church considers the site to be St. Catherine's Monastery, with Jebel Musa, Mount Sinai, to the east. The Petrie expedition records were suppressed so as not to undermine the official position. Cal glanced over at Morgan with a look of excitement. But Abbasi found a copy of the report, and his commentary is in the last 4 pages of the notebook. The theory makes a lot of sense. If Moses was indeed an Egyptian priest escaping from those who wanted to re-establish polytheism, he would have fled here. The golden calf in the Bible might be a reference to the goddess Hathor, depicted with cow ears, whose temple is at Serabit el-Khadim. There's also evidence of ritual alchemy, perhaps the source of the Ark's mysterious power. It's a fascinating place. As they drove the last few kilometers to the temple, Morgan considered how strange this mission had become. Myth and legends surrounded the Ark, but there was a kernel of truth somewhere. They just had to find it. If Natasha found the Ark first, Morgan would hunt her down. But if she and Cal found it, Natasha would come to them. Either way, there would be a reckoning, and it would be soon. The peace summit was approaching, and Jerusalem was a tinderbox of potential violence. Cal pulled into what could be called a car park, but was really just a wider area on the badly maintained road. A man wearing a dusty jacket and trainers with his traditional jalaba squatted by the side of the road, sipping from a bottle of soda. Cal raised his hand in greeting, and the man slowly stood, watching as they got out of the car.
Salam alaikum,
Cal said in the traditional Arabic greeting.
Alaikum assalam,
the guide responded. He accepted the envelope of money that Cal held out, then nodded at Morgan and allowed them to walk on.
The locals are charged with stopping looters,
Cal explained.
But so few people come here, their primary job is to take some money to support nearby villages.
The place was a ruin with little attention from the tourist trade, and there were no paved roads up the mountain, so it was a vigorous walk to the top. They picked their way through the rubble-strewn landscape. Ancient stelae and obelisks poked up through the field of stones, and Morgan stopped to trace the letters on one of them. It looks like some kind of hieratic script. She turned to Cal. Do you know what it means? He bent to examine it.
The hieroglyphs are not from any known dialect, so this place is quite the mystery. The deepest knowledge of the ancients is perhaps still hidden.
They continued along the path and turned a rocky corner to find the full expanse of the temple stretching before them. Constructed from sandstone quarried from the mountain, it blended into the desert landscape with a series of adjoining halls, shrines, courts, and chambers, all set within a main enclosure. Cal pointed at a shadowy passageway just visible beyond the maze of buildings.
We need to go there, to the Cave of Hathor.
They walked through the maze of the temple complex and entered the cave system. The temperature was several degrees cooler than the heat of the day outside. Feeling the welcome chill on her skin, Morgan breathed in the air and let her senses widen. If Cal was right, this was a place where ancient Egyptians had sacrificed to their gods, a place where Moses found shelter after the expulsion from Egypt. It felt reminiscent of the great tombs in the Valley of the Kings, where the bodies of royalty lay with battalions of slaves for the afterlife. There was a sense of belief embedded in the stone walls, even though the people who practiced the divine arts were now long gone. Cal led the way further into the cave system. They passed an upright pillar, then a limestone stela of Pharaoh Ramses I, before reaching the Cave of Hathor. A colossal statue of the cow-eared goddess stood in the center, surrounded by hieroglyphics etched into the walls. Cal walked past the statue to the back of the cave.
This is what we came to see. This carving links Akhenaten and the Exodus. Pictures of it were suppressed along with Petri's manuscript.
Morgan walked to join him. The carving was a beautiful outline of a queen, a cartouche set in her crown.
It's Akhenaten's mother, Queen Tiye,
Cal explained.
It's similar in style to the Amarna period carvings. There's nothing like this at St. Catherine's Monastery, which makes this the more likely location for Moses and his band of Hebrews.
He squatted down and brushed away sand from a dipped area in the stone beneath the carving.
Abbasis suspected that this is a crucible of some kind, related to a particular white powder concealed beneath carefully laid flagstones in the main temple, clearly with religious significance.
What was it? Morgan asked. Some kind of drug?
The ancient Egyptians called it mufkuts. Abbasis notes link it to monatomic gold made here under the guise of turquoise mining. It has been depicted in tomb paintings as a white conical shape presented to the pharaohs. Ancient texts also call it white bread or bread of the presence.
Morgan raised an eyebrow. Bread of the presence is mentioned in Exodus, as is the Ark. It's referred to as shewbread and was offered to God in the temple. That can't be a coincidence.
Exactly, Cal said. But there's more. Recent experiments with monatomic gold have shown it has remarkable properties. It could be used as a superconductor and, with graphene, could pave the way to virtually free energy and environmentally friendly fuel cells. It seems there is a great deal more at stake here than an ancient relic. Morgan's mind reeled with possibilities and questions. Scripture says that the Ark had that kind of power. But what about the rays of light that radiated out from it? Cal traced a finger down a groove in the dipped well. There are carvings in some Egyptian tombs linking muftkhuts with a device that causes a ray of light to shoot out, like a kind of primitive laser. But surely that technology is way too advanced for the time. Cal shook his head. Not necessarily. There are other examples of technology, like the Baghdad battery, dated at over 2,000 years old, which shows the ancients understood electric cells and energy storage. 5 such batteries were discovered, and actually, the description of the Ark of the Covenant is similar to an electrical capacitor. Cal sketched a simple drawing of the Ark with his fingertip in the sand. The Ark of Shittim wood was described as having gold within and gold without, essentially 2 plate layers of gold, a conductor, sandwiching a non-conductive insulator of acacia wood. Here and here. He pointed to the edges of the Ark. The 2 gold cherubim on top could have acted as outer electrodes. Even with low electrical potential, it would have become charged over time, and the discharge would arc from the cherubim with enough stored energy to kill. The Ark could have been a weapon. Morgan sat down on a rock, astonished by Cal's explanation. It was difficult to reconcile an ancient artifact with such modern technological ideas. But the Egyptians were an incredibly advanced civilization, and after what Morgan had seen on previous missions, she couldn't dismiss anything too soon. If the Ark was indeed a weapon, how much more damage could it do in modern times? Cal stood and paced back and forth across the temple floor. He was clearly agitated, and Morgan sensed he was holding something back. Go on. Tell me everything. I need to know what we're up against. Cal stopped pacing and turned to her with a frown. Abbasi was rational, a man of science. He was also my dear friend. But even I find it hard to understand the last words of the notebook. He pulled out the folded pages. It's a quote from a professor of quantum physics. Monatomic gold, or the fabled muftkhuts, has a gravitational attraction of less than 0. Because gravity determines space-time, the white powder is capable of bending space-time. Seriously? Morgan shook her head. People believe that stuff. Cal nodded. There's even one theory that the Ark still exists at Chartres Cathedral in France, but it sits in a parallel dimension owing to the elements of monatomic gold contained within it. Morgan couldn't help but laugh, and the sound echoed around the chamber. I'm pretty sure that an Ark in another space-time dimension doesn't pose a threat to the Jerusalem Peace Summit. Let's just focus on the possibilities for the physical Ark, shall we? Cal looked relieved. I wanted you to know everything, but that side of the research is a little extreme, even for me. He pulled out the notebook pages and skimmed them quickly. Abbasi went to St. Catherine's Monastery next. He found something, but he didn't record it in detail. That's where we need to go now. They returned to the car and drove on as the sky darkened and night crept over the horizon. Rugged mountains stretched as far as Morgan could see into the distance, primordial granite ravaged by wind and rain, the exposed rocks open to sand blown from the deserts of Arabia. It was a place made for demons, for the spirits of a stark wilderness, a place to die of thirst and exposure as the sun beat down, and the scorpions crawled over the desiccated corpses of lost travelers. As dark clouds cast shadows across the jagged peaks and deep ravines, Morgan wondered how the wandering Hebrews had survived those years in the wilderness. Cal pointed out the window down into a ravine. "Look, you can just see St. Catherine's in the distance." The official name of the world's oldest working monastery was the Sacred and Imperial Monastery of the God-trodden Mount of Sinai. It was Eastern Orthodox and now a UNESCO World Heritage Site protected by the United Nations, but its beginnings were gruesome indeed. Catherine of Alexandria was a Christian martyr, crushed by bludgeoning blows while chained to a spoked wheel, then beheaded. Legend tells that angels carried her remains to Sinai, where monks discovered them in 800 AD. Even from this distance, Morgan could see that the monastery was fortified. Until recent times, it was only accessible through a door high in the outer walls. It was integrated into the rock from which it was quarried and blended into the landscape, an impregnable stone fortress. Behind it, Jebel Musa, the biblical Mount Sinai, rose majestically above the desert floor, one of the highest peaks in the region. It was supposedly where Moses had received the 10 Commandments, and Morgan felt a thrill of excitement as she gazed upon it. This ancient place hid many secrets. Perhaps they would find a clue to the Ark in these remote halls. Chapter 9. Gonareju National Park, Zimbabwe. Natasha watched the last light of the day touch the hills and then fade behind them. The dusty road stretched across the savanna to the mountains in the east, where green foothills emerged as an oasis in the parched gray. The road twisted toward the outskirts of the Gonareju National Park, where a guide would meet them. They had been driving in silence for hours, an easy quiet made simple by the years that Natasha had spent with Isaac, but now she broke the silence. "Tell me about this guide. We don't have time to waste, and the clock in Jerusalem is ticking." Isaac skillfully navigated the jeep around another pothole in the dilapidated road. "Our guide was born Lemba, but his greed is stronger than his tribal links. He wants to be part of the new Africa, a wealthy businessman rather than a tribal elder. Our money will enable him to start anew. In exchange, he will lead us to the holy cave where the Ngoma is kept." Natasha recognized the term from the curator's notebook. The Ngoma was a wooden drum used to store the sacred objects of the Lemba. It was carried before the tribe in battle, and legend told that it had guided them on the long trek through the continent to their current habitat. It was carried on 2 poles inserted into rings on the side of the drum, and only the priests could touch it, while anyone else doing so would be struck down by fire. It matched the description of the Ark, and they needed to find it tonight. Natasha was also determined that the incursion be quiet and without bloodshed. Ethiopia had been a mistake. She had lost control and drawn unwanted attention to their quest. This trip needed to proceed without incident. She pulled out the battered notebook and checked the notes as the miles lengthened and the shadows deepened on the landscape. The Lemba were an ethnic group found across Zimbabwe, South Africa, Mozambique, and Malawi. They claimed to be a chosen people, direct descendants of the Jews, and they also claimed to have the original Ark of the Covenant. A British academic spent time with them chasing the mysterious Ngoma, and concluded that the Ark was an ancient drum, now lying dusty and discarded in a museum. But his conclusions did not convince Natasha. After all, he was a Western academic, bringing imperial preconceptions to the investigation. But she was Egyptian. She was African. And the rise of this continent was beginning a new cycle. Africa had been the center of powerful nations once, and it would be again. Natasha was sure there was an Ark in these mountains. The only question was whether it was the real Ark of the Covenant. There were good reasons to think so.
Genetic testing of the Lemba revealed that more than half the male population had Semitic origins. They also had Jewish aspects to their culture, with a priestly clan, Shabbat observance, and circumcision. They refused to eat pigs and ritually slaughtered animals in a specific way. They didn't intermarry with other tribes and maintained their separate status. Even their clan names were reminiscent of Arabic or Hebrew variants, setting them apart from other African languages. It was thought that the Lemba were related to a Jewish group that may have originally crossed into Africa, using the narrow strait that separated Yemen from Djibouti and Eritrea. Natasha gazed at the horizon and wondered at the longevity of the Ark myth. The Ark itself had been hidden for so long and had most likely been destroyed. She could probably produce any old artifact, and it would still ignite Jerusalem to violence. But she took great pride in her professionalism, and the financial reward was significant. She intended to deliver the authentic Ark to the mysterious Al-Hirba. He remained in the shadows, but she sensed through his messages how much he hated Israel. The country was a Ouroboros, a snake that eats its own tail in a perpetual cycle of violence. Just like her own life. Natasha sighed. Perhaps she should escape altogether and restart as a different person with a new life somewhere else in the world. Somewhere safe, where history didn't bleed, and where feuds didn't go back countless generations. Her own country was steeped in the gore of millennia, bones broken by slave-driving pharaohs, women beaten and stoned, and eminent scholars hounded out by imbecile fundamentalists. There was no simplicity in being Egyptian. But did she really want a simple life? Could she bear to sit reading a book on a beach while out here there was treasure to be found and adventures to be had? She rubbed her belly and felt Isaac's gaze upon her. Something you need to tell me, sister? He never used the endearment in front of others, and Natasha knew he would keep her secret, but now wasn't the time to tell him. Nothing, my brother. But put your foot down. We need to make that rendezvous in time. Dongi, Holy Mountain of the Lemba, Zimbabwe. Night fell fast in Africa, and the shadows had darkened to pitch before Natasha and Isaac reached the meeting point. They drove through one of the main entrances of the Gonareju National Park, named after the elephant's tusk. The scent of jacaranda hung in the air, and the sounds of the night emerged, bullfrogs and cicadas, and the bark of hyenas. Huge fruit bats flew overhead, their wings inky black against the sky. Natasha felt strangely at peace. Death was so close here. She could wander into the bush and it would come upon her, in the guise of a lion or snake, or even in the buzz of a mosquito. She touched the scars on her arms beneath the long sleeves she always wore. Cutting had been a way to tame her fears of dying, but now death seemed more like a friend. It beckoned her and offered respite in its icy embrace. Sometimes it was hard to resist slipping into that sleep, but now Natasha had more to consider. Could she grow new life from a body that was both wounded and a weapon? A light flashed ahead in the darkness. Isaac slowed the car and they stopped beside a gate. A young man peered in the window. Glad to meet you. I'm Matthew. Isaac gestured to the back. Get in. The money's in the rucksack. Matthew hopped in. We must hurry. There's a celebration at the village tonight, and while they're distracted, we should be able to sleep past the guards. Isaac caught his eye in the mirror. But you're taking us to the secret place, right? I hope we haven't come on a useless mission. Matthew nodded. Of course. You will see the Ngoma. That is what you're paying for. And tonight I will leave this village. It means nothing to me anymore. We must move on. No more tribal objects and sacred history.
No more colonial attitudes and patronizing charity. I will be part of the Renaissance of Africa.
His passion impressed Natasha. Here was the new Africa indeed, shaping the future instead of being fixated on the past. Maybe that's what she needed to do with her life. But Isaac wasn't so impressed.
You still have a way to go, my friend. This new Africa may find itself ruled by China at the rate you're accepting their money. An Eastern master could be just as bad as the West.
Matthew shook his head.
The Chinese don't patronize us like the colonials. They understand we are entrepreneurs. We are mobile first. Look at Angola. The Portuguese who once enslaved them now flock to Luanda. Angolan companies are buying Portuguese companies, and money is flowing the other way.
Enough politics, Natasha snapped. Tell us about the Ngoma. Matthew stroked the backpack next to him, the cash inside a promise of the future. The fire in his eyes dimmed as he dipped back into the past.
The old Lemba believed the Ngoma contains the very voice of God, that his essence dwells there, and that we carried it from the lost land of Senna. The Ngoma must never touch the ground, and those who are not priests cannot touch it. Death by fire and smoke will greet the impure who try to take it. He paused. At least that's what they have always told us.
Matthew pointed ahead.
Turn left down the track after the next baobab tree. It's rough, so expect some bumps.
The jeep bounced over the rough ground as the path wound into deeper bush, and the track became narrower.
You have guns with you, right? Matthew said. This is elephant country, and lions hunt here. It isn't safe to be out this deep in the bush at night. I thought there would be more of you.
Natasha glanced behind. We don't need any other people involved, and we're good for weapons.
How much further is it? The bush is too dense to see the upper slopes, but soon we'll be at the foot of the holy mountain. Maybe 10 more minutes. Then we must climb.
Finally, Matthew called a halt and jumped out of the jeep, Natasha following him with the backpacks. Isaac drove into deeper bush so the vehicle was camouflaged in case the Lemba guards approached. Isaac clambered over the seats and out of the car. Then they pulled branches down and covered the vehicle as much as possible. They tugged on their packs, and Matthew led them into the dense bush. The sounds of the African night reverberated around them, the chirp of cicadas and the calls of the nightbirds masking their footfalls. They pushed their way through the trees and undergrowth as the track sloped upward. Natasha was glad to be walking after being in the cramped car for hours on end. The sheer physicality of the world here was a relief. The smell of the earth, the potential danger of predators, the possibility of being discovered. She lived for the edge, so how could she even consider living a so-called normal life? It just wasn't her. She had brothers back in Egypt. They would continue the family name. Perhaps she could even take one of her nieces to the terrorist training camps one day and raise a new generation of assassins. Matthew held up a hand suddenly. They stopped and stood in silence. Voices came from up ahead, 2 men joking and laughing. Isaac swung his backpack off and withdrew a leather pouch. He pulled out 2 syringes of fast-acting sedative and handed one to Natasha. They inched closer until they crouched down and peered through branches at a small clearing in front of a cave. 2 guards sat by a campfire holding beer cans, with 2 empties behind them. They were relaxed but still alert. Natasha signed to Isaac that she would take the one on the right, and they crept around the outside rim of the bush toward them. She and Isaac had worked together so many times, and they relaxed into a pattern of behavior where they almost knew each other's thoughts. Natasha positioned herself diagonally behind one man and visualized putting the syringe to his neck, pressing the plunger, and catching his collapsing body. She knew Isaac would do the same. A rustle came from the bush in front of the guards. They stood up immediately, weapons at the ready. Matthew stepped into the clearing. The guards relaxed at his familiar face.
"What are you doing here?"
one asked. Natasha and Isaac slid from the bush and, at the same moment, injected the men in the sides of their necks. The guards dropped to the ground in seconds. "Why did you show yourself?" Natasha snapped at Matthew.
"I wanted them to remember I was here."
He blushed.
"It means I cannot return, and I want the break to be final."
Isaac put his hand on Natasha's arm to restrain her anger and nodded.
"I understand, but we must hurry in case anyone else comes to check on them."
Natasha scrambled up the final slope, and before the others could catch her, she stepped alone into the cave. It had a low ceiling and a cool atmosphere, and for a second she savored its calm and darkness. She could make out the shapes of rocks and images on the walls, and shadows she couldn't quite recognize. Then torchlight pierced the darkness, and the harsh light illuminated the walls as Matthew and Isaac joined her. The ghosts of shapes coalesced into paintings. A group of priests carried a box on long poles as men danced before it, and women ululated to the surrounding sky. It reminded Natasha of the description in the book of Samuel, where King David leaped and danced before the ark of the Lord. The paintings were old, but the colors had been renewed many times. The reds had been brightened by adding layers, but the edges were faded. They had been here a long time. The Lemba had oral traditions and priestly DNA, so could they really have the Ark? Matthew walked to the back of the cave.
"Come, this is what they showed the British researcher a few years ago."
Isaac and Natasha ducked under the low-hanging rocks after him. The second cave was small and stuffy, far from the airflow of the entrance, and it smelled of blood overlaid with sickly incense. What looked like a large wooden drum lay on a raised platform in the middle, surrounded by packets of offerings wrapped in fresh green leaves. There were copper loops on the sides of the drum for the carrying poles, which were stacked carefully at the side of the room. But even with the similarities, this was no ark, and it certainly wasn't thousands of years old.
"This is the ngoma," Matthew said. "At least the one we use for most rituals."
Natasha spun around. "What do you mean? Is there another one?" Matthew gave a cheeky grin.
"That's why you're here, isn't it? I promised you the real ngoma, the real Ark of the Lemba."
He walked behind the altar to the rock wall, felt along it, then slipped sideways into a space camouflaged by contoured shadow. He disappeared, then popped his head back out.
"Come, it's this way."
Chapter 10. Natasha slipped between the rock faces into the roughly hewn passage, Isaac following close behind. It was tight, and even though she could see Matthew's torchlight ahead, she felt a moment of claustrophobia, a sense of the immense weight of rock above. The musty air couldn't possibly have enough oxygen to support them all. Her stomach flipped, and a wave of nausea rose within. But Natasha was no stranger to fear, and while others might faint and scream, she embraced the edge of sensation. From a young age, her father had taught her to experience fear and never flinch away from it. She had been through ritual burial and rebirth, entombed underground for 2 days, breathing only through a tube to the surface. There had been many more trials, and she had always surpassed her brothers in withstanding whatever she faced. This tight corridor would have been nothing if she were in her usual state of mind. Silently, Natasha cursed the thing within her, swearing to get rid of it. This weakness did not become her.
"Are you well?" Isaac whispered.
Natasha realized she had been standing still, her breathing rapid and rasping in the corridor. She exhaled slowly. "Of course," she snapped, turning sideways in the corridor and shuffling after Matthew's torchlight. He waited for them up ahead. "This is where it gets difficult. Stay close as there are tunnels, dead ends, and fake entrances to confuse those who don't know the right way." "How do you even know about this place?" Isaac asked. "Are you of the priestly clan?" Matthew grinned, his teeth bright in the torchlight. "It was a girl, the daughter of the high priest. She showed me as a dare. The younger generation has little respect for these sacred objects. Come, I will show you." 3 tunnels forked away from where they stood, all sloping down in slightly different directions, none tall enough to stand in. "We have to crawl from here." Natasha crawled after Matthew into the cave system, breathing slowly to dampen the tendrils of claustrophobia that still threatened. Isaac paused behind her, making a slight scratching noise now and then. They crawled on, taking another side tunnel, this one with 4 choices. Then another fork took them further down into the depths of the mountain. Natasha wondered at the scale of this underground maze and how the Lemba could have excavated it with primitive tools. It must have taken many generations, and her excitement grew at the thought of what they might find down here. A cave system like this would preserve ancient wood. It was essentially climate-controlled and the same temperature all year round. Tutankhamun's tomb had been sealed in the 14th century BC, and yet the treasures had been perfectly preserved in the dry environment for over 3,000 years, until it was opened again. Matthew stopped and called back. "Be careful here, as we have to cross some holes. They go down to open pits that are impossible to climb back out of. We must go down the right chute to the Ngoma." Natasha repeated the message back to Isaac, and they crawled on, soon reaching the series of holes. She shone her flashlight down into the depths, but could see nothing in the chasm. She felt a pull of sudden attraction to the darkness. Pushing down the compulsion, she crawled carefully around the hole. Finally, Matthew stopped and slid down into a chute that looked exactly like all the others. Natasha waited a few seconds and then slid in after him feet first. The stone had rough notches to slow the passage down and would be easy enough to climb out of again when they had to make the return journey. But the ark must be small indeed to make it this far down the narrow passageways. Was this trip all for nothing? Natasha emerged at the bottom and dropped a meter or so into a circular cave. There was a fresher smell, perhaps from air filtering in from the outside through vents much higher up. Matthew lit a lamp, which cast a warm glow over the cave as Isaac dropped down behind them. "This is the sanctuary." Matthew spoke with reverence, despite his earlier bravado. "That is the real Ngoma." Natasha walked to the stone dais, where a truly ancient wooden artifact sat in pride of place. It was a large drum, made of hard wood with leather stretched over the top. Clearly the modern version in the outer cave was based on this design. She reached out to touch it, anticipating the rush she had felt in the sanctuary of Aksum. "Don't touch it!" Matthew grabbed her arm and pulled her away. Natasha laughed. "Suddenly so reverent, but I don't believe in your gods." She roughly pushed him back and placed her hand on the ancient wood. Matthew sucked in a concerned breath, as if expecting a thunderclap from the heavens to strike her down. But Natasha felt nothing except sinking disappointment at the wasted journey. "There is no power in this object. You give it power through your worship, but it is nothing more than a wooden drum." She turned to Isaac. "What do you think?
Can we take this back to Jerusalem as the Ark? They examined the Ngoma together. It's clearly ancient, Isaac said, but it doesn't look like what the faithful in Jerusalem would expect. There are no cherubim. There's no gold. The Ark needs to be an inspirational object if it's to galvanize extremists to violence. Natasha sighed. All this way for nothing. She spun around and realized Matthew had gone. Stay here. Isaac pulled himself quickly up into the chute, and Natasha heard him scrambling on the stone as he hurried after their guide. Then silence fell once more. Natasha sat down in front of the Ngoma and calmed her breathing, concentrating on the whorls in the dark wood and the movement of air over the back of her throat. She could lower her heart rate incredibly fast with this method and sit still for hours. She had mastered this discipline when young and still relied on it when things spiraled out of control. The practice gave her clarity in the maelstrom. It wasn't long before she heard a scrabbling sound from the chute. Isaac dropped back into the cave. I followed a few tunnels back, but he's gone. He'll take the money and run. Sensible kid. Natasha stood and stretched her limbs. We must be getting old, my brother, to let such a boy escape. Isaac shrugged. No matter. He deserves the money for tricking us. But now we're stuck here and we have a tight deadline. I don't want to hang about waiting for the Lemba priest to find us. Have I ever let you down? Natasha paused, thinking for a moment. Never. Isaac gave a little bow. Then step this way. I marked the tunnels so we could find the way out. You taught me never to trust anyone. He gave her a sharp look. But you have been a little distracted of late. Gratitude for his forward thinking and dedication overwhelmed Natasha. She even felt a prick of tears behind her eyes, which startled her. These emotions weren't something she usually experienced. She shut them down, quickly regaining control. You're worth every penny I pay you, Isaac. Lead on. At her harsh words, the light died a little in Isaac's eyes, but Natasha pushed her feelings aside. He was her protection, nothing more. Isaac turned and climbed back into the tunnel, helping her up after him. Using his marks, they navigated their way back through the labyrinth. Eventually, they made it back to the jeep. The backpack containing the money was missing from the back seat, as expected. The moon was still high as they drove north toward the airport. Natasha willed herself quickly to Egypt. There she would sacrifice and ask the gods for help in their quest. Chapter 11. St. Catherine's Monastery, Sinai, Egypt. A rustle in the cool darkness woke Morgan, the brush of habits sweeping along the stone floor as the monks walked to early prayers. She lay in the narrow bed and listened to the scene repeated daily for hundreds of years as the faithful called out to their silent God. She and Cal had arrived at the monastery late the previous night and were shown straight to their basic rooms, so Morgan was keen to look around. She got up and dressed quickly in lightweight walking trousers, t-shirt, and fleece jacket to guard against the chill of the desert morning. She pulled on sturdy walking boots and opened the door slightly, watching as the last of the monks filed into the chapel to begin their prayers. Morgan slipped out of the door and walked across the flagstones with a light step, her breath frosty in the air as she appreciated the dichotomy of the desert. It could kill you with heat during the day, and by night with cold. Humanity often took physical survival for granted, perhaps the only way to deal with the potential of dying every day. But out here in the desert, each breath was a blessing. A tiny light shone from the chapel of the burning bush,
illuminating the silent courtyard. Inside lay what many considered to be the original bush, still sprouting, from which Moses heard the voice of God. Legend said that it was here that God told Moses, "I am who I am." Morgan did not subscribe to any religion, but she felt a presence of the divine out here in the desert, away from the bustle of the city. There were no distractions, no cornered world to prevent contemplation of nature. Perhaps it would be easier to find God high on a mountain in the wilderness. She swung open the low door of the monastery and ducked outside. Morgan walked steadily up the steep slope of Mount Sinai, heading for the place where legend said that Moses received the 10 Commandments. This proximity to ancient places made her consider her past. She had a complicated relationship with Judaism, and being out here brought those memories and insecurities to the fore. Her mother had been a Welsh Christian, her father originally a secular Jew. When her parents divorced, Morgan went to live with her father in Israel, while her twin sister Faye remained in England with their mother. Morgan was raised as an Israeli Jew, but that meant different things to different people. As a teenager, she was mostly interested in the bronzed Israeli athletes on Tel Aviv beach playing volleyball in the sun, their muscles oiled and tanned. But she also met other kinds of Jews when accompanying her father on archaeological digs every holiday when he was a professor at Hebrew University. At those gatherings, conservative and Reform Jews mingled with the secular. They ate kosher food and sang songs at night, ancient melodies of this very desert and the faithfulness of God who brought them out of Egypt. Around the time Morgan entered the Israel Defense Forces for her national service, her father rediscovered the faith he had put aside as a younger man. After a dig in Safed, he delved into mysticism and, over the years, as Morgan studied as a psychologist, he became a devotee of Kabbalah. His little flat filled with sacred texts and writings of the Kabbalists, and like them, he sought truth behind the words of the Torah. Morgan had never joined him in the faith he embraced, and so never officially converted. She could have made that decision at any point, but part of her remained tied to her mother and twin sister in England. She wanted to stay an outsider, so she would never forget them. Morgan thought of Faye and Gemma, who would be asleep in their beds right now in a little village outside Oxford. Her attachment to them had endangered their lives in the hunt for the Pentecost stones, and Morgan swore she wouldn't let that happen again. Dawn rose in shades of peony pink above the rocks of Sinai, a cathedral of twisted and windswept stone, as she hiked up toward the peak to greet the sunrise. As Morgan climbed the steps of repentance up to the summit of Jebel Musa, she wheezed a little with the strain of her injuries. She forced herself on, overcoming the need to stop with sheer will. The scrub of the mountain emerged from the darkness as the sun peeked over the horizon. Dense bushes and angular rocks projected from the dust like ancient monuments, half buried in ochre earth. The occasional skitter of lizards was the only sound other than Morgan's footsteps and labored breathing as she pushed herself up the mountain. Perhaps her ancient ancestors had watched the sunrise here, as they spent 40 years wandering this desert, a pillar of fire lighting their way by night, and a pillar of dust by day. This desert sky had enthralled generations. These stars had inspired the prophets, and it was here that a chosen people had met their God. A piercing cry sounded from above. Morgan looked up to see a golden eagle with a wingspan of over 6 feet hunting for rock hyrax. It soared in the mountain air, majestic and timeless. Birds like these would have seen the march of the Israelites across the desert, and Morgan felt myth rise and swirl about her. The eagle swooped low to the ground, talons extended, then soared again. It carried its struggling prey to hungry chicks, which would tear it to pieces while it still breathed. Morgan reflectively touched the scars from her own battles. Nature is not kind. As the poet Tennyson said, it is red in tooth and claw. Perhaps that said something about the God who created it all. Morgan walked on and finally emerged from behind a large rock onto a platform constructed on the mountaintop for people to sit and contemplate the landscape. The desert stretched to the horizon, sculpted from incised valleys and sharp crags, empty of human habitation, except for the tiny monastery that lay below. Morgan breathed in the cool air as her heart rate returned to normal after the climb. The warmth in her muscles chilled as she stood unmoving and gazed into the sunrise. Orange and pink streaks pierced the clouds as a ray of sunlight touched the desert. She smiled as she remembered her father saying that angels traveled on these rays. Perhaps one was riding to earth at that very moment. The scene was far more peaceful than the description from the book of Exodus, when God summoned Moses to the top of this mountain. Smoke covered Mount Sinai, and the Lord descended in fire. The entire mountain trembled, but Moses walked into the thick darkness and met with his God. He received the tablets of testimony, stones inscribed by the finger of the divine. Morgan shivered, whether from the chill air or the feeling that this place was indeed holy. There were locations where the veil stretched thin between the physical world and the spiritual, and Sinai was heavy with symbolism, impregnated by the faith of those who traveled here to seek their God. The sun rose higher, pink and orange fading to yellow rays absorbed into the slate-gray rocks. The landscape seemed to devour the light, as if the demons of the desert pushed back against the sun to protect their hiding places. As Morgan looked out into the rocky hills, it seemed there were figures hiding amongst abandoned cities in the crevices, and creatures that slithered in the shadows. She turned toward the summit. This lower platform was the safest place for tourists. A rough path leading further up the mountain was blocked by warning signs. Morgan climbed over the barrier and scrambled up the rocky face, heading for a cleft in the rocks above. When Moses climbed this mountain, he had asked to see the glory of the Lord. God revealed himself, but as he passed, he hid Moses in a cleft in the rock because no one could look upon his face and live. The story had always fascinated Morgan. How had Moses dared ask such a thing? And what did God's glory look like? She clambered up the path and found a cleft in the rock near the summit. It was wide enough to hide in, and she slipped in sideways. As she gazed out over the desert before her, Morgan smiled. If Jake could see her now, he would laugh at her acting out the myth. But they both knew there were things that couldn't be explained. They both had a kind of faith that didn't fit into any particular religious box, and they both had a healthy cynicism. She thought of Jake back in the hospital, the machines beeping as they kept him alive. Morgan clenched her fists. She needed to find the Ark. And Natasha. Chapter 12. St. Catherine's Library, Sinai, Egypt. The dour-faced abbot unlocked the door to the library with a heavy, old-fashioned key tied to a rope belt around his waist. Evaristo, Cal said in Greek, bowing slightly to the older man, who responded with a nod before leaving them to enter alone. Morgan walked into the library and spun around slowly to take in its full splendor. Shelves of dark wood stretched away in corridors of books, while more volumes towered above on balconies supported by thick pillars. The vaulted ceilings and supporting columns were painted a dull cream, a neutral backdrop to the dramatic expanse of knowledge. A few monks sat at desks, their heads bent over large tomes open in front of them. "Magnificent, isn't it?" Cal whispered. "I came here several times with the Basi. It has the second largest collection of early codices and manuscripts in the world, exceeded only by the Vatican. There are over 3,500 volumes here in Greek, Coptic, Arabic, Armenian, Hebrew, Syriac, and other languages. Morgan walked over to the closest rack of shelves and ran her fingertips along the spines of the books, each offering a glimpse into a long-forgotten world. Part of her longed to stay here. A simple cell, a lifetime of books, and a holy mountain in the desert where she could watch the dawn every day. It was certainly an alternative life. She sighed and turned to a glass cabinet containing an ancient handwritten document sealed with a handprint. Cal joined her in front of the case. That's the ARKANE, in which the Prophet Muhammad bestowed his protection on the monastery. Written in 623, it exempts the monastery from taxes and military service, and commands Muslims to help the monks. Wow. Morgan peered into the cabinet. That's pretty impressive. Cal nodded. It's also the reason the monastery has remained independent for 17 centuries. It has never been attacked, and the dry atmosphere is an almost perfect environment for preserving their treasures. Next to the cabinet was an alcove containing a 12th century icon of the Ladder of Divine Ascent. Monks perched precariously on the rungs as they ascended the 30 steps of the monastic life toward heaven. Angels watched from afar, but black demons buzzed around the monks with arrows and sharp wings, lassoing the faithful and pulling them down to hell. Morgan felt a flash of pity for the fallen. She understood this path of struggle, attempting to climb, but pulled relentlessly down. They walked together to a basic computer desk next to a wooden case full of index cards. Cal checked the notebook pages and then tapped on the keyboard, searching for specific books that Abbasi had checked out when he visited. The dot matrix printer cranked to life and scrolled slowly as it revealed the locations in the vast library. There were 24 items on the list, most associated with the Book of Exodus in some way. There were versions of the original text as well as commentaries, some Jewish, others Christian, with 2 by Quranic scholars. So, where shall we start? Morgan asked. Abbasi's notebooks mention specific fragments from the Codex Sinaiticus. Cal ran his finger along the index, searching for the location. I thought that was in the British Library in London, Morgan said. Cal looked up, a rueful smile on his face. Let's not argue about British imperialism, shall we? But you're right. The main manuscript is in London. There are fragments here, kept secret from researchers by nationalistic monks who thought at least some of the book should remain here. A previously unseen fragment of the Codex Sinaiticus was discovered in the monastery library in 2009. More have since been found. Morgan frowned. But why would Abbasi be interested in the Codex? It's a handwritten copy of the Greek Bible, written thousands of years after the supposed Exodus and the period of the Ark. Yes, but the Codex is the oldest complete, or virtually complete, copy of the Bible. It's also one of the most corrected manuscripts in existence. It's possible that the updates were the result of more ancient books being found, and perhaps the monks decided that some oral traditions were important enough to change the meaning of words. Cal scanned the list, a crease of concentration between his thick eyebrows. He wore a light chambray shirt with elbow patches in darker blue today, and Morgan couldn't help but smile. Cal liked to play the professor, but there weren't too many academics whose rugged features suggested a wild ride across the desert, and whose profile could have been carved on a pharaoh's tomb. He looked up, sensing her gaze. Morgan glanced down at the sheaf of paper in her hands, pretending to look for something interesting. The fragment we want is in the archive cases, not the main library shelves, Cal said. It's this way. He strode purposefully down the length of the library, the sound of his footsteps dampened by the weight of knowledge crowding the shelves. Morgan hurried after him. He stopped at a bank of filing cabinets with long, shallow drawers. Manuscript fragments were kept here, encased in glass to preserve the delicate paper and vellum inside. Cal ran his finger down the tiny labels handwritten in spindly text. Here it is. He slid the drawer open. Morgan leaned forward to inspect the fragments. She was aware of how close she was to Cal, and she could feel the warmth of his skin as the hairs on their arms almost touched. She refocused on the text and read the label beside it. This fragment was found inside the binding of an 18th century book. That's how it escaped the pillaging of the codex. Cal smiled. The monks used fragments within the bindings of other books. No one knows exactly why, perhaps to hide them or to imply layers of meaning. But there are certainly pieces still missing. In fact, the entire book of Exodus was missing until recent fragments came to light. Here, look, you can see where the text has been altered. Morgan nodded. We should check the translations of the Exodus verses against the corrected fragments and see whether there are any discrepancies. She pulled down a couple of Bible versions from nearby shelves, and they turned their attention to the book of Exodus, specifically verses about the Ark. Time passed in silence as they both jotted down notes. Morgan happily sank into the rhythm of research, down the rabbit hole of wonder and delight. She loved this pursuit of ancient knowledge. There was so much she didn't know, so many things she wanted to learn about, and part of the reason she joined ARKANE was to indulge this curiosity even further. It was in the deep concentration of research that synchronicity sometimes occurred, when seemingly unrelated things clicked together and revealed hidden meanings. It waited just beyond consciousness for the point of surrender. Morgan knew it could not be found by force, merely appreciated when it arrived. She surrendered now and waited for the spark. After a time, Cal broke the silence. There's nothing here that's different from the existing translations. Nothing new to suggest where the Ark may be. At least, not in these fragments. Morgan frowned. What about other books that mention the Ark? Not just the biblical ones. Cal looked down at the list of Abbasi's research. The Codex includes books from the Apocrypha, those not in the official Christian Bible, but still considered important for early church history. What about 2nd Maccabees? It mentions the prophet Jeremiah and where he hid the Ark. Cal ran his fingertip down the list. No, it's not here. He frowned. But here's something strange. Abbasi took out the first edition of Homer's Odyssey, dated from the 15th century. It's clearly not related to the Ark, so why would he examine it? Where is it? Morgan asked. Cal pointed to an aisle at the back of the library. The 5th display case, over there. They walked together to the display case and gently removed the beautifully illustrated and embossed edition, a portal to an ancient world. Morgan opened the cover and carefully turned the pages. There. What's that? Cal reached out and took her hand to stop her turning the page. His touch felt hot on her skin as he held her for just a second too long. It looks like a manuscript fragment. Morgan teased the fragment delicately from the pages of the book and laid it on the top of the glass case. It looks just like the other codex fragments, but what is it doing in here? Maybe Abbasi hid it. There must be something important here. Let's try comparing the texts again. Cal brought over a heavy Septuagint translation of the Bible, containing the apocryphal books, including 2nd Maccabees. Together they worked on the passage, noting potential translation issues with the words. Morgan looked back and forth between the texts, trying to see the difference. Then it clicked back into place. "It's the mountain," she whispered, aware that what they had found was potentially explosive. "Look, the Septuagint translation says that Jeremiah went away to the mountain from the top of which Moses saw God's promised land. When he reached the mountain, Jeremiah found a cave dwelling. He carried the tent, the ark, and the incense altar into it, then blocked up the entrance. This suggests that it was on the mountain where Moses saw the promised land." Cal nodded. "It's known as Mount Nebo in Jordan, but it's been comprehensively searched. American fundamentalists have even used ground-penetrating radar to try to find the ark. It's not there." Morgan pointed to the page. "But look at this. The fragment says that Jeremiah went away to the mountain from the top of which he could see where Moses saw God's promised land, which means he could see Mount Nebo from where he stood, but he wasn't actually on Mount Nebo." Cal's eyes widened. "So the later version was altered, and just that one phrase changes the geographic possibilities entirely." Morgan nodded. "I'll get this back to Martin at ARKANE and have him work on alternative locations. We need to head to Jordan. If we start driving now, we can make it by lunchtime tomorrow." They carefully returned the book to the case and walked back down the library corridor toward the exit. Two monks stepped out from behind one of the large bookcases. With their habits touching the floor and cowls pulled over their faces, they seemed to glide into place in the middle of the corridor. They stood silently, blocking the way out. "Good morning, brothers," Morgan said, first in Arabic and then in English. There was no response. "The abbot allowed us access to examine papers," Cal said, "and we're just leaving." The two monks took a step forward. It was a clear threat. As Morgan shifted into a Krav Maga stance, she felt the adrenaline rush of oncoming battle, and she welcomed it. The monks rushed forward, one at Morgan and the other at Cal. Morgan saw the flash of a blade as the monk attacked. She held her ground as she reached behind her for the heavy Septuagint Bible. As the monk swung his weapon, she swung the tome. The knife thudded into the Bible. Morgan sidestepped and used the monk's momentum to carry him further forward, smashing the heel of her palm into his face as he passed. There was a satisfying crunch as she connected with his nose. His hood flew back and blood dripped down his face. He stumbled and shook his head to clear his vision. Out of the corner of her eye, Morgan saw Cal on the floor, kicking at the other monk. The assassin was toying with his prey, and the academic was no match for a trained fighter. She had to help him. Morgan launched herself at her attacker, striking his ear with a hammer fist, following through with an elbow to his chin. The monk spun round and crashed to the floor. The other monk left Cal on the ground and ran at Morgan, feinting with his knife. As he lunged, Morgan turned to one side, grabbed his wrists, and pulled him forward and down. She jerked her knee up. It connected with his face. She used all of her body weight to bring an elbow down on the back of his neck. He fell heavily, unconscious, to the floor. The first man groaned. Morgan turned and kicked him hard. The rage she had been bottling up over Jake exploded. The throbbing in her side intensified, but the pain only helped her focus, and she soared on the edge of oblivion. Her surroundings faded away, and she saw only a manifestation of hatred and danger as she kicked at the prone bodies. She would make sure these men didn't get up again. "Morgan!" Cal's voice pierced the haze. "Morgan, I think they're done." She turned, her hands raised in a Krav Maga open stance, ready to strike again. Cal backed away, his hands raised in surrender. "We should leave. There may be more of them. You can clearly handle yourself, but I'd rather run." As Morgan's head cleared, one of the monks on the floor coughed and moaned. She kicked him again, and he sank back down. At Cal's raised eyebrow, she shrugged. "You don't want them following us, do you? Okay, let's get out of here. We know where we need to go next." As the library door closed behind them, one of the injured monks sat up slowly and fumbled for the phone deep within the folds of his robe. Wiping blood from his eyes, he tapped out a message and hit send. Al-Hirba would pay handsomely for the information about the mountain in Jordan, and the bitch who had beaten them would get her violent reward. 2 hours later, the last of the sun disappeared beyond the Sinai horizon. Cal watched the shadows lengthen into chill night. With one hand on the wheel, he tugged his jacket on and then leaned over to pull Morgan's coat further up so it covered her. They had rushed out of the monastery compound earlier, and Morgan had said little as they grabbed their bags and headed out to the vehicle. Once they set off, she had fallen asleep, the after-effects of the fight surely exhausting her. Cal glanced over at her sleeping form. She clearly had military training and could handle herself, but he wondered how far she would have gone if he hadn't stopped her. Cal was comfortable driving this route. He had done his military service 15 years ago and traveled this desert road many times on patrol. The Arab Spring had brought renewed tension, including violence at the border crossing with Israel and a mob attack on the Israeli embassy in Cairo. But Egypt depended on the tourist trade and needed to encourage foreign visitors with plenty of cash. The route from Sinai to Israel and up into Jordan was a regular route for pilgrim tourists who wanted to visit holy sites as well as Petra. There were a few night buses and taxis on the road, but otherwise the hours passed in darkness and peace, the only sound the whistling of the wind through the window, bringing the smell of night air and a welcome coolness. He finally had time to think after the last hectic few days. Cal didn't know how Morgan stayed so calm. He wanted to help her, and he wanted to honor Abbasi's memory with this quest. But his place was at the university or the dig, where the only danger was the slip of a brush on stone. This was far beyond his capabilities. But Morgan had brought a ray of light into his life and cut through the dry routine he had created for himself. She gave him a glimpse of something he had missed for so long. His wife, Mina, had died 7 years ago, after a fast-growing tumor ravaged her body and left her a shell. In the days before she died, Mina told him to live well and find a new wife, someone who would give him sons and love him as she had. But after her death, he threw himself into work, ignoring the flirtatious looks from students on the summer digs. Abbasi had gently chided him, encouraging him to go to university parties and social events, but Cal had only found solace in his work. Perhaps he had buried the possibility of happiness under the sands of the desert. Morgan was so different to Mina, but it was the first time he had felt genuine desire in a long time. She frowned in her sleep, her lips faintly moving. Perhaps the past haunted them both. Cal drove on toward Nueva, a coastal town from which they could get a ferry to Jordan in order to avoid the Israeli border crossing. After another hour, Morgan whispered in the dark, "Are we nearly there yet?" Cal laughed softly, not wanting to break the spell of night.
"Maybe 30 minutes more."
Morgan put her seat back up and rubbed her eyes. "Are you okay with all this driving?"
"I'm fine. I'll sleep later. Are you sure we'll be able to get a ferry at this time of night?"
Morgan nodded. American dollars speak louder than ferry timetables. They reached Nueva around midnight, passing tourists in the resort town lying on couches near the beach, smoking shisha pipes and drinking luridly colored cocktails. After Cal parked near the ferry terminal, they both climbed out of the car and stretched their aching limbs. Morgan pulled a roll of dollars out of her pack and handed it to Cal. I think you'll get a better deal than I will. He smiled.
You can bet on it.
Cal spotted a fast catamaran that would do nicely. The skipper was playing cards on the deck with a couple of fishermen. Cal negotiated a price and beckoned for Morgan to jump on as he handed her the change. That's a very good rate. She smiled up at him. I'll need to take you on more adventures. As Cal gave her a hand up into the boat, he felt stupidly pleased with himself at her praise. Perhaps he could cope with the next phase of the quest after all. Chapter 13. City of the Dead, Cairo, Egypt. The taxi crawled through the narrow streets as the driver honked at donkeys and pedestrians to get out of his way. After the journey back from Zimbabwe, Natasha was tired, but she needed to make progress in the search for the Ark, and she was at a dead end. She needed to make herself right with the gods and her ancestors, and here in Cairo's necropolis, she would summon their spirits to aid her. She had neglected the ancient ways while in Europe and made blood sacrifices to another cause. Now she must approach the gods on bended knee before the shade of her father and summon their help in the search for the Ark. The City of the Dead was not a necropolis in the European sense, but more like a Roman town where the tombs resembled small houses. Families had squatted amongst the tombs since the Cairo earthquake of 1992, forgotten refugees isolated in their own city. Some were here to be closer to their ancestors, but most were dispossessed, forced out of Cairo as it grew into a megacity. The poorest lived in the slum of Manshiat Nasser, the garbage city. Children worked in the steaming heaps of rubbish, eking out an existence on the edge of violence and certain early death. Isaac had gone there tonight to find a suitable sacrifice. Its people existed in a no-man's land, neither living nor dead. Even if a disappearance was noticed, nobody cared enough to investigate. The taxi eventually reached the tomb of the El-Beherys, which lay in one of the oldest parts of the cemetery, accessible only on foot. Natasha pulled her robes closer to hide her identity and hurried along the street to the tomb. A guard sat by the doorway. He stood as she drew near and revealed her face. He nodded a respectful greeting.
Evening, ma'am.
Are the others here yet? The guard shook his head.
You're the first.
He lowered his eyes as he spoke, no doubt aware of the reputation of the El-Beherys. For the sake of his children, he would keep his eyes averted and his ears closed. Many who entered this tomb never emerged. The guard turned and unlocked the heavy door, pushing it open so Natasha could enter. She swept in and he closed the door behind her. She took a pen torch from her bag, clicked it on, and then lit the thick candles that sat in the corners of the stone mausoleum. It had been constructed for generations of El-Beherys and enhanced over time. Embalmed bodies lay in alcoves around the walls. An altar sat in the middle, with channels cut into the stone below that angled back to a drain at the edge of the mausoleum. Leather straps hung down at each corner of the altar, worn from years of use. There was an earthy smell in the air, as if the place were alive and fecund. Natasha went to one alcove and greeted the body of her father, mummified according to tradition. Her family believed that the Ba, or spirit, remained in the tomb and could still act in the physical world. In her rational moments, Natasha doubted this. But here in the crypt, she felt the presence of her ancestors once more. As she touched her lips to the forehead of the mummy, she thought of the man who had guided her life. Born when he turned 50, she was the last of his 16 children, his little princess. She was also the one most interested in ancient Egypt. Her father doted on her and took her out of school to archaeological digs, letting her wear jewelry he took from the tombs. Her mother had been a beautiful Russian immigrant taken as a wife in the heat of lust and cast off as soon as the baby was born, so Natasha was raised by her father's other wives. At 7 years old, she started killing animals and birds in the garden, staking them out in the sun and stabbing them with a ritual knife her father had given her. She made the other children watch. They cried, but her father just laughed, swinging her up above his head and making her squeal with laughter. Then one day, he hit her, an open slap to the side of her face. Without hesitation, she bit his hand and scratched at him, drawing blood in return. He praised her spirit and, from that day, he trained her to hit back properly, then to become the aggressor. "You are my warrior princess," he would say. "I shall make you queen one day." When she was 13, Natasha started cutting herself. The sight of blood excited her, and the pain teetered on the edge of pleasure. She hid the scars, but one day her father noticed. She forced a tear and pointed at one of his wives, the one who treated her with the most contempt. Her father turned in rage and backhanded his wife, sending her flying across the floor. He punched and kicked her, his boots thumping into her body. The woman groaned, blood trickling from her mouth to the dusty ground. Her father called for his guards, and they threw the woman out onto the streets. He gathered Natasha in his arms. "No one hurts my little princess." Her position in the household changed after that. The other wives and children remained respectful and afraid. They kept their distance and averted their eyes from her torture of animals and birds. Natasha grew into a beautiful young woman with deep, dark eyes and slender curves. Her father's gaze grew hungry when he looked at her, and then darkened with fear and regret. She recognized a new kind of power. "Papa, can I come with you to the meeting?" she asked one evening, pushing her young breasts against his arm. She could tell he was aroused by her proximity. "It's not for children, my darling." "I'm no longer a child, Papa. You can see that. I want to be your princess at the temple." He swallowed and sighed as he gave in to forbidden sensations. "Then you must trust me and do as I say," he said huskily. "It will be difficult, but if you make it through the ritual, then you will be part of an ancient line that stretches back to the pharaohs." That night she watched, mute with fear, as her father carved a man into pieces and offered them to the gods. The ritual echoed the dismemberment of Osiris at the hands of his brother, Seth, after which Isis collected the parts to remake his body. She became pregnant in the few precious moments when he breathed again, before he sank back into darkness, ruler of the Duat, the eternal kingdom of death. That night, her father made Natasha hold a piece of the body. Warm blood dripped down her arms, and the stench made her retch and gag. But the next time, she took the knife in delicate hands and delivered the killing blow herself. In that blood-soaked euphoria, she honored her father and other men with her body. Tonight she would honor him once more, and the gods would reward her with the triumph of the Ark. Natasha walked the length of the tomb and greeted the mummified corpses of her other ancestors in turn, asking for their blessing on the ritual she would soon perform. The dust of the mausoleum swirled around her, obscuring the candlelight with a haze that seemed almost a veil over another world. She opened a large chest and reverently unwrapped the ritual masks, laying them next to the altar, ready to be worn once more. She ran her fingers over the Horus mask, caressing the feathers of the falcon who soared above the earth, god of the sky who rose above mere mortal life, It still had drops of blood on it from the curator's death, and tonight she would stain it once more. A knock came at the door. Isaac entered the tomb. Behind him, 2 other guards dragged a bound and gagged youth who struggled against his bonds.
"This one was hard to subdue," Isaac said, "but the gods will be pleased with such a strong sacrifice."
Natasha walked over to the young man. He had lithe muscles from manual labor and skin the color of burnt caramel. His eyes were wild with fear and rage above the tight gag. He wore a rough shirt, faded through washing and many days under the sun. She unbuttoned it as his muscles strained against their bondage while the guards held him tight. Natasha trailed her fingertips along his taut stomach. "Are you ready to perform for the gods?" She slid her hand down further, and he groaned through the tight gag, turning his head away in shame at his obvious arousal. She turned to Isaac. "Prepare the ritual." The guards pushed the young man down onto the altar and fastened his limbs with the 4 straps. He struggled, but the bonds held tight. Isaac and the others put on the masks of Horus, Anubis the jackal, and Thoth, the baboon-headed god. Natasha pulled off her outer robe to reveal a simple white cotton dress with flowing skirts. She picked up the tall headdress of Isis and placed it on her head. As it touched her, she transformed into Isis, protector of the dead, worshipped as the mother goddess, ruler of magic and nature. Natasha stood at the head of the altar, and the others stood at the sides. The 4 of them surrounded the bound youth as he struggled and groaned through his gag. "The chalice," Natasha commanded. Isaac, as Horus, stepped forward and gave her a large copper bowl filled with what looked like muddy water. She drank a long draught and relaxed as the hallucinogen seeped through her veins. Her lips went numb. Her heart raced. The candlelight merged with the stone walls, and spirits leaked from the tombs with the faces of her ancestors as they begged her to begin the bloody rite. Each of the men drank, and then filled the bowl once more. Isaac took his own draught, then lowered the victim's gag and poured the liquid down his throat, holding his nose so he was forced to drink, before raising the gag again. The veil between the physical world and the spirit realm was torn asunder, and Natasha could see into the void between. Her body became a vessel for the goddess, and these men the witnesses to the eternal struggle between life and death. They twisted into therianthropic forms, their animal heads becoming visages of the divine. Shadows in the tomb morphed into djinns that reached out, misshapen mouths open as they lapped at her skin with tongues of fire. Natasha began the chant of the ancient rite. "I call on Seth, god of chaos and storms." Her voice mingled with Isaac's in the chorus, and power rose within. She touched the bound victim intimately and called on the gods to bless her act of uniting heaven with earth. She mounted and rode the young man as the drugs spiraled her up into the heavens of pleasure. "Hear my prayer," she called out. "Send your faithful servant what I need to complete the quest." Natasha took the ritual knife in her hands, and, as she neared her peak, she thrust the blade into his chest, then pulled it from him in a single blow. Blood welled up and stained her dress as she stabbed him again and again, calling to the gods to see her sacrifice and reward her with victory. Life left the young man's eyes, and Natasha felt his spirit rise from the corpse to join the others that swirled around her in the crypt. The gods were here. She reveled in their touch as she slid from the altar and began the bloody business of hacking up the corpse, the other men joining her to finish the sacrifice. Much later, Natasha felt the cold of the stone flagstones permeate her clothes as she lay on the floor of the tomb. The stink of blood and sex, mingled with death and decay, hung in the air. Nausea rose, and she choked back the vomit that threatened to erupt from her. She despised the new life within. It made her physically weak, and she could not abide that. She would get rid of it as soon as she delivered the Ark to Jerusalem. Natasha struggled up onto her hands and knees, then hauled herself up using one of the pillars for support. The slashed limbs of the dead young man lay limp on the altar. His decapitated head had rolled to one side, his eyes open, his blood congealed in pools across the flagstones. Natasha was covered with gore, as were the men who lay curled on the ground, sated from the violent frenzy. She never knew which of them she had sex with after the ritual. It was a haze of bloodlust and the high of drugs mixed with ecstasy. It all honored the gods, and they would surely reward her now. Natasha pulled her bag from behind one of the mummified bodies and withdrew her cloak. She wrapped it around herself to hide her bloody clothes and stepped outside into the darkness before the dawn. She turned her phone on to find several messages from Al-Hirba. She opened the first and smiled. The gods had already rewarded her faithfulness. The late curator's assistant had been spotted in Sinai, and he had help from the ARKANE agent, Morgan Sierra. The bitch should have died in the crypt of bone that night. But no matter. The gods would welcome such a sacrifice. It was time to go to Jordan. Chapter 14. Nueva to Aqaba, Jordan. Morgan gazed out at the inky blackness of the Red Sea, lulled by the slap of waves on the hull. It was as if time had been suspended, and she could rest here in the dark, a period of calm before the next storm. Cal was asleep in the cabin, tired after the long drive, but Morgan needed some time to think. The darkness camouflaged the turquoise waters beneath the boat where she had scuba dived many times. She and Elian had often spent holidays with friends at the Israeli resort town of Eilat, just to the north. They spent days swimming and diving, or just lying idle in the sun, his arm thrown across her in sleep. When Elian had died on the Golan Heights, Morgan retreated from that kind of innocent fun. It seemed irreverent somehow. His body lay cold in the tomb. How could she laugh in the sun? Now she was back here looking for the Ark of the Covenant, an artifact that could bring conflict to her home country, or perhaps some kind of salvation. Morgan shivered in the night breeze. The scriptures depicted the Ark as a weapon, a thing of terror that could strike down enemies with bolts of lightning. There were many in the Israel Defense Forces who would love to get their hands on such a weapon, regardless of its provenance. Perhaps it would be better if ARKANE kept the Ark safe, rather than one of the religious factions in the Middle East. Even those who seemed to be doves might prove to be hawks once they had their hands on something so potentially powerful. An hour later, the boat neared the shore, and night faded as the lights of the port of Aqaba grew brighter. It bustled with people at this early hour, and giant cargo ships loomed over the little catamaran as it navigated the docks. The russet mountains of the Jordanian interior surrounded this hub of industry, perched on the edge of a primal land that looked like it could easily shrug off this insignificant intruder. Cal emerged from the cabin, holding 2 mugs of coffee. It's not the best, but it might keep us going for a bit. Morgan smiled and took it from him, their fingers brushing with a jolt of electricity. She had noticed the way he looked at her, and, for a moment, she imagined his arm around her as she leaned into his strength. He looked even more like a rugged movie star after a rough night's travel, the dark stubble on his chin sculpting his jawline. The thought of how it would feel against her skin flitted across her mind, and she glanced away quickly. They finished their coffee side by side as the boat docked. Then they slipped off toward the customs house. It seemed appropriate for two travelers in search of the ancient Ark to enter through a trade route used since 4000 BC. Aqaba, the biblical Edom, had been the kingdom of the Nabateans in the 1st century AD, one of the main Roman ports in the area. The city passed down through the Islamic dynasties, and in modern times it had been the site of a battle in World War I, won by the British. Now it was a fast-growing port and resort town with water sports vying with the giant boats for domination of the coral-filled waters. Morgan and Cal headed for a line of taxis and car hire booths, where drivers sat in the dawn drinking coffee and smoking polo cigarettes. After Cal negotiated a rate, they walked to a car park dominated by incongruous Japanese cars and headed north into the desert. Petra, Jordan. It was only a few hours' drive, and even though it was still early, the sun beat down as Morgan and Cal pulled into the car park at Petra, the ancient capital of the Nabateans, established in the 6th century BC. The main tourist buses arrived much later, so the place was still quiet. Local men opened up their shops and drank coffee in patches of sun, preparing for the daily onslaught of tourists. Dusty camels with saddles in muted colors sat on the ground chewing, their legs folded under them as they relaxed in the shade. Horses and donkeys stamped in the corners of the square, ready for tourists who wanted a more relaxed way to explore the city. Morgan stretched as she got out of the car. "We need a break. Let's explore before the tourists arrive. Are your negotiation muscles up for some more flexing this morning?" Cal smiled, saying nothing, as he headed off toward the ticket office with a purposeful stride. Morgan watched him walk away and appreciated how calm she felt with Cal. He didn't have the latent physical energy that characterized Jake, always moving, ever restless. Cal was self-contained, his deeper thoughts protected by a wall of academic professionalism. After a moment, he waved triumphantly from the ticket booth, his baksheesh accepted as an early morning bonus. Together they walked into the Sikh, a narrow gorge through the red sandstone that led to the city carved out of rock. The walls stretched high toward the heavens, and the sky was a cobalt blue over their heads. It was cool in the sheltered gorge, and the cry of desert birds echoed off the stone, as if the ghosts of the Nabateans remained, their souls trapped by the constant retelling of their ancient story. Petra was once a fortress city, protected by its location deep in rock canyons and watered by a perennial stream. In the 4th century AD, an earthquake brought destruction. Under the Romans, the city went into further decline, then the ruins were repeatedly ransacked. There was a sense of hubris here, the pride and arrogance of kings who thought their age would last forever, before the gods brought them low. This lesson was repeated in every empire. Great leaders believed that the sun would never set on their power, but the inevitable end lay just around the next corner. So it was throughout history, and so it would continue to be. They rounded a last corner in the Sikh and emerged in front of Al-Khazna, called the Treasury, but actually the tomb of a Nabatean king. Morgan whispered the poetry of John William Bergen from his paean to the city. A rose-red city, half as old as time. Eternal, silent, beautiful, alone, Cal responded. In the quiet of the canyon, the tension between them stretched for a long moment. Cal broke it by pulling off his backpack and producing a flask. Coffee. Morgan grinned. You're a saint. Where did you get this? I bought it from the car hire guy. He totally ripped me off, but I thought it would be worth it. I also have pita bread and labne. Morgan's stomach rumbled on cue. She loved the soft cheese, and being looked after in this way was something new. Feeding someone was an important sign of hospitality in the Middle East. Cal was a true son of these parts, but she had become more English now, forgetting the ways of her homeland. They sat in the shade, and Morgan leaned back against the stone to look up at the surrounding rock walls. There were staircases cut into the sheer face, many leading nowhere, as if the masons had climbed toward the gods and fallen to their deaths before they could finish their journey. Cal filled a thermos cup with steaming black coffee and passed it over. Morgan took a sip to test the temperature before taking a deep draught. Just how I like it. Morgan knew she was a caffeine addict, but it wasn't the worst vice, and everybody needed an indulgence. She gave the cup back to Cal. He refilled it before taking a sip. Did you know Petra has links to the Exodus story? Morgan shook her head. This is Wadi Musa, Cal explained as he passed the coffee cup back. According to Arab tradition, Moses struck his staff here, and water sprang from the earth for the Israelites to drink. Moses' brother Aaron is buried near here on a mountain named for him. Morgan crumbled some of the red earth between her fingers. That's why I love this part of the world. Every rock has a history. Every town has a story that goes back millennia. Sometimes the veil of time is torn away, and you can sense what the past was like. Then the modern world intrudes and shatters the illusion. Israel has such intensity, and I both miss it and also despair for the tangled web of problems it must always face. You love it, though, Cal said. I can see that, no matter how hard you try to escape it. Morgan sighed. It's not the country of my birth, but it runs in my blood. Being here reminds me of the Jordan Valley, the Dead Sea, the cliffs of Masada. It's like coming home. Perhaps I will always be torn between my new life and my old. Cal sighed. I know that feeling well. I love my country and its great history, but I'm frustrated at what it has become. Our national identity is split apart by the tombs of the pharaohs and the challenges of modern Islam. But perhaps this city teaches us to make the most of the present, because it could all disappear so easily. They sat in silence for a minute, passing the coffee back and forth between them, while the ghosts of the dead swirled through the canyon in tiny tornadoes of fine sand. My father loved it here, Morgan said. Although I never visited with him. He took me to other archaeological digs in the hills of Galilee. He never treated me like a child, more as an equal, so he didn't spare the gory details. Once at Tel Megiddo, the biblical Armageddon, he told me of the 26 layers of ruins that lay beneath our feet. Each version of the city razed to the ground, over and over again, with the bones of each generation buried over the last. I had nightmares for weeks. It sounds like a fascinating childhood, Cal said. I'm jealous. My youth was not so idyllic. Morgan turned to him. Really? I was born in Ezbet el-Akl, the slum of Cairo, and by age 5 I was sorting rubbish from the tips. I should have died there, but somehow a Christian mission found me and began my education. My mother knew the opportunity was a way out and allowed her Muslim son to attend a Christian school. After all, she could barely feed her other children. She died when I was 7, and I moved into a residential mission school. They encouraged my love of archaeology and ancient Egypt, and my desire to help reconcile the faiths in my country. They supported me in my studies. Cal frowned, and Morgan sensed a flicker of painful memory. She touched his arm gently. That sounds like an opportunity. So why the regrets?
I gained a new family and a new life, but I lost touch with my brothers and sister. They were swallowed up by the rubbish tips of his bed. They could be anywhere now, perhaps even martyrs for the fundamentalist cause, since they recruit from the ranks of the hopeless. I looked for them, and sometimes I think I see one of them in the street.
Cal held up his coffee cup.
But enough of the melancholy of the past. Here's to the triumph of archaeology over politics.
Morgan laughed. Cheers. They finished the coffee and stood once more, brushing the red dust from their clothes, and headed back out to resume their journey. The hours passed steadily as Morgan and Cal drove north. The blue of the sky blended with earth the color of ground bones on the horizon, broken only by the scrub trees that dotted the landscape. Birds of prey hovered in heat waves above, their keen eyes searching for rodents that scurried between holes and lizards that darted under rocks. Finally, they pulled into the car park at Mount Nebo. Groves of cedar and pine broke up the monotony of the rocky ground as the mountain stepped down toward the plateau. The summit was busy with coaches, and groups of tourists in matching baseball caps surveyed the landscape under a burning sun. They gazed out at the wide expanse, trying to glimpse the shores of the Dead Sea and the cities of Jericho and Jerusalem in the shimmering distance. The historic cities were sometimes visible when the sky was clear, but heat haze shrouded them today. Morgan and Cal got out of the car and stretched. Morgan rolled her shoulders as a nearby tour guide spoke to a group of Christians.
This is where God showed Moses the land of Canaan. You might call it the promised land, but in Jordan you can't say that for political reasons, so we'll just call it the land of Canaan.
Morgan smiled. The knife edge of tourist dollars, religion, and political correctness was always sharp here in the Middle East. They grabbed their backpacks, and Morgan led Cal down the road away from the summit, toward the nearby foothills, which had a view back to the famous mount. Morgan pulled out her phone and opened the GPS app. Martin Klein back at ARKANE sent me the location of a cave system on the east side of the mountain. It fits the description in 2nd Maccabees. Jeremiah's followers came to look for the Ark, but they couldn't find it. Jeremiah reprimanded them, saying it would be hidden until God gathered his people at the end times, when the glory of the Lord would appear again. Cal walked by her side, his strides easily matching Morgan's pace as they hurried down the mountain. There's something else I've been thinking about, she said. Do you know about the Copper Scroll?
One of the Dead Sea Scrolls? The one with all the treasure?
Morgan nodded. Exactly. The Copper Scroll was found near Qumran, not too far from here. It lists 64 underground hiding places with hidden treasure. It's a priestly document from Jerusalem, but the locations are in a kind of code that, as yet, no one has cracked.
You think it refers to the Ark?
Cal asked. It talks about the tabernacle and golden fixtures hidden in an opening under the ascent, on a mountain facing eastwards, covered by 40 boulders. Together with a verse from Maccabees, it may refer to the Ark. Morgan paused to check the app on her phone. This way. She led Cal off the road and onto the dusty, rock-strewn ground. The trees were thicker here, so they had some shade, but Morgan still felt sweat running down her back from the heat of the midday sun. She tripped suddenly and stubbed her toe on a large rock. Cal reached out to steady her, his grip strong on her arm.
Careful now. I need you in one piece.
He looked away quickly, and Morgan thought he might have even blushed. He walked on ahead of her, then turned back.
Look, those must be the caves.
Cal pointed over a sharp escarpment. Morgan looked over the edge. We'll have to go around first and then down. They walked down the side of the steep slope, chunks of rock skimming into the air as their boots trod deep into the dusty earth. Walking on this land reminded Morgan of her military service in Israel, tramping on patrol with the sounds of helicopters overhead. A moment later, Morgan realized she wasn't daydreaming. The helicopters were not in her memory. She stopped and listened. Cal cocked his head to one side. I hear them. 2 helicopters appeared on the horizon, flying low, heading purposefully in their direction. Chapter 15. Morgan set off faster down the slope, almost jogging. Cal strode by her side, both aware of how vulnerable they were on this open terrain. They needed cover quickly. The caves were their only option. The escarpment became a gentler slope, and as soon as they could safely run, Morgan and Cal jogged across the rocky ground. There were 3 larger cave entrances and a smaller one. Morgan ducked into the first large cave entrance, breathing fast from the exertion. She was still not completely recovered from her injuries, but Cal had barely broken a sweat. He was certainly fit for an academic archaeologist. The sound of helicopters grew closer and louder, and then the rotors whined to a halt as they landed close by. Morgan peered out the cave entrance, Cal by her side. 4 figures emerged from the first Hughes MD 500 series helicopter, and 3 more from the second. Those are military utility helicopters, she whispered. They didn't bring Cobra attack choppers, so this is a civilian group escorted by the military. I don't expect they'll be looking for engagement. Cal relaxed a little, but Morgan knew that being taken into custody by any Middle Eastern military service would not be a pleasant experience. She had the backing of the British government, but Cal had nothing. Morgan checked her phone. No reception. She couldn't even signal to ARKANE for backup, not that anyone would make it in time. She and Cal carried no weapons and little money, but perhaps they could still negotiate. She peeked out once more, and her heart sank. Natasha El-Behery strode up the slope toward the caves. There would be no negotiation. Morgan felt an overwhelming desire to fight, but they were outnumbered, and she had to keep Cal out of trouble. We need to hide. There were a few large boulders at the back of the cave, nothing substantial, but they were better than nothing. Cal shrugged. Maybe they won't look very hard. There's clearly no Ark of the Covenant here. Morgan smiled, appreciating his humor in a difficult situation, and they both ducked down behind the boulders. She tensed, ready for action, as Cal awkwardly folded his body into the small space. They heard voices at the cave entrance, shouts in Arabic, and scuffling in the dust. Morgan didn't hear Natasha's voice, so her second-in-command must be doing the bellowing. He told the men to search the caves in pairs, and a moment later, footsteps entered the cave where they were hiding. Morgan regulated her breathing as 2 pairs of footsteps approached in opposite directions around the perimeter. Torchlight threw shadows against the walls. If she and Cal stayed motionless, they might remain undetected. The men chatted as they casually glanced around the cave, clearly not military from their lackadaisical approach. After a few minutes, they turned back toward the entrance. Morgan relaxed a little as they walked away. They were safe. Cal shifted positions slightly, unable to keep his tall frame folded any longer. He brushed against the boulder and sent a couple of small stones skidding across the floor. The men turned back and rushed over with torches and guns held high. Cal stood with his arms up and stepped forward to draw attention to himself, attempting to shield Morgan's position from view. But Morgan could not leave him to his fate. She stepped out alongside Cal. her hands up in surrender. The men pushed them roughly out of the cave and back into the blinding sunlight, cuffing them with plastic ties before shoving them down the slope to the area in front of the cave complex. Natasha smiled on their approach, her gaze raking up and down Cal's body with appreciation. "Morgan, how lovely to see you. Once again you have some gorgeous male company. I can only admire your choice of partners." Natasha stepped closer to Cal and gently drew her long nails down his chest. Morgan remembered how she had hypnotized Jake in the same way. Natasha was sexy as hell and just as dangerous. Underestimating her was a death sentence. "Perhaps an offering to the gods on this holy mountain would be appropriate. Perhaps it will help us find the Ark." A shout came from one of the caves. Natasha turned and strode toward the sound. She looked back briefly, shouting, "Bring them!" The men pushed Morgan and Cal in front of them to the cave as Natasha entered. Morgan's excitement rose, despite the danger. Had they found something that would lead to the Ark? At the back of the cave, Natasha bent to examine a large altar. "I know you have expertise in this area, Morgan, so you may as well be useful." Morgan approached the altar. "It would help if I wasn't cuffed." Natasha gave her a steely gaze. Morgan shrugged. Two could play at the cold bitch game. She bent to look at the carvings on the rock and realized it wasn't an altar after all. "This is likely a 6th century tomb. That carving is the Cairo cross, indicating it's early Christian. Certainly not something that would have come from the time of Jeremiah or the Ark." "But look at this." Natasha's tone had an edge of awe, like a child discovering something new and amazing for the first time. Morgan knew Natasha had a background in archaeology and a love of ancient civilizations, so perhaps they might find common ground. On the back of the tomb was an earlier carving, as if the stone had been originally used for something else and repurposed here. The carving was worn and faded, but clearly showed a procession of priests carrying temple objects, a golden menorah, and the Ark of the Covenant. "When Jerusalem was besieged and the temple sacked in 70 AD, the menorah from the temple was taken to Rome with the captive Jews," Morgan said. Natasha nodded. "Yes, as depicted on the Arch of Titus in Rome. The slaves in shackles, the menorah carried high. But no Ark was ever found back then." Natasha's eyes were wide with excitement. For a moment, Morgan saw clarity there, a shared purpose, and she felt a flicker of hope that this could end well for them all. Then the shutters came down over Natasha's eyes, and the tendrils of darkness took possession once more. "And there is no Ark here now." She turned to Morgan with a piercing gaze, like a snake fixated on its prey before the killing strike. Morgan stood her ground and braced herself, her senses alert to the attack of a predator. Natasha lashed out in frustration, whirling her flashlight as a weapon. Morgan stepped forward into the wide angle of Natasha's arm to stop the levered end smashing into her head. She charged forward, and they both tumbled to the floor as Natasha's men leaped to help. Cal shouted with alarm, and a guard backhanded him into silence. Morgan rolled behind the tomb, her face almost smashing into the rock wall as she landed. She had started the fight with some element of surprise, but now she was on the dusty ground, face down and cuffed, at the mercy of her attacker. "Get back!" Natasha shouted at her men as she clambered to her feet. She stood over her victim, screaming her frustration as she kicked Morgan, the thud of desert boots against flesh echoing in the cave. The blows came fast as Natasha vented her anger. Morgan twisted to protect her injured side as pain lanced through her. She had to get up. But as the next kick landed, Morgan saw something, a series of tiny carvings near the floor. She curled her body inward, at once protecting her injury from more damage but also trying to get a better view. She compartmentalized the pain as she took Natasha's beating, aware that she was only minutes from a potentially fatal injury. The next kick pushed her closer to the wall, and Morgan could see the tiny symbols clearly. They were rough carvings filled with dust, but still visible. A Freemason's square and compass, the letters PEF, and a date, 1868. Morgan felt a flood of disappointment. It must just be graffiti by a nameless pilgrim. Cal moaned from the other side of the tomb as Natasha's men joined in the beating. They didn't have long before it would all be over. Chapter 16.
Hey there! Stop that!
The shout came from the cave entrance. Morgan rolled toward the sound as Natasha turned, wheeling round and pulling her gun on the intruders. A priest stood surrounded by an American tourist group, all holding cameras and phones, videoing the inside of the cave, and the violence within. Natasha swore in Arabic and pulled up her scarf to cover her face. She hid her gun quickly. "Get out of here. This is none of your business, priest." The man drew himself up, empowered by his belief and the support of his tourist group, as well as the potential power of media.
"This is a holy mountain. You will not despoil it with your violence."
Morgan sensed Natasha's conflict. She wanted to shoot him, but there were too many witnesses, and she could not kill them all.
"Yallah,"
she said brusquely to her men. "Let's go. There's nothing here anyway. Leave them." Natasha stalked from the cave and the tourist group parted to let her through, pointing their cameras at her face and at those with her, continuing to film even as the helicopters flew off to the south. Morgan rolled to her knees and shuffled around to Cal as the priest came into the cave, his concerned followers right behind. They were all talking at once, excited to have witnessed such drama on an otherwise uneventful day trip.
"Are you okay? Who were those people?"
"We don't know, Father." Morgan hung her head. "We just wanted to explore the caves, and then they landed, found us here, and started beating us." Cal looked dazed. One man in the group pushed forward.
"Let me have a look at him. I have some first aid training, and he might be concussed."
Morgan sat back, not wanting to demonstrate her own field training. Cal would be okay, but some care from strangers would do him good. "Does anyone have anything to cut these cuffs off?" she asked. "I have a first aid pack with scissors." A timid lady spoke up, her eyes wide at the scene. Morgan could only imagine what she looked like right now, covered in dust, blood dripping down her face. She had grazed her head on a rock when she went down, but mostly she was bruised from the beating. It was going to hurt like hell in the morning. "That would be great. Thanks." The woman had clearly never expected to use her little first aid kit this way, and she puffed up with pride as she kneeled to help. Morgan imagined how this story would play out back in the churches of the Midwest. She had a soft spot for religious tourists. They had such high hopes for their travels, and this piece of drama would be just the thing to spice up their photos of the Jordanian desert. Cuffs finally off, Morgan rubbed her wrists as Cal thanked the group.
"Thank you once again. We don't know what might have happened if you hadn't shown up."
The priest smiled and held his hands up to heaven.
"God led us to you. He would not allow violence on this sacred mountain."
Morgan thought it was more likely that the sound of the helicopters had led the nosy tourists to investigate, but sometimes it was better to count your blessings. She doubted it was the last time she would see Natasha.
"We'll help you back to the parking lot," the priest announced, taking charge of his newfound charity cases.
Morgan struggled to her feet, wheezing a little and wincing as the pain in her ribs shot through her body. It felt like nothing was broken, just more bruises on top of the wounds she already carried. It could have been worse. Natasha had just been warming up when the beating was interrupted. Having seen evidence of what the other woman could do with a knife, Morgan was grateful the tourist group had arrived when they did. 2 men helped Cal up, and Morgan went to retrieve the packs. As the others walked to the exit, she took out her phone and bent quickly to ground level. She snapped a few pictures of the carvings at the base of the tomb, and then followed the tourist group out into the sun. Back at the parking lot, the priest and his group continued their tour and left Morgan and Cal alone to recover. They sat inside the hire car and finally relaxed, away from prying eyes. Cal lay back on the seat, his eyes closed against the desert sun, a frown of pain wrinkling his brow. "Are you okay?" Morgan whispered, aware that Cal's head would be pounding from the beating. She felt the effects of her own injuries, but she was more used to this than the academic.
"Could be better."
Cal managed a weak smile. Morgan started the engine. "We need to get you somewhere to recover. Madaba is only 30 minutes away. It's a tourist-friendly town, so we can lie low and blend in with the crowds." Cal leaned his head back against the car seat.
"Did you get any evidence of the attack?"
Morgan held up a memory card she had taken from the camera of one of the Good Samaritans. "I'll get this back to ARKANE and have Martin analyze Natasha's team." Cal nodded and closed his eyes. As Morgan drove back down the mountain, she thought of the carvings on the rock. Natasha would likely return after the tourists had left for the day, so the symbols would not stay secret for long. She had to notify Martin of the developments as soon as she could, because they might be significant. She checked her phone again, but the reception was still patchy. It would have to wait until Madaba. It wasn't long before Morgan encountered the intense traffic of the tourist town. Madaba was known as the City of Mosaics because of the vast number of Byzantine remains, including a famous mosaic map of the Holy Land in Jerusalem. The two cities weren't that far from each other, but with the ever-present political tensions, they could have been on opposite sides of the world. Morgan pulled into the Mariam Hotel. It was cheap, cheerful, and equipped with Wi-Fi, all they needed. She reached for her backpack and pulled out a plain gold ring from a small compartment, slipping it onto the third finger of her left hand as Cal stirred. "We're here. You can rest soon. And by the way, we're married, for now." Cal raised an eyebrow. Morgan grinned. "Don't get too excited. I don't want to leave you alone in case you're concussed." She always carried a ring when traveling in the Middle East. It made things much easier when asked the inevitable prying questions. Her husband was usually away on business, but tonight he would be by her side. They checked in and finally made it to a room where they could recover in peace. There was only a double bed, so Cal lay down on one side, his face set in a grimace of pain. Morgan opened her pack and dug out the first aid kit and some decent painkillers. "Take these." She handed the pills to Cal with a glass of water. He swallowed them and lay back against the pillow. Morgan watched as his breathing slowed and became more natural, no longer inhibited by pain. Her guilt at putting him into danger subsided as he relaxed into sleep, but she knew it could have been so much worse, and might well be next time. Morgan swallowed a couple of the painkillers and emailed the photos of the carvings and the video of the attack to Martin Klein back at ARKANE. That was all she could do for now. The wounds on her side throbbed with pain, intensified by the bruising, and Morgan felt gingerly around the still healing edges. She could block the sensation from her consciousness for a time, but it always seeped back in. She put a chair under the door handle and pulled a chest of drawers across it for extra protection. It wasn't nearly enough to make her feel safe, but she couldn't stay awake any longer. She needed recovery time. Morgan checked Cal's breathing once more. It was regular and even. She slipped into the other side of the bed and, within seconds, she was asleep. As the muezzin's call rang out across the city, Morgan woke with a start. The clock next to the bed said it was just after 4 a.m., so the sound was Fajr, the pre-dawn prayers. She and Cal had slept for over 10 hours. Clearly they had needed the rest. She reached for her phone. 5 text messages and 7 missed calls from Martin Klein. Morning. Cal's voice was rough with sleep and the aftermath of recovery. Morgan turned to see his silhouette in the half-light from the street lamps outside. He lay on his side facing her, the sheet pulled down to his waist. Sometime in the night he must have shed his clothes. His chest was bare, and shadows highlighted his clearly defined muscles. Morgan remained on the opposite side of the bed, gazing at him. If she remained there, it would be fine. But if she touched him... The aftermath of violence and near death often felt this way. The invigorating knowledge that you were still alive, that your body still functioned, that there was air in your lungs. The gift of another day, and someone to share it with. Cal reached out and gently traced along Morgan's arm with his fingertip. The sensation was delicious, even though much of her body still ached with pain. He looked at her, and Morgan could see the invitation in his gaze. It was her decision to make. For a moment, she thought of Jake, and then pushed him from her mind. This was Jordan. This was now. She moved across the bed into Cal's arms. An hour later, the phone began ringing once more. They had ignored it earlier, but now the street bustled outside, and it was officially daytime. I have to get it. Morgan bit Cal's shoulder gently and then kissed the mark. Of course. I'll shower. Cal sat up slowly and groaned a little as he rose to his feet. Morgan watched, with appreciation, as he walked naked to the bathroom, picking up her phone as the sound of running water began. Where have you been, Morgan? I've been calling all night. Sorry, we needed to rest after the run-in with Natasha. Are you okay? And what about Dr. El-Suid? Morgan couldn't help but smile at Cal's more official title. We'll be okay, although some breakfast wouldn't hurt. Did you get anything from the pictures? The carving of the Freemason square and compasses is interesting because it lay beside the letters PEF. The acronym stands for Palestine Exploration Fund, a British society that investigated the archaeology, culture, and natural history of the Holy Land back in the 19th century. Morgan interrupted Martin's enthusiastic monologue. What has the PEF got to do with the Ark or the Freemasons? Assume, for a moment, that the Ark was hidden in Jordan by Jeremiah, and clues were left in the Temple at Jerusalem. Between 1867 and 1870, excavations were carried out at the Temple Mount by Sir Charles Warren, an officer in the British Royal Engineers and also a Freemason. On his return to London, he moved up the ranks of the Freemasons and became London Metropolitan Police Commissioner during the time of the Jack the Ripper murders. Morgan frowned. I still don't know what this has to do with the Ark, Martin. I managed to get hold of Warren's private diaries from his family estate. He took a side trip to Jordan and notes an item of significance found near Mount Nebo. He doesn't go into detail about the object, but he inscribed a Bible verse in his journal. Second Book of Samuel, chapter 6, verse 14.
Morgan recalled the verse.
David danced before the Lord with all his might, from when the Ark of the Covenant entered Jerusalem. Exactly, Martin said in triumph. The PEF was kept in the dark about the side trip, and Warren may have used what he found to advance his own career. We know for sure he got the top job in London after his return, but the whereabouts of what he found is unknown. You have an idea? Morgan asked. Of course, but you're going to have to come back to London to investigate it further. You need to hurry as well, because we've had reports that Natasha and her team returned to the caves after you left. She may have the same information. Morgan heard tapping on the keyboard. I can get you on a private flight from Amman in 2 hours' time. Cal came out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his slim waist. His hair was wet, and droplets of water glistened on his muscled chest. He smiled at Morgan, his eyes bright with suggestion. I'm going to need a little longer, she whispered. Chapter 17. The private charter flight back to London gave Morgan time to reflect on the past few days and how quickly her relationship with Cal had developed under the pressure of the hunt for the Ark. He was making his way back to Egypt now, and while her skin still sang with the memory of his touch, they would probably never see each other again. He was a moment of escape, but that was all it could ever be. She couldn't let anyone else close to her. Inevitably, they ended up hurt, or worse. Her sister and niece had suffered during the hunt for the Pentecost stones, and Jake had endured terrible injuries in the Crypt of Bone. Cal was better off without her, especially as she intended to face Natasha once again. Morgan opened Martin's notes about the PEF and the possible excavation on Mount Nebo. If the Ark had been discovered in the 19th century, the secret had been kept for a long time. But perhaps there might be rumors of its whereabouts that went beyond even Martin's reach. She called Father Ben Costanza, her dear friend and mentor at Blackfriars in Oxford, then answered on the second ring, the tiny screen filling with his wrinkled face.
Morgan, how lovely to hear from you.
She smiled at his enthusiasm. After her father died, Ben became the person who Morgan trusted the most. He was also incredibly knowledgeable, and his relationships within the church went back many decades. ARKANE might have powerful databases, but Ben's mind was a catalog of things that had never been written down. I'm sorry to bother you. I know it's still early there.
Any time, you know that. I've been worried since I found out you discharged yourself from hospital early. Now it looks like you're out on another mission. What's going on?
Ben frowned with concern, and Morgan sensed him searching for the truth. He had been attacked during the hunt for the Pentecost stones, but he continued to help her. Theirs was a bond not easily broken. Morgan told him about the hunt for the Ark and what they had found so far. Ben was intrigued, as she had known he would be. What theologian could resist the Ark of the Covenant?
I've been watching the news from Israel, of course, he said. There's been an escalation of violence in the past few days, but I had no idea the Ark was behind it. What do you need from me?
Martin has found a link between the Ark and the British Freemasons, but it's not clear where we should go next. We have little time left. The peace accord signing is tomorrow. That's the deadline for the appearance of the Ark in Jerusalem. Ben nodded.
I might know just the person who could help. I'll meet you in London this afternoon.
After the call ended, Morgan took 2 more painkillers and reclined her chair back to get a few more hours' sleep before landing. Her body was on the edge of collapse, but her determination to stop Natasha and avoid violence in Jerusalem
would keep her going just a bit longer. It had to.
London, England. Commuters hurried through Lincoln's Inn Fields, their hurried footsteps beating the pulse of the city as they rushed between the offices of Holborn and Aldwych. Father Ben Costanza was past the age of swift movement, so Morgan held his arm and they ambled along the street behind the park. She was glad of the slower pace. The last few months had taken a toll on them both. Ben breathed heavily as he shuffled along, but his eyes were bright and alert as he gazed around at the old buildings. The large public square had once been part of fashionable London in the 18th century, when eminent families lived in the townhouses. Now the London School of Economics, the Royal College of Surgeons, and several barristers' chambers made the square a more professional destination.
"It's not far now." Ben pointed down the street. "Number 12 and 13. The Sir John Soane Museum."
Who was John Soane? Morgan asked.
Born in 1753, he was the son of a humble bricklayer and yet rose to become one of England's greatest architects. He was architect to the Bank of England and the Office of Works, responsible for the government and royal buildings in Whitehall and Westminster. Soane was also a great collector and spent his wife's fortune on acquiring sculpture, paintings, and objects of beauty from around the world. He stored them here in a house he converted to his particular needs. The current curator of the museum is Sir Sebastian Northbrook, but it's a little-known fact that he's also the heir to the fortune, or at least he would have been if it hadn't been given to the nation in an Act of Parliament in 1833. Soane's collection is a treasure trove indeed. I'll have to drag you back out when it's time to leave."
Ben chuckled, and his levity made Morgan smile. They were still under a tight deadline, but this was a moment to savor their friendship and enjoy a little adventure together. Ben continued.
"Sebastian knows many secrets kept from official records. I first came here almost 30 years ago to research an ancient text, and we spent a good many hours drinking Remy Martin Louis XIII cognac under the watchful eyes of the Larrys, the gods of his house."
Morgan raised an eyebrow. "All in the name of research, I presume."
God loves to watch old friends enjoying the fruits of the vine together. And although we haven't seen each other much recently, there are things we spoke about under the blessing of that golden liquid that suggest Sebastian knows something about the Ark. It's time to call in a few favors. Here we are."
The house was only distinguishable from the others in the row by the plaque on the gate announcing the entrance to the museum. It was a terraced house with high arched windows, its white facade enhanced by partial columns in the Grecian style, while statues on the third-level balcony stared down with disdain at the mortals beneath. Ben raised the brass knocker on the heavy door. As he let it fall, the door opened inward.
Benjamin, it's been so long, my friend. Come in, come in."
Sir Sebastian Northbrook was thin and angular, exquisitely turned out, his white hair combed back with a side parting he had probably worn since his days at Eton and Oxford. He was exactly what Morgan would have expected from a British aristocrat. He waved them in.
"You must be Morgan Sierra."
"Sir Sebastian." Morgan held out her hand, but he pulled her into a brief embrace.
"No need to stand on ceremony, my dear," he said. "Benjamin tells me you're practically family. Welcome to my home, or at least my home until the public comes back tomorrow."
He sighed, and Morgan caught a glimmer of frustration born of years living with this strange arrangement. They entered through a study with walls of a rich Pompeian red, ringed by bookcases stacked with leather-bound first editions.
Antique chairs stood at the sides of the room, each with a thistle on the seat to discourage tourists from resting on the precious pieces. Sebastian pulled open a pair of narrow doors at the back of the salon to reveal a tiny corridor lined with pictures, engravings, and paintings, and lit with skylights cut into the walls and ceiling. Outside the window, Morgan could see a rectangular courtyard with classical sculpture and a water garden reminiscent of a Roman villa. The corridor emerged into a further gallery, packed from floor to coffered ceiling with classical statues, casts of busts, original sculptures, and objects from every historical era. The Egyptian goddess Sekhmet, with her lion head of stone, gazed over the riot of antiquities. There were slave manacles, rusty and worn, as if hacked from the body of the victim they'd held. Chinese dragon dogs played alongside basalt obelisks, and a black marble head of Jupiter, 6 times life-size, gazed out with unfathomable eyes. A colossal statue of Apollo looked down into the basement below, while relief friezes of conquest lined the walls around the god. It was a labyrinth of ancient civilization, laid out in some kind of chaotic order, and Morgan hardly knew where to look in the face of so much choice. She felt an urge to forget the Ark quest and immerse herself in this well of culture instead. To any lover of the classics, this place was a kind of heaven. "Is this all real?" she asked, well aware that the British of the Empire salvaged artifacts from throughout the world. Some of it was gathered through official means, kept safe and benefiting future generations, but much was ill-gotten and looted. "Sohn was a man who always got what he wanted," Sebastian explained. "But sometimes all he wanted was a cast. Many of the moldings you see are casts from the original. He was a poet of architecture, enamored of the Egyptian, Greek, and Roman empires in particular. The juxtaposition of the objects here was calculated to produce a particular impression. Architecture was, for him, the queen of the fine arts, with painting and sculpture as her handmaids. This house showcases his vision of the mighty powers of music, poetry, and allegory. But come downstairs to the basement and see the real jewel." Sebastian led the way down a narrow staircase, hidden behind yet more classical sculpture. "I'll remain here. It's too steep for me," Ben said. "I can hear you from the balcony. Go on." He indicated Morgan should follow Sebastian. She descended into semi-darkness, but as her eyes adjusted, she saw yet more precious objects crowded the basement. Pale natural light streamed in through the skillful use of light wells cut into the walls, both vertical and horizontal, reflected in a series of mirrors. On sunny days, light would permeate into the nooks and crannies of the basement, illuminating the faces of long-dead gods frozen in stone for centuries. Today, clouds muted the sun, giving a ghostly pall to the surrounding figures. As Morgan rounded a corner, Sebastian pointed at a giant sarcophagus carved from creamy alabaster. "Behold the sarcophagus of Seti I, purchased by Sohn when the British Museum declined it because of lack of funding." "Gorgeous, isn't it?" Ben's voice came from above, and Morgan looked up to see him gazing down from the classical balcony. "Inside is a carving of the goddess Nut, who ruled the sky and the night. She protected the dead as they entered the afterlife, and she was the only barrier separating chaos from order in the world." Morgan ran her fingertips over the hieroglyphics. She wished for a moment that Cal was here with her, for he would know what these words meant. Sebastian pointed inside. "It's the story of the soul's passage to the underworld." Morgan bent over to look at the detail. Sohn was clearly obsessed with the classical world and ancient civilizations. Did that extend to an interest in the Ark of the Covenant? Sebastian nodded. Sohn was a Freemason, but not just any Freemason. He was the Grand Superintendent of Works during the height of his architectural powers here in London. The United Grand Lodge of England is just around the corner, and he remodeled the hall and kitchens. He also designed an Ark of the Covenant to be used in ceremonies. It's nothing like the biblical Ark in design, but it was constructed for a secret purpose. Sebastian paused and smiled with a mischief that belied his age. Officially, the Ark was destroyed during the Great Fire of 1883, but I know it's still kept hidden in the heart of the lodge, and I can tell you where.
Chapter 18. An hour later, Morgan stared up at the imposing facade of the United Grand Lodge of England, whose grandmasters were always from the royal family. Art Deco tears rose toward the London sky in memory of the Freemasons who had fallen in World War II, an ivory mausoleum that housed not a secret society, but a society with secrets. The building was open to the public, with tours running several times daily. Morgan entered and registered for the 5 p.m. tour, then walked up the wide staircase to the library and museum. The extensive security measures meant she had to enter unarmed, but this would hopefully be a clean operation, and she would have no need of defense. The Grand Lodge was full of symbolism. Door handles featured the 6-pointed seal of Solomon, and stained glass windows displayed the Latin motto, Audi, Vide, Tace. Hear, see, be silent. There were countless conspiracy theories about Freemasons, but the top echelons of the organization were silent indeed. Was it possible that she might find one of their greatest secrets tonight? The architectural symbolism of the stonemason continued through the halls with the square and compasses wound through the decoration. Swords and ritual objects lay in glass cases within the museum, alongside paintings and wax figures of previous grandmasters, while elaborate banners and standards hung from the balconies above.
All those on the 5 p.m. tour? Come closer, please.
The guide was an older man with a Yorkshire accent. As he gathered the large group together, he spoke with pride but no arrogance, and explained how the Grand Lodge had come into being when disparate lodges in England joined together. He described the architecture of the building, built with a steel frame and deep foundations so it would continue to stand even in disaster, a fitting memorial to the soldiers who perished in war. He led the small group through the preparation rooms to a high-ceilinged lobby and stopped in front of a pair of solid bronze doors. Gold leaf and blue diametric patterns decorated the ceiling above, lit by a chandelier with arms shaped like the scrolls of the Torah. The floor was patterned with turquoise lapis lazuli, the blue of ancient Egypt, and Morgan thought of Cal, now so far away.
This is the entrance to the Grand Temple, the guide explained. These doors each weigh 1,700 kilograms, and the panels represent the story of the building of the Temple of Solomon.
Morgan gazed over the shoulders of those in front of her and suppressed a gasp as she noticed a panel near the top of the door. Stewards carried the Ark of the Covenant into the Temple of Jerusalem, as a priest lay prostrate before it in worship. Other panels portrayed the construction of Solomon's temple. Oxen and camels bore the materials needed for the structure as muscle-bound workers shifted blocks and pillars into place. Servants poured metal into molds, and women wove rich tapestries to hang over the divine sanctuary of the Holy of Holies. Priests carried the sacred menorah into the temple, while children and worshippers sang and played instruments behind them. Sheaves of corn flanked the door in pillars that rose to the ceiling, symbolizing new life and resurrection. The Hebrew character Yud, representing Jehovah, was inscribed above the door, and rays of light stretched out to touch the twin globes of the celestial and terrestrial earth.
Welcome to the Grand Temple.
The guide swung open the heavy doors to reveal a huge open hall with a ceiling that stretched up at least 60 feet to a canopy of painted stars. The group walked in and sat in plush blue chairs facing the center of the temple. A carpet of black and white squares approached a dais with the Grand Master's throne upon it, and, above, another depiction of the Ark of the Covenant. The figures of King Solomon and Hiram, the architect of the temple, stood tall, flanked by 2 ionic pillars on either side. From the Ark, Jacob's ladder stretched to heaven, each rung containing symbols of the volume of sacred law.
The Ark of the Covenant reveals God's promise to David, the guide said. It is through that promise we receive God's continued mercy for our many sins.
As she glanced around the room, Morgan saw more evidence of the influence of Judaism, as well as paganism and other faiths. On the frieze above, Helios, the sun god, rode across the sky, while the all-seeing eye of the Almighty looked down upon the crowd. The alchemical Ouroboros was displayed in elaborate detail, the snake eating its own tail in a never-ending circle of infinity and rebirth. Behind the throne to the left was a door where Sebastian had said the Ark was kept. Morgan wanted to stay and soak up the atmosphere, but the tour would soon be over, so she had to make her move. She coughed a little, gently at first, and then with a racking wheeze that almost became a retch. She stood up and waved apologetically to the guide as she made her way to the door, still coughing.
Don't worry. The guide waved her out. We're almost done. Go back to the library and they'll get you some water.
Morgan slipped out the door and made her way to the nearest bathroom. Once inside, she pulled out her phone and navigated the plans Martin had sent. The modern bathrooms were constructed with space above and behind for air to circulate. Morgan climbed up onto one toilet and pushed upward on a ceiling tile. It didn't move, so she tried the next one. That didn't move either. In the last stall, Morgan tried again, and this time the tile shifted. She threw her small backpack into the space above and pulled herself up. Now, all she had to do was wait. Morgan had learned the art of waiting in silence without sleeping in the military, and she counted the minutes in cycles while time passed. Sebastian had said that the night shift were low-level security guards, but Morgan still waited until 2 a.m. when those in the atrium would be sleepy and relaxed. She dropped back into the bathroom and stretched her muscles in the small space. She switched on a slim flashlight, pulled out a tiny microphone, and put it in her ear. She tapped it twice.
Morning, Morgan.
Martin yawned in her ear. She tapped it twice again. She would only speak if really necessary. Martin was in a van outside and would track her with GPS through the building. He also had a heat map so he could monitor the guards. He had hacked into the security systems, looping them so she could move undetected through the building, and he would warn her of anyone approaching. They had kept the incursion from Director Marietti. They weren't sure the Ark was really here, and given the time pressures, it was easier to seek forgiveness later than to ask for permission. This visit was reconnaissance, but if Morgan found the Ark, they would call Marietti to alert the official channels. She pulled open the bathroom door and listened. Nothing. Morgan slipped into the atrium, her tiny light picking out gold leaf in the interlocking stars on the mosaic floor, and the glint of bronze reflected from the gigantic door. It was supported by special hinges, so it swung easily despite its massive weight. But first, she had to locate the key. As an antique, precious in its own right, it was kept in the museum. She padded back through the corridors and entered the museum quietly through the double doors, shining her light around the gallery. Wooden seats of past Grand Masters were draped with regal finery, and paintings of men long dead stared down at her with baleful eyes.
It's in a case under the standard with the parrots, Martin said through the microphone. It's officially Argent Fes goes between 3 parrots vert, if you want the heraldry explanation. Belongs to the Earl of Scarborough, Grand Master in the 1950s, whose son...
Morgan tapped the mic.
"Sorry," Martin whispered. "I'm excited to be out in the field with you."
Morgan shone her flashlight up at the banners hanging from the balcony, all richly embroidered with coats of arms from previous Grand Masters. She located the 3 bright green parrots and walked over to the glass case underneath.
"Check the side panel," Martin said.
Morgan shone her flashlight into the case, illuminating a long, ornate key decorated with lilies on flowing water in an Art Deco style. She felt along the side of the case, and it slid open, the mechanism so smooth it was clearly used every day. She reached in and took the key. It was heavy and cold, awkward in her hand. Closing the case, she tapped her mic once more. So far, so good. Morgan walked back to the temple through corridors pooled with moonlight, stained red by the ornate glass windows. She turned off her light and paused a moment, listening to the silence. There was a touch of the sacred here, a sense of faith that permeated the building. She walked on to the great doors of the temple, suddenly feeling like a trespasser, an outsider breaching a sacred place. Forgive us our sins, indeed. She fitted the key into a keyhole totally out of scale with the gigantic bronze doors. Above her, priests carried the resplendent Ark of the Covenant into Solomon's temple. How much of this was allegory, and how much was truth altered by time? Morgan turned the key and pushed. The door swung open silently, a portal to the inner temple. She stepped inside and nudged the door shut behind her, sensing the vast space around her. Her flashlight didn't reach the ceiling, but moonlight flooded through one side of the hall through tall stained glass, depicting rays streaming from heaven to the blue earth beneath. Morgan took a deep breath and approached the throne of the Grand Master, resplendent in the center of a dais at the end of the temple. It was an ornate gold monstrosity, the type of archetypal throne a child would draw for a king in a fairy story. A canopy of gold stretched over it, and 2 smaller chairs of yellow and blue brocade sat on either side. Sebastian had said there was a key to the inner sanctum in the master's chest, which sat in front of the throne. It was shaped like an altar, with the Egyptian uraeus, stylized cobra heads, on each side. Morgan gripped the heads and lifted. The chest swung open to reveal the tools of the Grand Master lying inside, embedded in a blue velvet tray designed to fit snugly within. Each tool was highly decorated and embossed with gold filigree. The square and compasses represented virtue and wisdom of conduct, the trowel a tool to spread the cement of kindness between brothers, and the gavel an emblem of authority. Morgan picked up the gavel and hefted its weight. It was surprisingly heavy for something symbolic. She gazed down at the other tools, wondering what they were used for, but nothing seemed sinister, despite the reputation of the masons.
"Have you found the key?"
Martin's voice was insistent in her ear. She replaced the gavel and lifted the tray completely out of the chest, revealing another layer beneath with tools of ancient wood laid on a piece of chestnut-colored leather. In the middle was a key, in itself quite normal-looking, but the way it was placed, surrounded by sacred objects, demonstrated its importance. She picked up the key and tapped her mic, then turned to the door on the right of the throne. It looked as if it led to an anteroom for disrobing or something similar, but inscribed over the top was the Yod character, the representation of Jehovah, just like above the bronze doors into the temple. Morgan felt trepidation rise as she turned the key in the lock. On the other side, a short corridor opened out into a circular chamber. In the center of the room was John Soane's tribute ark, said to have been destroyed in the fires of 1863, but clearly saved and kept secret ever since. Officially, it had been the repository for the Articles of Union when the 2 great lodges came together under one banner, but that was evidently just one part of the story. The room was hung floor to ceiling with rich tapestries, vividly depicting the building of the Temple of Solomon. They gave the room a muted sense of being cocooned in rich fabric. Soan's Ark was around 4 feet high, a triangular classical structure with miniature Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian columns representing wisdom, strength, and beauty. It was reminiscent of an austere tomb, with 3 steps topped with kneeling cushions leading to a pair of double doors. Thick candles burned on either side, and the scent of incense hung in the air. Whatever this was, it definitely did not hold the Articles of Union. Something in there was deserving of worship. "Is it there?" Martin's voice in her ear betrayed his excitement. Morgan knelt on the top step and pulled open the double doors. They swung outward to reveal a gold chest with 2 cherubim on top, their wings meeting in the middle where the presence of God would descend. Her heart thumped as she stared at the sacred object. But of course, this chest couldn't be the real Ark. It was too small and looked relatively new. Nevertheless, Morgan felt a moment of unease, a hesitation at revealing what could be a powerful relic. Whatever her doubts about religion, the Ark was of crucial historical importance. She took a deep breath, leaned forward, and opened the chest. 4 objects lay inside: a length of hardwood with gold inlaid on one surface, a palm-sized fragment of stone with chiseled words upon it, a vial filled with white flakes, and a piece of rounded staff. The Ark contained the tablets of the law, manna from heaven, and Aaron's rod. Morgan whispered aloud as the sound of rushing waters filled the room like a celestial waterfall. She suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of emotion as her thoughts raced through stories of her childhood, snapshots of an ancient faith. She wanted to weep and prostrate herself, uncaring about being found, only desiring to remain in the presence of these sacred relics. She reached out her hand to touch the piece of the true Ark. "Morgan, we've got trouble." Martin sounded panicked, and Morgan jerked her hand back, shaking her head to dispel the emotion that had threatened to overwhelm her. What the hell just happened? It was as if something had possessed her and her world narrowed to one focus: the true Ark, or at least a piece of it. "A van just pulled up to the entrance." Martin was frantic now. "Oh hell, Morgan, they've rammed the doors." A sound of muffled gunfire came from downstairs. "There are 6 of them, with guns. Morgan, get out of there." She finally spoke into the mic. "The Ark is here, Martin, or at least a fragment. I can't leave this for them to take." "Please, Morgan, they're on their way up. Just get out." The muffled sounds of crashing and banging grew louder. This was no stealth mission. It was a swift, violent attempt to snatch the Ark. Morgan looked around for some kind of weapon, but only the large candlesticks might be of any use. She tried to lift one, but it was too heavy. She turned to the tapestries and pulled one back to reveal a slim alcove behind. She squatted down and calmed her breathing. Voices came from the temple. A guard begged for his life even as he led the intruders to the sanctuary. Footsteps as a group entered the room. "The Ark has already been opened. So much for your secrets." There was a thud of metal against flesh, a grunt, and the sound of a body dropping to the floor. Morgan recognized that voice. Natasha El-Behery had found her again. Chapter 19. "I know you're in here, Morgan," Natasha said, her tone triumphant. "Your so-called genius tech guy is no match for my hacker resources. We've shadowed your Freemason research with interest." Gunshots peppered the room, shredding the tapestries in a wide arc at shoulder height. Morgan crouched as low as she could while bullets ripped into the wall above her head. She shuffled down even further until she almost lay at the bottom of the alcove as Natasha continued. When I found a piece of the Ark in Ethiopia, I knew it would be difficult to trace the other pieces. But you found the key for us in Jordan. The Freemasons have the rest of the fragments, split between the lodges in England as a symbol of their power. The bullets came again, this time at waist height, barely missing Morgan as they pockmarked the wall behind her. She pulled the mic from her ear and placed it just under the corner of the tapestry. Martin would call for backup, but they would be too late. At least there would be evidence of what happened next. The other fragments are being collected as we speak. My men are raiding lodges up and down the country, and soon the pieces of the Ark will be together again. It will return in triumph to Jerusalem tomorrow, and the streets will run red with the blood of believers as they rally to the cause. But you will miss that happy event. Morgan's heart pounded as her anger rose. She would no longer cower behind this cloth, waiting to die within the shroud of the temple. She rolled out from under the tapestry. 2 men grabbed her and held her fast, while 2 others stood in the shrine by Natasha's side. She was dressed in black leather, her long hair tied into a slick bun, bright red lipstick on her mouth. A painted doll, and a brutal killer. You have been a thorn in my side for too long. Natasha nodded at one of her guards. The man grinned, a leer of anticipation on his face. He put down his gun and stepped toward Morgan. She braced herself, not wanting to give Natasha the satisfaction of watching her flinch. The man's fist exploded into the side of her face. Another punch came quickly. Morgan grunted as blood gushed from her nose and her mouth filled with a salty tang. She coughed and spat, but could barely take a breath before the man punched her in her gut, the intense pain amplified by the wound that had not yet healed completely. Morgan doubled over, winded and sagging in the arms of the men who held her. Natasha bent down and trailed a finger across Morgan's lips, covering them with her own blood. Taste this, and know you will die here. She straightened again. But a bullet is too quick, and I don't have time to beat you to death, although I would have enjoyed it. You will burn, tied to Soan's Ark as a testament to your failure. Morgan watched through a haze of tears and blood as 2 men picked up the smaller gold chest containing the sacred pieces and carried it out into the main temple. A tug of emotion wrenched at her heart as it disappeared from sight, as if a slice of her soul went with it. The Ark is too strong, even for you, she gasped. I know you can feel its pull. Natasha frowned. I'm surprised. I thought you were a woman of science, not faith. The Ark is just another pawn in a religious power play, and I'm taking it back to where it belongs. Don't take it to Israel, Morgan pleaded. The country will tear itself apart fighting for it. Natasha smiled. There are many who would celebrate that consequence. Enough. Tie her. A guard stuffed a piece of shredded tapestry into Morgan's mouth. Then 2 of the men pushed her against Soan's Ark and wound more of the material around, binding her to it. Natasha stood back to examine the effect, her eyes glinting with bloodlust. Hold out her hand. Morgan struggled in their grasp, but the men held her steady. They stretched her left arm out and pinned her wrist. Natasha pulled out an ornate sacrificial knife. This was in the museum, just down the hall. I thought it would fit into my personal collection, but perhaps it should stay here with you. She caressed Morgan's clenched fist with her fingertips, then slashed at her knuckles with the blade. The pain was delayed for a millisecond, Then Morgan gasped as agony flashed through her, and the guard prized her fingers apart. Natasha thrust the knife through her palm, pinning her to Soan's ark. Morgan screamed into the gag, a roar of frustration and anger mingled with pain as she struggled to breathe. "Your blood will drip into the empty place where the pieces of the true Ark once sat," Natasha said. "The inner sanctum, desecrated by the blood of a woman. A fitting end." The two guards finished tying Morgan, binding her tightly. The contours of Soan's ark pressed into her back, and she could only watch as the guards splashed some kind of accelerant around as the stink of it filled the room. They threw it over Morgan, soaking her hair. As it dripped onto her wounds and burned her skin, she howled through the gag. Natasha flicked open a lighter and set fire to the tapestry next to the door. Then she bent and lit 2 other places. The flames caught and smoke filled the room. She turned back. "See you in hell, Morgan. I hope you're still burning when I get there." She stalked out into the temple. The flames took hold and licked their way toward Morgan, the heat already intense as the accelerant caught. She heard gunfire in the distance, and in the depths of her pain, she could only hope that Martin might escape the chaos. The smoke made her cough into the gag, and she struggled in the bonds. The pain from her stabbed hand lanced up her arm, but she couldn't free herself. The Soan ark was old, dry wood. It would burn fast, and she with it. Morgan shuffled her feet away from the flames as far as she could, while smoke billowed from the tapestries in an acrid cloud. The first lick of flame on her skin was almost cold. Then suddenly it seemed that the air was filled with color. Morgan saw heaven as Isaiah had described, the glory of God and angels with 6 wings. The shock of pain ripped through her, and her vision faded to black. Martin listened to disaster unfolding from the safety of the van, frozen and unsure of what to do. He heard Morgan's torture and watched as Natasha and her men strode out of the broken door of the Grand Lodge, put the chest into the van, and drove off into the night. He knew he should do something, but he didn't know what. They were on an illegal mission that the director wasn't aware of, and he didn't know the protocol for the situation. Morgan was hurt, or worse, and he just sat there, frozen with fear. The academic side of his brain told him it was the freeze reflex, a survival mechanism. He was a researcher. He was a programmer. He excelled in a virtual world of data and symbols, bits and bytes, not flesh and fire. He shouldn't be out here in the field. Jake would know what to do, but Jake was unconscious in hospital, and now Morgan was burning alive in the temple. A window exploded above the van, raining broken glass onto the pavement below in shards of blue. Smoke billowed out, and there was a whooshing sound as air swept into the building, feeding the flames. Desperation flooded his mind, and Martin whimpered a little. He had to move. He had to do something. A sudden banging shook the van door. "Open up, Martin! It's Ben! We're here to help!" The old man's voice was urgent as he continued to bang on the door. Martin was startled out of his frozen position and unlocked the door to see the priest, Father Ben Costanza, and with him another older man. "Where's Morgan?" Ben asked. Martin's face blanched as he pointed to the lodge. Bodies of the guards lay half out the door, a bloody trail of carnage left behind by Natasha and her men. Ben pulled up his cassock and ran as fast as his old legs would carry him toward the temple, the other man by his side. He turned back. "Come on. We may need your young strength." Martin felt a flush of shame at his indecision when these 2 old men had no hesitation in running into a burning building. He jumped from the van, clicked the locking mechanism into place, and ran after them, catching up in the lobby as they looked around at the bodies of the guards. "Are they alive, Sebastian?" Ben asked, hand on his chest as he wheezed to catch his breath. Sebastian touched his fingers to the pulse points on their necks.
Doesn't seem like it, but the emergency services will be on their way. The alarms are all electronic here. Morgan must be upstairs in the temple. Come, we must hurry.
Sebastian hurried on, and Martin rushed after him. Ben slowed behind them to a walk, holding his chest and waving them ahead.
Go. I'll catch up. Find her, please.
Upstairs, Sebastian pushed the giant bronze doors open. Clouds of smoke billowed out in choking waves.
Get close to the floor and follow me.
Sebastian dropped to his knees and crawled into the smoke-filled room. Martin stood there, looking into the darkness as rolling clouds of smoke curled up to a mosaic frieze. The sunburst of Jehovah was about to be subsumed by flames. This was hell made reality by the actions of evildoers. This was what he truly fought from the distance of his laptop, with the impersonality of programming. But now it was here, in the heart of London, threatening his friend. He could avoid this confrontation no longer. He fell to his knees and crawled after Sebastian, coughing as he went. It took an age to cross the marble floor. Then he felt Sebastian grab his arm in the smoke, shouting over the roar of the flames.
The Ark Sanctuary is this way. I'm going in. Stay here. Hold this rope. When you feel me tug it twice, haul it back out.
Martin nodded, grateful for Sebastian taking charge. He clutched the ceremonial rope and bent close to the floor where the air wasn't so thick with smoke. He could feel the heat of the flames from the room ahead. Could anyone survive in there? A minute passed. Just as Martin thought he must go in after Sebastian, he felt two sharp, sudden tugs on the rope, almost pulling it from his hands. He braced himself against the steps of what he thought must be the dais of the temple throne and hefted the rope. It was hard going, a dead weight. The morbid thought raced through his brain and he stamped it down. Not dead. Surely just wounded. He moved to a crouch and pulled the rope back the way he had come, toward the direction of the double bronze doors. Halfway back, the weight increased again, but Martin pulled onward, finally reaching the door. Ben helped him over the last meters, and together they pulled the rope out the door, revealing Morgan's slumped form bound on the end, wounded and streaked with blood and ash, wrapped in a shroud of tapestry.
Oh, Lord,
Ben cried, feeling for her pulse.
It's weak, but she's alive. Where's Sebastian?
Martin looked back into the smoke as tendrils of soot formed the faces of demons that mocked him to return to their embrace.
He's in there. I felt him drop. I'm going back in.
Martin crawled back into the temple, feeling his way with outstretched arms in wide arcs. Sebastian must have succumbed to smoke inhalation with the strain of rescuing Morgan, and now Martin was the old man's only chance. Finally, his fingertips touched cloth, then an arm. Martin grabbed the back of Sebastian's tweed jacket and pulled, dragging the man along the checkered floor, inching toward the doors and safety. He wheezed and coughed, and the devils of smoke wrapped their tendrils around his neck and wound them down his throat. He retched, spitting up bile and dark clots of ash, but he kept pulling. He would not fail now. One more step. One more step. One more step. Firefighters in bright yellow loomed suddenly in the smoke, and Martin collapsed into muscular arms as others lifted Sebastian to safety. Out in the corridor, a paramedic put an oxygen mask over his face and helped him to breathe. Sebastian lay on a gurney, eyes closed, a mask over his face. Other paramedics tended to Morgan, her face gray from the smoke, her body a mess of blood and ash. Ben stood at her side, squeezing her hand and stroking her brow. Martin could see how much he loved her. It looked like they had all made it out, but they had lost the Ark. Chapter 20. Jerusalem, Israel. As hatred and rage boiled over in the midday sun, the forces of chaos gathered above the old city. The crowd jostled one another as they hurried down El Wad Haggai Street toward the western wall. The shouting was sporadic, not yet a chant of violence, but it wouldn't take much to spark a riot. Avi Kabede, al-Hirba, pulled the hood of his jacket up to shield his face. He didn't want to appear in any media reports of this event, so he stayed at the edge of the crowd, messaging with key individuals placed among the throng of right-wing extremist Jews. This way, he could direct the mayhem without being part of it. Avi gazed around at the crowd, a foretaste of violence in his mouth as he noted the distinct faces and clothing of the races that coexisted here. Cultures clashed in Jerusalem, religious ideologies collided, and families became collateral damage in the unending struggle. God was torn into three within these city walls. Jews, Muslims, and Christians all jostled for position as their prayers rose to heaven with one breath, and curses against one another tainted the air with the next. It was time the wars raging in human hearts spilled over into these holy streets. Avi frowned as he checked his phone for the 5th time in as many minutes. He had tried and failed to reach Natasha El-Behery several times over the last 10 hours. In her last message, she confirmed she had recovered the pieces of the Ark from the various Freemason lodges of England, and her team were on a plane bound for Israel. But the plane had never arrived in Israel. Natasha and her team had vanished, and with them, the Ark that Avi needed to galvanize the crowd into storming the Temple Mount and triggering a religious war. Events had been set in motion, and it was too late to pull back the mob. After stoking violence for days through the media and his own special brand of extremist rhetoric, the peace accord signing was in just 2 hours. Avi had a slim window of opportunity, and he clung to the hope that Natasha might still come through as the swelling crowd marched on toward the western wall. The surrounding men shouted louder now, their faces etched with anger, fists clenched in barely restrained aggression. Avi had chosen his partners well. This group was dedicated to building a third temple on the site of the first two. To do this, they had to liberate Temple Mount from Muslim control and destroy the existing mosque. No Jewish temple could be consecrated there without the removal of what they considered to be an offensive shrine. Jews had been kept from the holy place for too long, but today they would take it back. The shouts turned to chants. Jerusalem, undivided! Liberate Temple Mount! Shah for the Arabs! Avi had also stirred unrest within fundamentalist Muslim groups in the city, and they waited at key points, ready to stoke resistance and fight back. Some were at prayers in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and others were outside the gates in the Muslim quarter, waiting for signs of bloodshed before they streamed in to join the fray. Avi cursed Natasha's failure. Everything was in place, and the city teetered on a knife edge of violence. But without the Ark to rally behind, most of the city would stay on the fence, preferring to keep the peace than to take by force what they quietly considered to be rightfully theirs. It was ironic that both sets of extremists agreed on one thing. The peace talks must fail, as they had failed before. Even after Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat shook hands on the White House lawn in 1993, it didn't take long before hawks ruled Israel again, and the eternal feud echoed into a new generation. Perhaps today the gods of the high places would be honored by a blood sacrifice from both sides of the religious divide. The crowd neared the plaza, and Avi glanced at his phone one more time. He couldn't wait for Natasha any longer. The mob was whipped up into a frenzy, and it was time to rain havoc on the square in front of the Kotel. the Western Wall. As he sent a flurry of messages to key individuals, Avi was torn by a desire to be at the head of the march, beating time on the drums as the chanting grew ever louder. But a greater authority lay in anonymity, so he hung back on the edges. A yell came from the front of the march, then the rapid stamping of feet echoed through the streets as the mob ran toward the Western Wall, ducking around market stalls and spilling onto the pavements of the old city. They pushed over tables and kicked at vendors, breaking their wares with abandon. Some people shouted and tried to resist, while others shrank back into doorways to avoid conflict. A mob on the run was wild and uncontrollable. Avi checked his phone. There was still time for Natasha to smuggle in the Ark while the soldiers dealt with the riot. If the Ark was revealed, then the shofar, the ram's horn, would sound across the plaza as a symbolic new beginning. Its blast had emanated from the thick clouds on Sinai in the Exodus, and had sounded again when Jewish soldiers liberated the Western Wall from the Jordanians in the 1967 war. Many believed that hard-won sacrifice had been belittled by restrictions on Temple Mount, and the shofar would galvanize those who might have held back. 15 minutes to get into position. Then, God willing, they would storm the Temple Mount. The mob ran into the plaza, their chants echoing off the walls of the holy place. Israeli soldiers massed in defense at the bottom of the wooden walkway leading up to Mughrabi Gate, the only entrance to the Temple Mount compound from the Israeli side. Press vehicles and reporters pushed their way through curious onlookers. Avi smiled at their eagerness for conflict. The Israeli soldiers wouldn't fire on their own people, certainly not on live TV. Many of them agreed with the stance of the protesters, and might even let them through. The mob surged. The soldiers linked arms and pushed them back. As the crowd began to fight, the soldiers drew batons and fought back, but the sheer volume of the mob pushed the Israeli forces away from the entrance. A breakaway protester made it halfway up the ramp, clearly heading for Mughrabi Gate. A shot rang out from above. The protester sank to the ground, clutching his chest. Blood blossomed through his clothes. The shot had come from the walls protecting the Temple Mount. The crowd roared in anger and surged forward, pushing against the Israeli soldiers whose resolve crumbled in the face of the shooting. An unarmed Jewish protester shot by a Muslim guard could be considered an act of war. That moment of indecision turned the tide. The soldiers relaxed the lines, and the mob surged through. Avi fought his way to a better vantage point. The shofar should have sounded by now, but he couldn't see Natasha or anything resembling the Ark. He cursed her incompetence and whispered revenge. But even without the Ark, this riot would strike a blow at the heart of the peace accords. More shots came from the walls above, and this time Israeli soldiers returned fire. The mob stormed the ramp as one, some falling as they were picked off from above. But they didn't stop. One extremist grabbed a battering ram from a security outpost, and a few of the men used it to hammer the door leading into the mosque compound. The door wasn't strong enough to resist the weight of the protesters. The ram smashed it open, and the mob surged into the noble sanctuary, the Haram el-Sharif. Avi stayed on the edge of the violence, reveling in the chaos he had wrought. The chanting grew louder and more aggressive. One group of men ran for the Dome of the Rock, and another toward the Al-Aqsa Mosque, forbidden to non-Muslims. The compound guards fought in an attempt to stop the invasion. Then extremist Muslim fighters surged into the compound, bringing more weapons, calling for jihad in the name of Allah. Some Israeli soldiers joined the protesters, as Avi had foreseen they would. Inevitably, the battle split down racial and religious lines. A cameraman dodged bullets and sheltered behind a fountain. Bullets pinged off the enamel tiles, but he still held his camera up to capture the firefight. The footage would stream live around the world, sparking more violence as the faithful on both sides defended their religious rights. Avi ran with the crowd toward the Dome of the Rock, where faithful Muslims abandoned their prayers and guards defended their retreat. The imam came out and stood in front of the entrance to the sanctuary, his expression crumpled with anguish at the devastation. His words of peace went unheeded, and he was drowned out by the roar of the mob, by a rage that could not be contained. The imam was overwhelmed and fell to the ground, disappearing under the throng who surged into the dome, trampled and kicked by those who would despoil the sanctuary. As the imam went down, Avi knew the tide would turn against the out-of-control mob. He cursed Natasha. This should have been the moment of triumph as the Ark was restored to its rightful place. War would have been a certainty. But without the Ark to rally the cause, the violence would just be another riot of minority extremists. There would be reprisals throughout the city, but ultimately this effort would fail. It was time to cut his losses. A Muslim worshipper ran across the plaza toward him, away from the fighting. Avi pulled him into the bushes, slamming the butt of his gun into the man's temple. He stripped off the man's outer clothing and pulled it on over his own, discarding his Jewish kippah and replacing it with a takia, a Muslim prayer cap. Suitably attired, Avi hurried to one of the side gates into the Muslim quarter as more young men surged from the streets below into the compound, ready to join the mob. Avi calmly stepped aside to let them pass. There would always be people willing to fight. Natasha El-Behery would pay for her failure, and Al-Hirba would find another way to bring down Israel. The end would come, just not today. Al Jazeera broadcast. The old city of Jerusalem exploded with violence this morning as running battles broke out between Jews and Muslims. 12 people were killed, 7 Jews and 5 Muslims. The imam of the Al-Aqsa Mosque remains in critical condition tonight from injuries sustained as he tried to reason for peace. The Dome of the Rock was defaced with offensive graffiti. Israeli officials have condemned the violence committed by marginal extremists attempting to disrupt the peace accords. Some Muslim leaders proclaimed the violence an act of religious war and called for the expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem. The Israeli military restored peace after several hours with what some are calling heavy-handed tactics. Tear gas was fired and the compound cleared of non-Muslims in accordance with the current law forbidding them access to the area. 123 rioters have been arrested and await trial. Despite the violence, the President of the United States signed the peace accords today, along with representatives from Israeli and Palestinian delegations. At the press conference, the President announced, "There will always be those who seek to destroy the path to peace, but we stand together today. Extremism cannot win if the majority seek a peaceful solution. We have signed these accords together with the support of the international community. We may not share a common religion, but we have a shared humanity and a hope for our collective future. It is time to start anew, together." Chapter 21. St. Bart's Hospital, London, England. The light was dazzling, even through her closed eyelids, so Morgan kept them closed, squeezing them tight against the day. Her head pounded, her skin ached from superficial burns, and her pierced hand throbbed from the knife wound. Her chest was tight and constricted, and the slash in her side remained a deep ache. The soporific haze of pain-killing drugs dulled the sensations, but underneath, her body thrummed with hurt. She reached her right hand over to her left and felt across the bandages. She pressed down and wiggled her fingertips as she winced with a lance of pain. The blade had done no major damage, at least. "How are you feeling?" Morgan opened her eyes a fraction. ARKANE Director Marietti stood by the door. She tried to speak, but her throat was hoarse, and all that came out was a rasp. Marietti held out a hand.
It's okay. Don't try to speak yet. You're still suffering from the after effects of smoke inhalation.
He sat on the side of the bed.
You're lucky you didn't burn to death, and you can thank Sebastian Northbrook for that. He's in intensive care, but he's a tough old man. He'll recover.
Morgan turned her face away. She hadn't known how she had escaped a fiery death in the temple, but the thought of the museum curator dragging her through the smoke made her weak with guilt.
Seriously, Morgan, Marietti continued. Why didn't you tell me about the mission? I could have prevented what happened. As it was, 2 pensioners and a geek rescued you, instead of a specialized ARKANE team who might have captured Natasha and secured the Ark at the same time.
Marietti's words echoed in Morgan's mind. Ben and Martin must have been there too. Her oddball backup team. Marietti was right. What had she been thinking? Marietti reached out and took her good hand. His voice softened.
You're part of ARKANE now, Morgan, not some vigilante who can go after assassins alone. You have a team.
He sighed.
But I'll take some of the blame. I should have checked in with you more often, but the Middle East political situation commanded all my attention. Now I have to deal with the wrath of British Freemasonry, although it helps that they can't acknowledge what was really stolen without admitting they had fragments of the Ark. The conspiracy nuts would have a field day with this if it got out.
Morgan was desperate to speak, to tell Marietti about the overwhelming sense of awe she had felt in the presence of the sacred objects, how she had wanted to fall down and worship whatever caused such intense emotions to rise within. She had truly felt the passion of David dancing before the Ark, and she craved that feeling again. Did the mystics experience such a thing when they glimpsed the divine? Was it how her father felt when the sacred letters of the Torah danced before him as he studied Kabbalah? In the temple, Morgan had glimpsed a glory she had only read about before, but she didn't know how to put it into words. She struggled to sit up.
Try to relax. Here, sip this.
Marietti held a glass with a straw to her lips, and Morgan sucked some of the cool water down. The Ark, she whispered. Marietti frowned.
That's the strange thing. We expected Natasha to take it to Jerusalem and disrupt the summit as the threats promised. But she never showed up. She didn't even land in Israel. She vanished along with the Ark fragments, and we don't know why or where she might have taken them.
He looked at Morgan, his jaw tight with tension.
You know more than anyone about how Natasha works. Perhaps you can find an insight no one else can. We have to find the Ark, Morgan. The immediate crisis has passed, but the fragments can't stay loose in the world for long. The Ark may not have sparked a war today, but it's still a flashpoint that could ignite violence at any point. In the wrong hands, it will bring war, and rumors are swirling about where it might be. Natasha can't stay hidden forever.
Morgan nodded, and her inner resolve hardened. This time there would be no room for error.
The doctors say that you're lucky to have escaped with such minor injuries, Marietti continued. Your hand will take some time to heal properly, but you'll have full function back soon. I know you've taken quite a beating, but can you hold out for a few more days?
Laptop? Morgan wheezed. Marietti smiled at her unspoken assent.
Of course. I'll have one brought over. You'll be able to access the ARKANE databases from here, but time is ticking. We assume that the forces who employed Natasha are looking for her, as well as everyone else who knows about the Ark's existence. The Freemasons will mobilize a team, and they have formidable resources. I need you out of here in 48 hours. That's about as much time as we can spare."
Morgan mentally assessed the accumulated injuries in her body, the wheezing in her chest, and her overall pain level. "I'll be out in 4 hours if you can get the drugs authorized," she whispered, her cobalt eyes metal hard, the violet slash almost glowing. "Then I'll finish this." Marietti nodded and stood up.
"I know there's vengeance in your heart, and rightly so, but search your conscience if you find Natasha. We've discovered she's pregnant with Milan Noble's child, so there is an innocent life at stake. If you find her, you must decide her fate. But make the right decision, because the wrong one may haunt you for the rest of your life."
At that moment, Morgan glimpsed an undercurrent of the secrets Marietti kept, the shadows that haunted his nights, and the wrong decisions he must have made over a long career in ARKANE. She saw her potential future, and it was terrifying. Then she blinked, and the vision was lost. Chapter 22. Hampstead, London. Morgan walked down the leafy suburban street, looking at the commemorative blue plaques on the walls of the grand houses, marking the noted names of history who had once lived in this area. Such markers were dotted all over London, centuries of intellect layering the city in memory, and this area in particular was full of them. In the last few hours, while doctors patched her up and dosed her with pain-killing drugs, Morgan had delved into Natasha's past through ARKANE's access to secret records. Martin had even hacked into the database of the SSI, the Egyptian State Security Investigations Service, for information on several generations of El-Beherys. Natasha's grandfather, Dawood El-Behery, had been a contemporary of Sigmund Freud. Dawood was an educated businessman with global contacts, officially trading in antiquities, as well as a smuggler and an admirer of psychoanalysis. Freud had collected antiquities, and many of his artifacts came from ancient Egypt. Several of the pieces bore the stamp of the El-Beherys. They had no other leads, and it was a long shot, but Freud's Egyptian collection rested here in London, and Morgan was convinced that Natasha would hide somewhere that mattered to her. Perhaps there might be a clue in the collection. Sigmund Freud's old house at 20 Maresfield Gardens, Hampstead, was now a museum, and Morgan paid to enter like any other psychological tourist. Freud would always be associated in her mind with Vienna, but when the Nazis came to power, Jews who could escape left the city of waltzes, among them Freud and his family. They had arrived in England as refugees in 1938 when Freud was 82, and he spent his final year in exile. London became his refuge as the Nazis tore apart Austria, but Freud died at the outbreak of war, before the full scale of atrocities against the Jews became known. Morgan walked through the entrance hall and into Freud's study. The room was cramped, overflowing with myriad objects lining shelves and erupting from corners. The walls were densely stacked with books, all hardback and most leather-bound. Morgan ran her fingers along the spines on one shelf. The Tomb of Tutankhamun, Osiris the Resurrection, The Golden Bough, Totemism, and Exogamy. These were the books that soaked into Freud's subconscious, that he looked at when his mind wandered. On a side table, Morgan found the Freud family Bible that had sparked his early interest in religion and the gods of Egypt. She opened it to Deuteronomy, chapter 4, with its pictures of falcon-headed Egyptian gods and other idols. The images related to verses forbidding the worship of such creatures, but their very presence had ignited Freud's passion for ancient Egypt. The discussion of idolatry and polytheism was ironically what led Freud to return again and again to these figures, and the text was full of his underlinings in red, blue, and green. Egyptian mummy bandages inscribed with spells and stained with embalming ointment lay on shelves nearby, along with delicate Hellenistic statues and erotic Roman charms. Freud's collection was an intriguing catalogue of world civilizations where objects rare and sacred, ravaged and lovely, were on open display. Morgan thought of her box in the attic, her secret treasures, and noted that, in a similar way, this collection was Freud's mind made manifest. The objects he had amassed were externalized representations of his personality. Perhaps her own house might be full of history when she was in her 80s. If she made it that far, Morgan thought, as pain throbbed through her body. She stood looking at Freud's desk, wondering about the man who had written here, the founder of what some would call the cult of psychoanalysis. The desk was mahogany, inset with red leather, a modest size given the vast shadow this man cast over psychology, European literature, and art. There was only a small space for Freud to write, barely big enough for one A4 piece of paper. 2 rows of figurines took up a third of the desk, the gods who sat watching him work. Morgan bent to examine a marble baboon, a crescent moon resting on his head. It was an incarnation of the Egyptian god Thoth, the god of writing, knowledge, and mysticism. The baboon was considered the most impulsive of the god's incarnations, the one connected to the instincts on which all sometimes act. Yet, Thoth was also the god who weighed the heart at the end of a life, according to the Book of the Dead. If the heart weighed more than the feather of Ma'at, goddess of truth and justice, then the person would be cast into the jaws of Ammit, devourer of the dead. There were more busts of gods facing the desk on a low shelf. Perhaps this pantheon whispered divine truths to Freud as he worked. Morgan smiled at her whimsy. It was an amazing collection for an amateur. But then, Freud had lived in the early 20th century when significant finds, like Schliemann's Troy and Carter's Tutankhamun, were global news, and antiquity collecting was all the rage for polite society. Freud believed the psychoanalyst was like an archaeologist, excavating layer after layer of the patient's psyche before reaching the deepest and most precious treasures. Freud had a passion for uncovering secrets, for bringing the hidden to light, dusting off and piecing together the fragments of a shattered past. Morgan turned around slowly to take in the whole aspect. The study was a long, double room with French windows hung with heavy curtains, high ceilings, and wooden floors, dominated by the rich colors of Turkish rugs and carpets. The deep reds and golds made the room feel cozier somehow, more like a secret chamber. At the other end of the study, Morgan spotted a Rembrandt print of Moses holding the tablets of the law, which had been stored in the Ark of the Covenant. It was a black and white cross-hatched drawing, surrounded by Hebrew letters. While visiting Rome, Freud had become intrigued by Michelangelo's statue of Moses at St. Peter in Vincoli. The statue was horned because of a mistranslation of the Hebrew for shining, but the horns gave the figure gravitas. Freud had studied and sketched it for weeks, and in his last book, Moses and Monotheism, he had suggested that Moses had been an Egyptian and a priest in the Aten monotheistic cult, a member of the royal house of Akhenaten. It matched the curator Abbasi Gamal's research, and Morgan felt a glimmer of hope rise within as she searched the room further. In an alcove at the back of the study, she found a watercolor painting of Abu Simbel, a gigantic temple built in southern Egypt that stood at the edge of the desert to intimidate barbarian hordes. 3 giant heads of Pharaoh Ramses II gazed out over the waters of the River Nile, a starry sky above lighting the faces of the ancient kings. A 4th figure crumbled into the sand beneath their feet. A light shone within as if the temple were in use once more, a resurrection of long-dead faith in the modern world. There was an inscription on the print. Morgan leaned closer to read it and gasped aloud. It had been gifted to Freud by Dawood El-Behery, Natasha's grandfather. Had he shared his passion for Abu Simbel with his granddaughter? As she gazed at the light in the inner temple, Morgan wondered if perhaps that passion was being lived out right now. Abu Simbel, Egypt. Later that night, the tiny plane banked through the darkness toward Abu Simbel, in the Great Red Desert 230 kilometers southwest of Aswan, the nearest Egyptian city. Morgan gazed out of the window into the night, wondering if she was making a terrible mistake bringing the team here. If she didn't find Natasha, others could find the Ark first. This might be her only chance. Negev, one of the ARKANE local team, turned from his seat further forward.
A couple of men will stay with the plane. I'll escort you to the temple with 2 extra men as backup.
Morgan nodded. She had wanted to come alone, but Marietti insisted on a small group to accompany her, given Natasha's tendency for violence. Negev was professional and courteous, but Morgan couldn't help but think of Jake and the night assault in Tunisia during the hunt for the Pentecost stones. She wished he was by her side. The plane bumped down on a deserted airstrip and came to a halt near the modern tourist building. There was a wire fence on either side, but Abu Simbel was so far away from civilization that there was little need for enhanced security. By day, charter flights brought tourist groups here to marvel at the ruins, but by night they were deserted. Morgan walked to the front of the plane as Negev briefed his men. She opened the door.
Wait! Stop! A soldier shouted from the back. I'm reading heat signatures around the edge of the airstrip.
He tapped on his laptop.
They're circling around the side of the plane. 6, 7 maybe.
Morgan turned to Negev. We need to be quick and silent if we're going to make it to the temple. Can you keep them occupied? Negev nodded.
Go out of the maintenance hatch under the plane instead. We'll create a diversion and hold them here. If they think we're pinned down, you should have enough time to get to the temple. We'll let you know of any changes in position through the headset.
Grabbing her backpack and pulling on the communications device, Morgan motioned for one soldier to follow her. Together, they ducked down into the maintenance hatch and out underneath the plane. The air was close and warm, and a bead of sweat trickled down Morgan's back as she stood silently, listening to the night. The slight noises of desert animals scurried through the dust of the dead kingdom, predators hunting in the dark. But Natasha's soldiers were out there too, silently waiting for the moment when the occupants of the plane emerged. The front and rear doors of the plane opened, both on the west side. A low voice came through the microphone in her ear.
We'll draw their fire. Circle back to the fence line.
Morgan nodded at the soldier with her. He nodded back in readiness. A rattle of gunfire broke the silence. Trusting Negev to handle the combat situation, Morgan ran low and fast away from the plane toward the fence. A burst of gunfire came from the trees in front of them. The soldier dropped to the ground, grunting in pain. Morgan fired back toward the shadowy figure as she ran, zigzagging to the fence. The figure fell, and the gunfire stopped. There would be more soldiers, but she only had a small window of opportunity left to make it to the temple. Man down, she whispered into her headset. He's on the tarmac, still alive.
We'll send someone out to bring him back in, Negev said. I'll send another man out to you.
No time, she whispered. I'm going in alone. Using the wire cutters from her pack, Morgan made a hole in the fence and squeezed through it, using her pack to protect herself against the barbs. On the other side, she pushed her way through dense trees and bushes, guided by the tall cliffs that loomed above. The sound of gunfire receded as she moved quickly and quietly away from the airstrip. She reloaded the gun and held it ready as she proceeded. She wouldn't underestimate Natasha again. A few minutes later, Morgan rounded a corner in the path and emerged at the feet of Pharaoh Ramses II. his gigantic body rising 20 meters above her. There were 4 such statues, colossal kings carved from the rock, all wearing the double Ataf crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. Statues of his family stood life-size by his feet, and a frieze of 22 baboons danced across the top of the temple, alive in a petrified jungle. The temple had been designed for the worship of the pharaoh, but also the state deities of Egypt, Ra-Harakti, Ptah, and Amun. Next to the main temple was another smaller one where Nefertari, his queen, was venerated as the goddess Hathor. The gigantic temples were originally carved into the rock face of a huge escarpment in Nubia, southern Egypt. They faced the tribes coming out of sub-Saharan Africa, the gaze of the mammoth pharaohs a warning of the might of Egypt. But the temple had been moved during the building of Lake Nasser, when the Nile was dammed and the lake drowned everything behind it. The temples had been dismantled, cut into enormous blocks, and rebuilt high above the old location. Lake Nasser was considered by some to be the scourge of Egypt, altering the ancient rhythms of the Nile flooding that had refreshed the country for millennia. The dam had also drowned the heartland of the Nubian people, making them refugees in their own country. The human sacrifice had been considerable, but Abu Simba lived on after 3,000 years. Morgan looked away from the temple toward the lake as the cry of a night bird broke the silence. It was quiet. Too quiet. She proceeded with caution, but the only way into the temple was the single corridor that stretched between the feet of the mammoth statues, a dark maw in the cliffs. There was nowhere to hide or shelter, no vegetation, no statues. Morgan crept out across the front of the temple, a shadow silhouetted by spotlights, acutely aware that anyone watching could see her clearly. The sound of singing came from within, an ancient hymn to the gods. Morgan walked slowly on, keeping her weapon trained on the dark corridor ahead. A sharp noise came from behind. Morgan turned. A powerful blow exploded against her jaw, spinning her round. Her gun and headset were knocked to the sand. Chapter 23. Morgan reeled back, away from the figure of Natasha's loyal bodyguard, Isaac, a man she'd read about in Martin's notes, a man who had known Natasha since childhood.
Now we will finish what my mistress started in London. This is a fitting place for the sacrifice of such a warrior, for you will die at my hands.
Morgan saw the glimmer in his eye as he spoke of Natasha, and she saw a possible defense in goading him. Why are you here, Isaac? Why didn't she take the pieces of the Ark to Jerusalem? He lunged. Morgan jumped back, aware of the damage his fists could do to her already bruised body. You know the baby isn't yours, don't you? His eyes flashed, and she realized he hadn't known for sure about the child Natasha carried. He ran at her, enraged. Morgan stood her ground and twisted away at the last moment, grabbing his arm and bending it back on itself. In one movement, she stomped on the back of his knee. Isaac went down, but he didn't seem aware of the pain. He exploded up at her, the back of his head missing her face by millimeters. She let him go and ran, diving for her gun in the sand. He caught her ankle and pulled her down with a thump. Morgan groaned as her battered body reeled at the shot of pain, but she clawed forward, kicking sand in his face.
You will pay,
he roared, and she heard his repressed anger, his desire to protect Natasha even though he could never possess her. Morgan's fingertips touched the gun, but Isaac reached up and pulled her hand down so the weapon slipped from her grasp. As her fingertips raked through the sand, she touched a rock. She grabbed it and used all her strength to roll and smash it hard down onto Isaac's face, hammering into his eye socket. He howled and clutched at it with one hand while he pulled at her with the other, but it was enough of a distraction. Morgan crawled to her gun, spun, and fired it as Isaac launched himself in her direction. His momentum carried him forward on top of her, but the surprise in his eyes was complete as he coughed up blood. As Morgan pulled herself out from under him, Isaac reached out toward the temple.
Natasha.
His eyes glazed over, and Isaac joined the pharaohs in the underworld. Morgan knelt briefly to close his eyes. She understood the value of loyalty and hoped someone would do the same for her one day. She stood and cautiously approached the temple entrance, then crept along the stone corridor. As her eyes adjusted to the gloom, Morgan could make out tall pillars carved with seated Ramses dressed as the risen Osiris. Bas-reliefs of battle scenes lined the walls. The axis of the temple had been maintained, even with its transportation to this site. Twice a year on the solstices, just as in ancient times, the rays of the sun penetrated the sanctuary and illuminated statues on the back wall. The gods would see the sun, except for Ptah, god of the underworld, who always remained in the dark. As Morgan walked deeper into the temple, an eerie singing weaved its way around the columns, mingling with the whistle of the wind through the ancient stone corridor. She finally reached the main chamber and stood in the shadows, watching. Natasha kneeled in front of an altar, upon which lay the wrapped pieces of the Ark. A brazier stood on either side, burning incense that released a cloying, sweet smoke into the air. Between bursts of song, Natasha drank deep from a copper bowl, gulping the contents down. There were tears running down her cheeks, as if she saw both glory and terror in the smoke. As Morgan watched, Marietti's words came back to her. She couldn't just shoot Natasha. It was no longer just one life at stake. Morgan suddenly found that her rage and need for revenge had blown away, like ash from a funeral pyre, leaving only a bitter taste in her mouth. What drove her now was a need to protect Israel from the threat of destruction. The Ark could only ever be a danger to her beloved country. She stepped out into the corridor, gun held in front of her. "It's over, Natasha." Morgan's voice echoed around the temple that had borne witness to so many prayers across millennia. The singing stopped, and Natasha laughed without turning. "Why am I not surprised you found me, Morgan? I thought at least the men would contain you at the airstrip until I had finished. But it's too late now." She stood and turned, pulling back her cloak to reveal a suicide bomber's vest. "Now you will die here with me." The vest wasn't armed. There was still time. But Natasha was clearly on the edge, and Morgan had to keep her talking. "Why didn't you take the Ark to Jerusalem?" she asked, taking a slow step forward. Natasha's piercing eyes gleamed with recognition of a truth that went beyond mortal understanding. "You know why. In London, you experience the power of the Ark too. You must understand. It wouldn't let me take it to Jerusalem. The Ark can only be restored to the Holy City in the end times, and they are not at hand. I didn't believe any of it before, but now I understand. There is much it can reveal, now the pieces are together once more. Come, Morgan, join me, and together we will see God." Natasha turned to the altar and unwrapped one piece of the Ark, peeling the covering off it with her bare hands as she stroked the fragment with reverence. "Don't," Morgan pleaded, her gun wavering as her hands shook. Part of her was desperate to know what might happen, And yet the biblical verses about the deadly power of the Ark made her want to prevent what lay ahead. Natasha's laughter echoed in the temple as she pulled the rest of the coverings away, revealing 11 pieces gathered from the Masonic lodges across England and the fragment from Ethiopia. As the last emerged into the light, the fragments began to glow. The sound of rushing waters filled the cavernous hall as if they stood at the bottom of a giant waterfall raining down from heaven. Speckles of gold on the wood became translucent as they shimmered with a vision beyond the veil. The fragments rose from the altar and spun together, forming the shape of an ancient ark as an illusion of gold cherubim floated above. Smoke from the incense hung in the air, softening the edges of the renewed ark. Morgan blinked, trying to clear her vision from what must be some kind of hallucination. Her head spun, and she reached out a hand to clutch a nearby pillar for support as a sense of dread rose within. Natasha's eyes were wide with excitement and wonder. The Ark is alive once more after thousands of years. She reached up and touched the enlivened fragments. Morgan longed to join her, but the scriptures spoke of the Ark as an ancient weapon. Its energy had torn down the thick stone walls of Jericho and slaughtered those within. What might it do in this place? A deep throbbing boomed from the Ark. Natasha threw back her head and called out prayers in an ancient tongue as light, channeled from the fragments, pulsed through her and swirled with the smoke from the braziers into a spinning vortex. Morgan backed away down the corridor. This was not a sight for mortal eyes. A shaft of light broke from the Ark, piercing the darkness. There was a hissing sound as the ray struck the wall. The stone smoked as it dissolved, like acid on skin. Another ray lanced out and struck a column, which hissed in the same way. As the rays blasted out, Morgan ducked behind one of the stone pillars for shelter. A crack opened up in one of the walls. A chunk of stone dropped from the ceiling, smashing into the floor. The ancient temple could not withstand such violence for long. Morgan inched back into the corridor, ready to run. Natasha stood transfixed by the rays of light, her arms lifted to heaven as she called in triumph to the gods. A single ray shot out from the Ark and pierced her through, lifting her into the air. She was held suspended, writhing on the beam. Desperate horror spread across her face, as if she faced the demons of hell. Then the light on the suicide vest turned green. Morgan turned and ran. The shafts of light exploded through the flagstones behind her, burning the path at her heels. She made it into the tunnel between the grand statues of the pharaoh. Then the explosion lifted her off her feet, catapulting her away from the temple onto the burning sand near the lake. Missiles of rock rained down around her as she held her arms up to protect her head. A deep boom sounded from beneath the earth. The ground shook, and a pillar of fire and smoke whirled above the temple. The statues of the pharaoh crumbled, the great headdresses falling apart as the ancient temple of Abu's symbol collapsed into the sand. Morgan kneeled by the edge of the lake and looked back at the ruins. She sobbed with loss. For the glory of the Ark, for what might have been. Perhaps even for Natasha. Chapter 24. Oxford, England. Morgan watched Jake's chest rise and fall smoothly as he breathed. He lay on his back, and although his face was thinner, he no longer looked like a corpse. The hospital room was much quieter than before, as most of the monitoring instruments were gone. Jake had recovered enough to be revived from the artificial coma, and now he lay in peaceful sleep. Morgan was desperate to wake him and talk, but they both needed rest, So she sat on the chair by his bed and closed her eyes, grateful for the peace and quiet. It had been a long day of debriefing in London. The destruction of Abu Simbel required a convincing story. Morgan had sat with Director Marietti, sipping thick black coffee as they worked through press statements. In the end, the media were told that an Islamic extremist group claimed responsibility for the bombing. The temples were idols in the Muslim country and must be destroyed. It was plausible enough, given the evidence of the gunfight, and there was still a great deal of international attention focused on the conflict in Israel. The news cycle would move on soon enough.
Hey there.
Jake's voice was croaky and hoarse. Morgan opened her eyes and smiled. Hey yourself. She reached for his hand and squeezed it, overwhelmed with relief. He was going to be fine. They held hands in silence. There was always so much to say, but perhaps they would never speak those words aloud.
Martin told me you blew up a UNESCO World Heritage Site,
Jake said, his grin as cheeky as ever. Morgan shook her head in mock despair. And I did some serious damage to the United Grand Lodge of England. ARKANE has a lot of clearing up to do, but Marietti's being pretty good about it.
Sounds like you need a partner to keep you out of trouble.
Sure, great help you would have been. You couldn't even stay conscious. Jake laughed, then grimaced and coughed violently, his body jerking with pain. Morgan watched anxiously as he recovered his breath.
I'll be back with you soon. I promise.
His voice seemed a lot stronger than his body, and Morgan leaned in close. Don't tell Marietti, but to be honest, I could use a rest. I've been shot at, beaten, stabbed, burned, and blown up this week. She paused. And I'm conflicted about what really happened. Jake nodded.
Martin told me about the search for the Ark. Did they find it in the wreckage?
Morgan shook her head. There was nothing left in the ruins of the sanctuary. No human remains, no pieces of the Ark, not even an altar. There's nothing to explain the blast or back up my explanation of events. Jake squeezed her hand again.
I believe you, and so does Marietti. This is ARKANE. This is what we do. The pieces of the Ark weren't meant to be together again. It wasn't time.
Morgan sighed. I keep coming up against things I can't explain. I want to study the Ark and understand how its energy works. But I want to do it in a lab, away from hallucinogenic smoke and an atmosphere of the divine. Now I can't ever know what was real or why I felt the way I did. Jake smiled.
Let it go, Morgan. There are mysteries we can never solve. ARKANE exists to keep the balance, to make sure that they don't disrupt a world that isn't ready for them. We won this time, albeit through a strange route, but there will be another battle tomorrow. And next time, I'll face it with you.
You have been listening to Ark of Blood, an ARKANE thriller, Book 3, written by J.F. Penn, narrated by Veronica Giguere. Copyright 2022 Joanna Penn. Production copyright Joanna Penn. You can find more ARKANE adventures at jfpenn.com and on your favorite audio platform.